Football fan club. Once I pick my side, I won't change, win or lose. Politics is not a game. Politics is not a dirty game either. We need to get rid of that notion. Politics is not a dirty game. Where else in the world, I urge you to tell me, where else in the world is politics a dirty game? The only people who tell you politics is a dirty game is because they do not want decent people doing politics. Of course, if I am a thief, if I'm an armed robber, right, and I have taken control of something, I will tell you it's not for decent people so that decent people don't come near it. Right? So we continue to repeat that fallacy that politics is a dirty game. So tell me, what part of politics? Let's move away from the madness, the MCO, Lomo, Agbero politics. Now let's discuss what politics actually is. What part of building a welfare state that works for everybody is a dirty game? What part of regulating banks efficiently is a dirty game? What part of ensuring that MTN does not steal from you is a dirty game? What part of ensuring that your kids have decent schools to go to is a dirty game? I was sitting down with a friend of mine less than 2 hours ago, and we're discussing how the school he went to, it's a public military school in Lagos. I went to a military school myself in Port Harcourt, right? We were discussing among ourselves how we couldn't possibly send our kids to those schools today. And it's depressing. It's fucking depressing. But every time we get together to discuss these problems, we continue to engage people who are willing to defend the indefensible, right? So somebody comes to you and tells you, oh, the government just passed the tax plan. The tax plan is brilliant. And we engage them on that point. It's good, it's bad. It's good, it's bad. It's good, it's bad. But there's an obvious flaw sitting in front of everybody, right? Your tax plan sets a minimum bracket where you are non-tax, a zero tax bracket of 800,000 naira, and everybody is out there celebrating it. You are celebrating poverty and stupidity. Your zero tax bracket is 800,000 naira. Your annual minimum wage is 840,000 naira. That means to qualify for zero tax, you have to literally be poor. How mad are we in Nigeria, seriously? How mad are we? When will we start telling ourselves the truth? When will we stop discussing, when will we stop this act of, I call you outside, point at the sky, tell you it's green. And instead of you to tell me, you are mad, oh, this sky is not green. You are saying, this thing is not green, Joe. If you look at it well, it's supposed to be blue. And then somewhere in the midst of all the madness, we start beginning to negotiate the greenness of the sky. This is what we do in Nigeria, constantly negotiating the greenness of the sky. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigerian Renaissance Project. Today is turning out to be a awesome day.
Jagu, to his point, I think he was saying something. Sorry, what about the tax topic he brought up? That is actually the government operating on austerity. Not
exactly.
There is no tax reform anywhere. That's austerity.
Exactly. Yeah, that's austerity. Yeah, point blank. Thank you. Well, while we are arguing these things, people will not still understand it. So thank you. You did something, Nigerian Renaissance Project, and man, it sunk down my marrow. And listening to you, with all of your submission, I've always come back to something, to one thing: national identity. That's all I have seen that your conversation had evolved around, and it's very, very, very pivotal to our national development in all spheres in this country. Thank you, Renaissance, again. Still hanging there.
Can I ask him a question if you don't mind?
Please go real quick because we have Ayikoto's hand up.
Okay, so Nigeria reward, I don't know. Renaissance Project. Okay, so my question to you is this: you said Peter Obi cannot fix Nigeria, and we don't have identity, national identity, and what have you. You made so many points. I can't agree more or less with you. But my question to you is this: what is actually the solution? Because Nigeria is irredeemable. From what I could hear you say, it means Nigeria is irredeemable as a country. So my question to you is, what should we do as a people to get it right?
Okay, to be clear, let me quickly disabuse that notion. I do not think Nigeria is irredeemable. I happen to be a very big believer in Nigeria. I get very offended whenever I see people call for the division of Nigeria, for the destruction of Nigeria. It exposes a deep lack of understanding of how the world works or what could be better. You see, the colonial bastards bequeathed us a nuclear weapon. The difference is they thought that nuclear weapon should work against us, and it has so far. But Nigeria can work, right? Nigeria can work. Now, regarding the statement you questioned, I said Peter Obi cannot fix Nigeria. That is not to question his intent. The man has displayed a very strong intent to fix Nigeria. I believe he would try, but like I said, the reason he wouldn't achieve it is because of us Nigerians. Now, to the solution. The solution is that we need to take a broader view at our politics. We need to gain an understanding of what our politics is supposed to do for us and where that politics is supposed to work from. You see, you cannot ignore your counselor who lives literally in the same town with you and continue to cry about Jagaban, right? And I'm not talking about just now. I'm saying we need to move from a political culture that is obsessed with the presidency and understand that Nigeria is a federal republic, not just a federation. You see, this is another problem I have with Nigeria, is that they keep throwing words at us without telling the public what those things imply, not just what they mean, but what the real world implication of these things are, right? So they say, oh, Federal Republic of Nigeria. A federal republic is not just any republic. Canada is a federation. It's not a federal republic. A federal republic is a very, very different ballgame, right? The president of Nigeria should not be as powerful as he is in a federal republic, right? But we let it be. The president should not have the power to remove a governor, but we let it be. The president should not have the power to remove CBN governors, but we let it be. The president shouldn't have the power to remove, Supreme Court justices, but again, we let it be. So what I'm saying is, for us to get Nigeria right, we need to change how we view our country. That means we need to make sure that as obsessed as we are with who becomes president, we are that obsessed with every single one of the 8,000 plus councillors that are elected across Nigeria. We need to be that obsessed about the 774 local government chairmen that are elected across Nigeria. And when I say obsessed, we need to change this political structure also of I worked for him, now he will appoint me. Or, oh, that guy is in government because he worked for this other guy. We need to stop discussing these things like that, because what we are discussing is fraud, right? Go and check Obama's first and second tenures. You would not find people in his cabinet who, quote unquote, worked for him. Same thing goes for Biden, same thing goes for every US president before. When the moment they began to find people who, quote unquote, worked for the president in the president's cabinet, that president got into a lot of legal jeopardy, and that was Donald Trump. Why? Because a lot of the things we treat as normal in Nigeria are, in fact, acts of corruption. We leave those things, we don't call them corruption, then we turn around and call stealing corruption. Right? So we need to get corruption out of our political system. And it's not EFCC that will do it. It's us. It's how we vote. It's what we accept. Right? It's the rallies we go to, right? So if you go to a rally for a governor you know has stolen money, for an LJ chairman you know has been stealing money, but now you are wearing his t-shirt because his son is your friend, because his cousin is your friend, because his friend is your cousin. All of these things contribute to ensuring that we do not have our politics together. The solution to our politics is not one thing. We need to take a very holistic look at every single inch of our political life, because the entire meat is rotten. The whole thing is rotten. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not trying to push outrage here. We should be outraged. Nigeria is a madhouse as it is now. But Nigeria can be fixed. Nigeria is the best thing in look, the US, right, is powerful today because a country was created out of several different races and tribes and people, and they came together and decided, you know what, we have this large piece of very productive land, and we would use it, we would exploit those land resources, those natural resources, and our human resources together, and we will get it right. That's how the US became a superpower. The same thing is true for China. Check every superpower. Nigeria has everything. When people say this, that Nigeria has what it takes to be a superpower, they're not trying to be aspirational or inspirational. They're not trying to blow anybody's trumpet. It's just a hard look at the reality. But here is the downside to having the potential to be a superpower, is that everything that it takes to be a superpower can also destroy a country if not handled properly. So I don't know if I've
Yeah, so
sufficiently
I know
answered the
for a
question,
fact,
but yeah,
I
this
know
is
for
the
a fact
much.
before Jago moved the mic from us,
Yes,
please.
please.
I know for a fact that it's not everything you hold your local government chairman or councillor responsible for. Okay, we operate in the presidential system of government, which everybody is aware of, and there are so much power ascribed to the president, and there are so many reforms and implementation that only him, the president, can output there and impute whenever he wills.
Um,
You get it.
I'm
So
sorry
if
to cut you short, but
Sorry,
that
can
is
I
also
come
true.
in?
But let's let the next speaker speak. We'll come back to this subject
Hold on.
if you will.
Hold on, guys.
I
Nigerian
think you should have
Renaissance and
allowed me
Kenga.
to.
Hold on. I think Kenga, you are getting the context of where it's coming from wrong, but we'll come back to it as he said. We'll have that conversation. I think I get the point where it's coming from. It's coming from the point of citizens' engagement, and that
No, I
brings
get
us.
that too, Jago. I got it, but not everything. Not everything. The people also has to hold the president
Obviously, I'm just
accountable.
speaking to the context he's speaking to. Yeah.
Sure, I get it, but there are other things I want him to speak to. But we'll get back to it. No problem. I'm here.
Obviously, yeah, we'll come back to you definitely, my brother. Let's come to Ayeko so that we can move the conversation.
All right, Ayekoto, can you all hear me?
Go ahead, my brother.
O- Okay, now, you see, Nigeria is a very peculiar place. We have a very peculiar country. And you see, when people talk in terms of pragmatics of what politics is, I laugh. Because we tend not to realize that Nigeria was not created, for the benefit of anybody who thinks is a citizen. Have you ever heard any of your leaders call you citizens? What they call you is fellow Nigerians. There's a difference between citizens and fellows. A citizen is one who is in a geographical region protected by rights with a government that provides solutions to the problems he faces in terms of existence. A fellow is just, you can just, my fellow. They don't regard you as citizens. They are not there to solve your problems, and it has to do with the creation of the entity itself. We mistake ourselves as Americans. We are not Americans. When you look at America, America was created with unique laws. You have a second amendment that states that if the government turns on the people have a chance, a reason to turn against that government. That is the reason why Americans are allowed to carry guns. Are you allowed to carry guns in Nigeria? Because when the government doesn't work for you in America, you are allowed to rebel against that government. Your constitution provides for that. But the problem we have in Nigeria is actually the constitution. We have a constitutional problem. I say that the things we see as problems in Nigeria can be resolved with, changing the constitution. When you talk about corruption, nepotism, and all these things, it's in your constitution. A constitution that supports federal character and quota system. What do you expect? Do you expect nepotism not to come into place? When Nigeria had a country that was based on meritocracy, where leaders are chosen based on their performances from secondary school, that people already know those who will be leaders, Nigeria was a better place. And this is what operates in other climes that we try to compare ourselves with. In America, they already know.
Ayeko, real quick before you drive on in your conversation, I thought the federal character was meant to take care of that nepotistic attitude.
Yes, because what I'm saying is, in a situation where, they say federal character and, you've already put a clause that doesn't allow for meritocracy. Meritocracy is all about, people who deserve leadership or who deserve positions, attaining that positions as a result of, their achievements and attainments. But when you're talking about federal character, we have an idea of what it means. When you're talking about quota system, we have an idea of what it means. So in a situation where you have a quota system whereby the North has to provide 50% of the police, they are just looking to fill in numbers. They are not looking at putting the most eligible people in that position. So how do you intend to fight corruption or nepotism? And that is why we have issues. Because people who take up positions in Nigeria are people who ought not to even go near positions of authority at all. When you have a quota system that is telling you that the military, a certain percentage of the country, a certain region of the country has to provide this percentage, and then you see people filling in numbers with people who ought not to even ever wear that uniform, what do you expect? But in a system where you have a police that is made up of people that right from their primary school to their secondary school, their character speaks for itself. You don't need to fight corruption. Corruption will fight itself. And these are the loopholes in our constitution that allows for a lot of miscreants to be in positions of authority. And this is why we are where we are. In America, you don't just choose presidents based on popularity. Most of you hear college votes. They will never tell you what college votes is. College votes is a system whereby reputable and respectable people in America are trusted with block votes. Block votes as in a particular unit of a particular place entrust their block votes to an individual of impeccable character, of good decision, to cast votes on their behalf. Do we have that in Nigeria? No. What we have is popularity, two-third majority. And as such, in a country whereby you have more illiterates than the literate, what do you expect? In a country where you have people who are unlettered, people in which politicians will tell Emma B in Yoruba, what that means is go and give birth to children, we will take care of them. And they feel that is an election promise. And these people are in 70% majority. And those of us who are learned and can think are in the 30% majority. And then we all go out to vote based on numbers and on popularity. What do you expect the outcome to be? I have been on the field talking to people, campaigning for Obi, and you will be shocked at the absurdities you would hear. The expectations of people in terms of governance. You're talking to people who don't even understand what governance means. You're talking to people who don't even understand the basics of governance, who think that governance is something that has to do with tribalism, that has to do with their brother, they don't care about the basics because they are unlettered. And these are the issues. Because the Constitution allows for it. So we are not citizens, we are fellow Nigerians. And until we fight to become citizens, I don't see much changing. Citizens are protected by rights. They are protected by their governments. The governments are meant to provide solutions to every problem that they have. I was going through my father's file and I found out that my father, as a cocoa farmer, back in the days before he went to university, he practically managed the farm. That what the government does, the government of Awolowo does, is to come, inspect. They even help you with fumigation of your farm and protect whatever cocoa produce. Now, when you're done harvesting, the government takes the best of that crop from you, exports it. They do all the issues in terms of sales and they pay you what is due to you. Then you can make additional revenue from whatever is left that hasn't been chosen by the government for exports. That is what government is all about. They provide solutions to things that seem impossible for you as a citizen. But what do we have today in Nigeria? You have governments that are basically providing problems, that make policies that affect you as a businessman, and they even want to take from you. When my mom was in the UK, I had an uncle that what he does is he goes to the UK, he walks around and he finds a lot of scraps like used fridge, freezers, cars and all that, and he brings it to Nigeria. The UK government could not tax it because they knew that 1 naira or 1 pound or 1 penny of their money did not go into that business. They didn't bother to say they wanted to tax it. So what did they do? They approached them. They said, look, this thing you're doing, do you believe you can expand it? Can it become a bigger business? How can we help? And he said, this is what I think that you can do for me in terms of help. And he said, we will do it. We would even provide a loan and money for you. And they did that. And that, as at the moment they did that, the business became taxable. So that is what the government does. They provide solutions when you're a citizen. But when you're not a citizen and you have laws that are not meant to protect you, what do you expect? Unfortunately, most of us are not even looking at these laws. We're looking at pragmatics. We're looking at, how dare this is what obtains. I'm sorry, that doesn't obtain in Nigeria. Nigeria is a conglomeration of interests meant not to favor the citizens, but certain powers that be in the geopolitical space. This might ruffle a lot of feathers, but I'm sorry, let me bring in Biafra into this. Why do you think Ojukwu lost the Biafran war? Because this was a man who believed in the ideals of revolutionary people like Fidel Castro, and he wasn't ready to sell out his people. He didn't make deals with the powers that be. That was why they didn't support him. If he had made deals, I'm telling you, by now we will still have a Biafra. Why did the Nigerian government? Because they make series of deals that are still affecting us till date during that period. So your politics is not the normal politics. It is not the normal politics, and we all need to get that. When you talk about politics in Nigeria, you need to realize that certain interests must be considered. Certain interests must be considered for things to work as we feel it should. And this is the reason why the political space is so devilish. Because without ensuring that those interests are taken care of, it becomes a problem for you to get to presidency. And this is what is affecting Peter Obi. And that is why some of us are saying that there is a need for the opposition to come together and fight this devil there. The only reason why you see Tinubu getting stronger every day is because he's ready to sell this country just to feel the interest of the different sections. And until we as opposition, we start thinking in terms of countering those interests, I'm sorry, not much can change. If we want this country to change, there's certain things we have to do. We have to take certain actions to ensure that certain laws are changed. We have to take certain actions to ensure that things go back to the status quo as it was when it was working. But do we have this power? No, we don't. So, in terms of being pragmatic, let us look at what we feel can work. Let us discuss what we feel is possible that we can do, and not just think about this is what obtains elsewhere. We are in a peculiar country, we are faced with peculiar situations, and we should be providing peculiar answers and peculiar solutions. Thank you. I yield my mic.
Real
No,
quick,
I have a question.
Barrister,
I have
hold
a
on, Barrister,
question.
a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, a minute. Hold on, Barrister. Thank you.
Hmm.
Ayeko Wuto, yeah, pardon me. You and Nigerian Renaissance Project are tilting towards one direction, the same direction rather, which is towards national identity. And it reminds me of one video that I watched of Governor Munike's visit to Berekete Television, and there were high-neck officials too there. There was a particular question asked by Berekete host, the people's president, directed at the INEC official, because the INEC official was trying to play around one of the rules that states that, that gives exclusive rights only for beavers to do capturing. He was explaining, I didn't really grab the explanation. So he was asked that this system that is not, this law that is not really letting you function as you should function in the 21st century, why aren't you complaining about it? So he now said, we have to wait for the laws to be changed at the from the National Assembly. So the guy asked, so if one of the laws affect your salaries, what will you do? The guy said, I would move on to another job. It speaks to the national identity, really. People with interest for the national job. Yeah. But this from your from your submission, I have two questions. You spoke about certain interests. I would like us to elaborate on these certain interests. And secondly, what are those actions that are needed to be taken in our systems? And precisely, which of these sectors would you, institutions, would you prioritize?
Okay. To your first question, um, when we talk about interests, we need to understand that Nigeria is an amalgamation of different ethnic countries with different perceptions to life, different perceptions. The way the Benue man thinks is different from the way the Ekiti man thinks. And I always tell people that when you talk about tribalism, it's not like in the Southwest we are unified. As an Ekiti man in Lagos, they'll call me Omo Atonriwa, Omo Luke. That is because my perception to life is different from an average Lagosian. An Ekiti man will tell you the truth and doesn't care whose ox is God. He doesn't care who dies. An Ibadan man will find a way to twist it. He'll tell you it is a day. Do you understand? We have different perceptions to life, therefore different ways in which we see and perceive things, and our wants and needs are different. So when we talk about interest, it is all about what each section of the country needs, and we need to come to a rallying point of what we believe will work in Nigeria. We have not yet had this discourse. We talk about democracy, we talk about governance, but what sort of governance do we have when a Yoruba man sees the Oba as an Alashe Leyin Orisha? Which means that his words is beyond contestation. And yet this same Oba is appointed by governors, sometimes local government chairmen. So how do you expect them to see local government chairmen or governors? Definitely they see them like deities. It is a fundamental problem of perception. How do you expect an Hausa man who sees an emir as God and Lord, directed straight from the Sultan, from the great Ahmadu Bello? And that same Sultan and emir is appointed by a governor or a president. How do you expect that kind of person to see a governor as he sees him as a deity? And then we have the Igbos that don't even have this traditional institution, who are democratic by nature, who are republican by nature, who every man is a king of his compound. How do you expect to have the same objectives with these people or the same interests? We have not come to a rallying point as to what a leader should be or what a government should be or what these people should do for the masses. We have not had this analytical discourse. And when we have this analytical discourse, then we can be able to talk about common interest, collective interest. But we don't have that. So what we have these days is the Yoruba man seeing the governor like, oh, he's higher than Alashelenyo Orisha. And then he believes that, oh, you just have to run under the umbrella of the governor just to get crumbs and eat. It is foundational. But that is presently the interest that obtains. And it is based on the fact that we have a constitution that is flawed. Now, in terms of institution, when you talk about institutions that should work, I think the first institution that should be sacred in Nigeria should be the legislative and the judiciary. Unfortunately, most Nigerians don't even understand what are the basics or what are the main things that are needed to be considered before voting for members of House of Reps or members of Senate. They don't even understand the importance that those offices hold. How many people in Nigeria know the constituency office of their senators or their House of Rep member or their House of Assembly? These are people you ought to hold by the lungs. Because what they are basically doing in that place is to present your realities to the law, so that the law can provide solutions to the problems that plague your reality. But is that what obtains in Nigeria? No. The other institution should be the police. But do we even have a say as regards what happens in terms of policing? The police is under the presidency, and it does whatever it deems or like with it. So our problem is foundational. It is foundational. It goes to the core of what actually governs us, which is the Constitution. Our problems are multifaceted. And we need to start thinking. When I say think in terms of interest, I'm telling you, go to the core of the foundation. Look at those things that make people perceive and see things differently. Then let us start discussing and find how we can come to a rallying point in which can help us to have a collective mindset and not the individual mindset that we have. I don't know if I've been able to do justice to your question.
Brilliant, brother. Brilliant. Yeah, you did justice. And Barrister, real
I have a
quick, let me
question
just
for
give a
him, please.
feedback.
Can I?
Yeah, before you ask your question. To your to the first question I asked you, Ayoko, those certain interests, with the way you have described that problem to be multifaceted, don't well, we'll hold our conversation for later. But I'm thinking that restructuring is going to really seriously. Please mute your mic, Erobodo. It's going to seriously be the solution eventually. Well, let me leave that at that. To the second question I asked I think our constitution really hasn't taken care of our existential problems with what I heard from you. Yeah, so let's go forward. Barrister, quickly your question.
Yeah, let me in relation to what Ayekoto said about the constitution, which I, to an extent, and to the great extent, I disagree with him that the constitution is our problem. I don't think the constitution is our problem. I think the issue of the constitution itself, for me, to start with, the problem are the operators of the constitution. Now, it does not mean that I'm not saying the constitution is perfect. No, even in the US, they don't have a perfect constitution. That's why there's what we call amendment of the constitution. But again, for me, the constitution, the Nigerian constitution, have every section of the Nigerian constitution provides for the government to take care of its citizens. Now, I only have issue with a section of the constitution. That's why I say the constitution is not perfect. Because the constitution, if you look under chapter 2, the government, the Nigerian government is mandated, the state is mandated to provide adequate shelter, food, education, and healthcare, even environmental protection and public safety. Now, by the constitution, that in line under chapter 2. But now, where I have issue with the constitution is the fact that if you, in that same chapter 2, do you know if the government fails to provide all these social amenities, the constitution gives the government an escape route, saying that you cannot sue the government for it. And where does that come? There's a word that they use. They said, if the government fails to provide this, they say it's non-justiciable. What does that mean? You cannot sue the Nigerian government if they fail to provide you opportunity or social justice or food or education. Because the constitution says that. Same constitution that provides that says that they have obligation to provide this. Now, another issue I have is this. Yes, because some people say, I know Serap has taken the Nigerian government to court. I remember there's a case in the not Nigerian court. They take them to the ECOWAS court, and the ECOWAS court has upheld a decision that the right to education is justiciable. But again, that's the ECOWAS court. That's other place to international treaties because they took the Nigerian government to court based on the African Charter on human rights. But again, that take back. The constitution should be amended because the grand norm of the land is the constitution. So if you talk about international treaties, which we're a member of, we're a signatory to, the Nigerian government might not want to enforce it. So the constitution is that section of the constitution that says that it's not justiciable. If the Nigerian government fails to provide you these social amenities, should be amended. So the Nigerian government, but again, even when you amend it, the Nigerian government are held to court rulings. Nnamdi Kanu the court has decided, the court of appeal has said, Nnamdi Kanu should be released. The Nigerian government has failed to comply to the law. The same constitution that restrained Bola Tinubu, Mr. Bola Tinubu, sorry, yeah, I don't want to call him Mr. Bola Tinubu, does not give him the power to remove a sitting governor. But Mr. Bola Tinubu have gone ahead to remove a sitting governor. Now, you want to blame the constitution? No! The problem is not the constitution, it's the operators. We all know under Buhari, how Buhari ignored all, in fact, there were so many court rulings, but he ignored them. So what did I tell you? It tells that the operators are the problem, not the constitution. If you have the operators that are ready to comply with the rule of law, you don't have an issue with the constitution. So the problem we should look is beyond, if the Nigerian government operate our constitution today, as it is, trust me, Nigeria will be paradise. Will be paradise. So let's look at them.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
I feel there's a contradiction in what you just said. You said you don't blame the constitution, you blame the operators. At the same time, you're still blaming the constitution. You see, when there is a loophole in the constitution, forget all the other good things in that constitution. That one loophole can ruin the rest. It's like one banana, one spot on can ruin the rest. And I say this because I had a discussion with a lawyer at Lagos British Council Theatre Festival, and he actually advocates for the rights of homosexuals. And I was arguing heavily with him, like, why are you defending them? And it was like, do you know this thing is actually a constitutional issue? And it affects you and me. And I asked him out, and he said, how do you prove that someone is gay? That was the day I stopped being homophobic. He said, once there is a breach in your constitution, your own constitution is flawed. He says, if someone is accused of being gay and is just on that basis is sent to 15 years in prison. Now, how do you actually prove that that person is gay without violating his fundamental human right to privacy? And that is true. Before you can prove that someone is gay, you must have violated his fundamental right to privacy. And that actually flaws the whole constitution. You said that you cannot sue a government that fails to provide basics for you. And I'm telling you that in America, there's a second amendment that says that you can rise up against the government that fails to work in your interest. You're allowed to carry on and go against that government if that government fails to provide for your interest. And here you cannot even sue. Is that constitution not faulty? To your hearing? A constitution that allows the president disburse funds for the judiciary, for the legislative. The presidency actually controls the payments to all these other tiers. And we all know that he who pays the piper dictates the tune. What do you expect? The operators are handicapped. All you need is a very bad egg up there in presidency that will exploit this loophole. And there's very little the operators can do. Because there's a loophole in that constitution that has allowed for the permeation of, this bad governance into other aspects that should curb the presidency, the executive. Because I know how it works. It is the presidency that actually ratifies the payments in which the legislators are going to spend. Without this ratification, can they get money? The judges, how do they get their funds? And then you have a police that is under the presidency. What do you expect them to do? Their salary, their basics, everything that they do comes from the presidency. And then you expect them to arrest a minister that the president says you must not touch? My brother, these are the issues. One loophole is enough to ruin a good constitution.
Yeah.
Once the foundation is shaky, that's the problem.
Well,
Thank you.
I
I yield
think
the
the
mic.
payment of the judicial officers are directly from the Consolidated Revenue Fund. It's not the president that determines it. It's direct. And it's clear in line with Section 84. I'm not saying that this is perfect. What I'm saying is this. The operators are the issues. I've just told you a part of the Constitution that I think that should be amended. But even at that, the government can enforce this thing. If they have to enforce the Constitution as it is, we can still make an headway. So the problem is that you have bad leaders who have failed, who see politics as a dirty game. Just the way Reform Nigeria says that they see politics as a dirty game, which is not a dirty game. But it's not a dirty
Barrister,
game.
Barrister, what
People in
does
politics.
it take to amend Nigerian constitution? What is it gonna take?
My brother, you take in fact, that one is a different because you take to
No,
third
but
of the
that's where
state.
the
It goes
problem
to
lies.
even the
That's
state,
no,
even the
just
state
one.
house. It's part of the
That's where the
issue.
problem lies. That's where the problem lies. Okay, if the president is the one appointing the CGN, appointing every head of any operative system in Nigeria, that's where the problem lies. It means they don't want the constitution to be amended, and that's where our problem actually lies. That's why I wanted to question my brother who spoke earlier about holding some persons accountable. We'll get there because that constitution is actually our primary problem. Seriously, I see
yeah,
that the only
guys,
explicit right here is right to life. The only explicit right in that constitution is right to life and right to movement, and we have lost it as well.
Yeah, I get you, Ikenga, and I agree with you that that constitution is a really flawed document. For me, starting with we the people of Nigeria, I'm not sure that the people were involved in that constitution. All right, so that's where it started for me. Let's move the conversation anyway. But Aye wants me to always come back to this issue. You know, I don't want to put it in my head, but it's knocking on doors of my brain. You know, when he said fellow Nigerians, that's what they call us, not fellow citizens. Well, we'll come back to that conversation. It's still knocking on the doors of my head. If it really matters what they call us right now, but we'll come back to it. Though. Yeah, so let's take
Yeah.
the next question.
Hello. Hello. Jago. Jago.
Yeah,
Hello.
Rodo, yeah.
Yeah. Please. You asked a question, and I would actually like Aiko to answer that question. Maybe to clarify things for people. I don't know what his answer would be. I agree with you that the obvious answer to address the analysis as done by Equator is to restructure Nigeria. That our constitution is very problematic. So when Equator says that Nigerians, when it talks about diverse interests, yes, he is right about that. I mean, so if you take like I said, if you take I'll just speak generally. If you take the Yoruba man, you see, the Ibadan man could still go to Ekiti and live there, and he probably will be able to blend in easily because the he and the Ekiti people, they have some things in common, like a monarchical system, a common set of values, core values, and all of that. Yes, there might be some variations here and there, but there is a common core. And beyond that, there is also the issue of identity. So when the Ibadan man is in Ekiti, he sees himself as a Yoruba man, just like the Ekiti man. The Ekiti man's Ekiti identity is a sub-identity to the Yoruba identity. So he doesn't see himself as different from the Ekiti man. He sees himself as, to be the same as the Ekiti man. So while the Ibadan people and the Ekiti people, just within themselves, could have fights, when you bring in a third people who are not Yoruba, the Ibadan people and the Ekiti people would likely come together and will side with each other against, that other group who are not Yoruba completely. Do you get? So there is also the issue of identity, you understand? And that's why our constitution is problematic because, like Aiko said, our interests are diverse. Not just our interests, how we think is different because that's why our interests should be different as well. And you know what they say, every politics is local, you understand. So the man who is in Ekiti, when he's going to vote, he will consider his local realities. He doesn't live in Abuja, he doesn't live in Niger Delta, he doesn't live in the east, he doesn't live, you understand. So he's going to consider his own local interests. Same thing for the Ibadan man, same thing for the Igbo man, same thing for everybody from the other over 250 different ethnic groups. Now, when you have one constitution, you understand, that, pretends that the interests are the same, you understand, and that, oh, we all, like the identities don't matter. Meanwhile, in actual fact, on the ground, the identities matter. Because if you look across Nigeria, people love for those who are like them to govern them. You understand? I can bet you, see, if for example, like we know that, okay, the so-called major ethnic groups are Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, right? I can see how they're always fighting among themselves to go to the center because that's where all the resources of Nigeria are controlled from. That's where, who gets what is determined. So, the three of them are always fighting to go there. That also shows to you that identity matters. Do you understand? If identity was not important, nobody would care who governs Nigeria. Everybody will be okay with maybe the Hausa always producing the president, the president of Nigeria. Nobody will mind, you understand? Everybody will probably be okay with maybe the Joma producing the president, in perpetuity. Nobody will care. But if, there is always that thing that, no, enough, you must do 8 years. And then when we're done, you guys will do another 8 years. And then you have to come back to us. That tells you that identity matters. And that people tend to trust those who are more like them to govern them. They don't trust those who are not like them and they're right too, because you may not understand their realities. Even if you do, you have your own people. So when you talk about diverse interests, in the interest of the place where you're not from, if there is a conflict with the interests of the place where you're from, you may, you would probably place the interest of the place where you're from above that of the place where you're not from. Meanwhile, you're controlling everybody's resources. That's a problem. So you could be using the resources of a different place to take care of the interests of the place where you're from. Even if you're not doing that, if you're not taking care of the interests of the place where you're from, at least your people will feel that, okay, yes, maybe there'll be some trickling down of the resources. So maybe you'd appoint people from their places, you would send some projects their ways. Yes, most of the money may get embezzled, but they will feel that at least, maybe, some things that are important to them, maybe you will look after it, you understand? Like I said, the thing is, Nigeria's problem starts with the constitution. Because when Aikoto was talking again, he also said something that's very, very important. Usually, the laws of a place would reflect the values, the interests, the worldview of the people of that place. When you look at Nigeria's constitution, which, like people call the grand norm, tell me which of the ethnic groups, you understand, does it represent their worldview or their value system? No, it doesn't. Because look, if your Nigerian constitution says that Nigeria is a secular country, that means the Nigerian state itself has no recognition for religion. Yet, go to the north, you understand. Sorry, if you're not a Muslim northerner, you understand, there is almost zero probability that they will vote for you to become their president. I don't think it's ever happened that somebody, a northerner, mind you, a northerner, somebody from the north. But when you're not even a Muslim, you understand, it's unlikely those people will vote for you because their religion is part of their identity. All right? So you have a constitution that fails to address our realities as they are. You understand the fact that with different people's diverse interests, we don't trust one another. You understand? So I believe that, look, we need to, and like you said, even what we call the grand norm itself, the entire premise of that grand norm is false. What you referred to, that, your constitution starts, the preamble starts with we the people having done this. Please, any lawyer here, can you tell me where the peoples of Nigeria, did any of those things in the preamble? No. Then it was not the Nigerian people who did any of those things in the preamble. That's why Nigeria is the way it is. It would be better, you understand, if we, accept the fact, you understand that, look, we're different people with different interests, different ways of life. Our ways of life reflect how we think. So when Aikoto was talking, you understand, the Yoruba man accepts that, there can be someone who is a monarch, you understand, but it doesn't mean he's my Lord and Savior, you understand. I think Aikoto probably needs a bit of history on that. Monarchs were not as powerful in Yoruba land before the colonizers came, right? Yes, they had a role, you understand, governance, you understand. They were like the executive, but there were also other arms of the monarchical system, like there will be the judiciary, like the Oyomesis, you understand. Was it the legislature,
No,
like the
you're correct.
Oyomesis or something?
Oyomesi, yeah.
And then you have the your missus, you have the Ogonis, you understand? You have all of those things to provide checks and balances. Do you get? So monarchs are not as powerful, before the colonizers came. All right. So when you look at the Yoruba man, he lives in a society where you need to have a monarch, a central authority. You understand? And then you have all these other institutions that have been devised, you understand, to keep in check that central authority and to protect the people. When you go to Igbo land, they didn't have kings before the colonizers came. So their way of thinking is different. When you go to, go across Nigeria, you find all these differences, you understand, which are, these things reflect how we think differently. So even when you say, oh, you want to choose the president, who is the most powerful in Nigeria, the way the people from all over Nigeria, the way they're approaching the election or whatever is different. How this one is thinking is different from the other one is thinking is different. You understand? I'm like, oh, if the Yoruba people, like for example, if we went back to a I believe that what we need to do is to have a constitution that recognizes self-determination. When you have a constitution that recognizes self-determination, what it means is this. The constitution, the central one that will be for everybody, will be very minimal. It won't have a lot of things, you understand? Because it can't address the way everybody lives in, where they come from. So everybody would then need to have their own constitution. So the Yoruba people will have their Yoruba constitution, the Igbos will have their own constitution, which will reflect their way of life, how they want to govern their society. The Ijaws will do the same. Everybody will do that. Do you get? So when you do that, you understand? At least at that level, there is a lot of, there are things that bind them together. They understand themselves better because their way of lives at that level, their ways of life are similar. All right. And so they have like a common reference point or common reference points for making decisions. So the man from when the Yoruba people, generally when they're writing their constitution, they will come up with, okay, so how do we want to govern ourselves? You understand? And when they're talking, they will say, oh, no, this is how we Yoruba, this is how we think, this is how we do things. You understand? And they'll say, okay, yo, that's true. Okay, fine. So they can agree. The Igbos can do that. You understand? And then, of course, when they're now selecting, they're electing their leaders, there's, they would all, a majority of them will likely think in the same way. And there won't be any acrimony, there won't be any, fighting over that. Once there is, there is no outsider interfering in how they're going to elect their leaders. You understand? The Igbos will do that, the Ijaws will do that. The people who have oil, the Ogonis, the Jaws, the Queries, and the rest of them, they'll be very happy to control their oil resources. And it will be easier for them to hold their leaders accountable. Because whoever they have to hold accountable will be someone who is one of them, who lives there, you understand? Not somebody who lives in Abuja, you understand? Who's controlling the army and the police and everything, and they can't even touch him. When it's someone that they have their own local policing, it's easier for the people to change their leaders. If the leader is not serving them among themselves, it will be easier to say, look, this person is not serving us. A majority of them will be able to vote and, replace that leader. It's not the same right now when, okay, some people would say, oh, the leader is bad. The leader who actually, makes the consequential decisions in Nigeria, the president, when a section or some sections of the country is saying, oh, this leader is bad, the section of the country where that person is coming from, they will likely protect him. They say, no, leave him alone. You understand? The people are divided. They're very divided. When you devolve power, when you devolve control, governance, and all of those things, you understand, there will be, so many commonalities of identity, of value system, of the way of life, of thinking, and all of those things, and it will become easier. You understand? Governance becomes easier. It's easier for the people to hold their leaders accountable. So I don't know. I just want to ask, that based on Hayikoto's own analysis, does he agree, like Jagun said, that, look, this constitution and this current political structure, Nigeria's political structure, which unifies everything, over centralizes everything, does Hayikoto agree that it needs to change? You understand? Because the realities are there. People prefer to be governed by those who are like them. You understand? So, governance lacks, governance becomes ineffective if you take away the control of resources. It's like you have money and it's somebody else who determines, or you
All right.
you bring yeah. Sorry. I'm going to
Yeah.
wrap up now.
Yeah.
You bring a
Okay.
group of people together and then you're forcing all of them to give up the money or the wealth they have. And then somebody now, one of them now, is invested with the power to decide who gets what. You understand? I mean, arbitrarily. You understand? Like, there is nothing about, look, you keep what you generate, and then if we have to do something together, everybody contributes. We decide how much we need, and we all contribute. You understand? So so basically, when resource control is a major problem, and so let me just ask that question. What does the Equator think? Does it think that, oh, this system can be worked, or is workable, or does it need to change? Thank you. I'm done.
Okay, let me make an
Ayekoto,
attempt.
please, you would indulge me. So before we come round to that, to answering that question, so we don't keep people with ends up waiting, especially our dear uncle Sonny. Let's take the speakers with ends up. Sonny, please, your hand is up, please. Sorry for holding you up till now. Then after you we'll take a general.
Thank you, Jagu Jagu. I will always praise you for your efforts to bring the platform running so that people can come and air their views with the hope of bringing a lasting change in Nigeria. I also applaud Valerie for co-hosting you. I've been listening very keenly, and I want to make my input. I've listened to Nigerian Ransom. I've had Ikenga. I've had Ayekoto. They've said a lot of things that are useful for Nigeria to survive. But I've been listening to hear them hit the nail at the head. Somebody mentioned it partially, but that's not how it's supposed to be. And I also have had a lot of inferences made between Nigeria and United States. That's where I thought, that could come to the highlights. And what is that denominator? Constitution and all that, they said, very important. But the common denominator that is missing in Nigeria is punishment. Look, let me tell you, if you compare Nigeria and US, the amount of crime they commit in US is far, far, far more than that of Nigeria. Do you know what controls it? Punishment. Once you step across the line, you go to jail and serve your time. Very simple. It doesn't exist in Nigeria. It's a lawless country. There is no rule of law. We all know this. Why are we running around it? Just recently, those of you that live in US, a serving senator was handcuffed in front of everybody on TV because he had. Somebody stayed at the roof and took a shot at the president. Okay, so the biggest recurrent problem of Nigeria is nobody pays the price for breaking the law. There's no enforcement. There's no amount of constitution you put in there, even if it's so clean and beautiful and all that, they will get around it and still commit crime. And those crimes are crimes that are very, very much glaring. You see somebody who has committed a crime, and what do? You reward him. That's the Nigerian thing. And let me make one final note. People talk about Peter Obi, or he cannot change the system. Yes, he can. There was this thing from Zeke, you see, that says that those of you that went to UNN, I will show the light and the people will find the way. That's the role of the presidency. If you have a good man up there and somebody commits an offense, even if it's his own brother, he pays the price. It's as simple as that. We see that every day. People commit crime, they stay in Nigeria, they don't get punished. Once they cross over to here, be it Britain, be it UK or US, they face the judgment and they get punishment immediately. And people are crying in Nigeria. That's what we are lacking. No matter who you are, you commit a crime, you pay. We don't have it. So people have impunity. Go and get the money. Nothing is going to happen. And all that. And all is endless circle. Please, I just want to make this input so that we can continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sasoni, for your input. Well, that's great. Well,
Hello, Jago. Sorry.
yeah.
Sorry.
All right, can I make an attempt to answer the question?
Hold on. We still have General to go before we come back to you guys. I already pen you down for
Okay.
for
All right.
yeah,
All right.
the right to reply. All right, go ahead, General.
Thank you, Jagu, for having me again, though. I actually requested the mic when Nigerian resonance also now was speaking. I actually listened to some of the points, and one of the questions he said, or one of the his opinion is that PeterObi cannot change Nigeria with the current state, with the current system. Very true, technically, but also untrue, fundamentally. Yes, we all have been listening though. We all are sounding more like politicians instead of the supposed citizen now. And probably we are not affected. Probably some of us, or majority of us that join space, are living abroad. We don't feel the heat directly. But some of us that are living in Nigeria can categorically tell you how the system hits us directly and how bad it is, and how emergency it is at this point for us to change the narrative. In no way can one individual change the ill of the society, Nigerian society today. But somebody can start the work in different places and you will see its implementation taking place. Jago, I spoke on your space, I think Valerie's space yesterday. I spoke here earlier today too, to tell you that some policy can impact directly, positively on the people in 6 months if the person can be able to identify the problem. From the identification of the problem, that's where the solution starts immediately. Okay, Nigerian government runs business through ministries, departments, and agencies. They run business, and they run this business directly to the citizen, or business that affect the citizen directly. If we have Ministry of Works, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Mines and Science and Technology, Ministry of this and that, and you are heading into office to become president today, what will it take you to get the number of federal medical centers in the whole state? What will it take you to get the number of public hospitals in the state? What will it take you to take that of the state, the local government? Then what will it take you to send the letter of appraisal to people controlling those hospitals to tell you what they are lacking and what they need, or the situation where they are in and how it can be improved? What will it take you to appraise the patients mining, or what is it called, using those facilities or those hospitals? What will it take you to send letter of appraisal to, what is it called, medical staffs working in those hospitals? In 2 weeks time, you can collate this letter back, assess it, and send your own field staff to those places, confirm or cross-check that this thing as written by them or as responded by them is true, and that is what you find on the ground. Come back. Okay, can we make budget for this? You need radioactive machine, you need this, you need that, you need bed, you need this, you need that. Okay, let's make budget for it. How do we get the fund? Okay, where do we start? Some of all this renovation or rehabilitation will start in the whole 36 states immediately. I mean immediately, all of them will be running concurrent. That is for person who has goodwill to serve the people. A lot can change. I mean, Peter Obi has not even preached it anywhere. I can change everything about Nigeria overnight. No. But I mean, if you can identify a problem, you will solve it. Okay, for those who probably think that the president doesn't owe much impact to changing the situation of the country, how many bills has the executive sent to the Senate or National Assembly? How many has been passed and how many has been rejected? Almost 100% of it has been passed. Some was not even scrutinized. I mean, some ministry, department, and agency did not go to National Assembly to defend their own budgets. Some did not give breakdown, and some of those budgets were passed. Mr. President bought 5 billion naira yacht that is nowhere to be located around Nigeria today. Me, I have not seen it. Without budgeting, Mr. President bought 100 and something billion naira aircraft without budgeting. Mr. President bought close to $1 billion naira Escalade without budgeting. Mr. President also travels every now and then, probably without budgeting. But somehow, when it comes to working for the state, somehow we put bureaucratic bottleneck that will restrict us. Okay, let's go attend the constitution. Everybody is sounding technical, using one funny English or the other. I mean, how much are they spending in Coastal Road? 15 trillion naira. And that project will last for or will run for at least 8 years. I mean, 8 good years. It will outlive their own administration if they should even come back for second tenure. But you guess what? A lot of federal roads are lying fallow, in shambles. The data released by Mr. President Hando on Twitter yesterday stated that 36 kilometers of road between Abakaliki Enugu Expressway they are working there, but they did not state the amount of expenditure or the money they are putting down there. A citizen actually criticized this government for including some of the Buhari projects in what they are spending in Northwest. And I bet you, if you can give me time, Jagu, let me read it out so you can hear. As of the total length of Abuja Kaduna Kano highway is 420 kilometers from Zuba to Kano. Buhari almost completed Kano to Kaduna, which is 240 kilometers and part of the Kaduna Abuja way. That leaves you with the minimum, with the remaining meter of the road, Abuja to Kaduna section, which is 180 kilometers in total. So how did they get 350 kilometers? This is the question the person is asking. And the total sum of the completion awarded in for Quest is 250 billion naira. So where did they get 764 billion naira? Kano to Daura is the Bua tax credit scheme. Since you took over, or since Mr. President, and him asking the question, since Mr. President took over from 2023, that project has stopped. The person said he passed through that road last week, Daura to Ranar Hausa Festival, going to Ranar Hausa Festival. There was no work being done in that road. Zaria to Hankuyi is supposed to be 156 kilometer road. The person said you can please Google or check Google Map to get actual distance according to his own record. Which one is Kaduna to Katsina again? I am sure it is the same project you are referring to as Zaria to Hankuyi. You don't even know these places and can't even differentiate them. Perhaps it is a deliberate effort to mislead us. And the person said, Zaria to Hankuyi is supposed to be one. Okay, I think I'm repeating myself. To mislead us. Stop listing the Kano Northern bypass as a project. It does not exist on the ground. We want you to show us proof of it. Sokoto to Badagry for optimum time. He himself now is urging Mr. President to provide pictorial evidence to or video records to show that there is work being done on those roads as to what they are doing in Calabar, Lagos highway. Jagu, see, developing Nigeria or getting the work done is not a rocket science. We have people who don't have willpower to do that. They are evil. They are hell-bent on heading to all this elephant project so as to enrich themselves. Something happened last year, Jago. Before the August protests, Wike sent a padded budget to National Assembly without giving a breakdown. A House member rose up and said, take this budget back, bring to us the breakdown of this budget before we can listen to you. Do you know what happened? Few days before their recession, protest assembly of Abuja. Modibu again, Jago. I think I had a call, so.
Go ahead, you're audible.
Okay, the National Assembly expressly passed that budget without scrutiny, without that breakdown. And that is where we got 39 billion for renovation of, whatever, conference center. If you have a president with goodwill, they will renovate conference center with 39 billion, where we have hospitals where health workers are not motivated, are not well paid. Professors are receiving salary of 600 and something thousand naira. Why wouldn't they send handouts? Why wouldn't they be sleeping with people's children before they pass them? See, Nigerians are broad to an extent. Waiting I want, if una fit even they do something closer to our own community, now make una wreak havoc. That is the only thing I think the government will listen to. Changing Nigeria is not in their agenda. It's not. This work can be done in 6 months. Jagun, what I break down to you now, do you need 2 years to achieve it? Do you need 2 years to feel the impact in our health? What is it called? Sector. Are you talking about providing what is it called? Electricity or power? What happens to a candidate that went to Egypt to learn that, okay, how did you create how many thousand megawatts? Or how did you come about this? Okay, how many months will it take you people to implement it? Let's know. What finance do you want or do you need to achieve this? Corporate partnership, government and this and that. Okay, we need this. Everybody need light. Let's achieve this. Do you need 100 years to do that? When it comes to them to pay their children's school fees up front in abroad, it doesn't take them a blink of an eye. Do you saw the video I watched yesterday, Jagun, where I ran into Instagram yesterday. I think they posted that video within weekend or so, where former governor of Kogi State, Yaya Bello, was addressing state assembly members that democracy is not what it seems outside, though. It's not the way they talk more. After all, somebody recommended you. You know that somebody recommended you. That is telling elected state assembly members that somebody actually wrote their name for them to be voted for to become an state assembly members. If you do anyhow, you know what's going to happen to you. This is a former governor. I mean former governor. And he stood there to tell them that after Ododo, somebody else is coming out among us. So somebody will come out from among us too. You better be careful. You see people waiting for outside gates. They hear as soon as they clap, they cheer. Some of them wish to be inside here. Don't do anything that will remove food from your mouth and you will be outside there wishing to be inside there. God forbid. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. See, Give and take, after 2027, if the opposition can listen to my voice, Peter Obi should go his separate ways, everybody should go to their separate ways, but they should hold the record of their own election. They should form a parallel government, and when APC cabals or cartel decide to fault their own record after that election, whatever will be, let it be. Thank you, Jago. We'll keep talking.
Yeah, thank you very much, the general. Um, Go ahead, Roboto. Someone came up just now. Forgot. I
No,
didn't pick her
I
name.
think Jagu, I
Yeah,
needed to respond to Bodo because he said
yeah,
something.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, hold on. It was Ayekota who had the right of response to Erobodo. He asked a question. When Ayekota goes, then you can come, Ikenga. Erobodo, would you mind your question to
No, no, no. It's
Ayekota
fine. It's
answered?
fine. It's
Yeah,
fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Ayekota, please go ahead.
Okay. Nigeria is presently constituted. Can it work? Yes, it can. It can work when you have majority of the people educated. And through education, people know their rights. And, they fight for it by holding the leaders accountable. Presently, as constituted, can it work? No. Because the illiterates, people who are unlettered, people who don't know anything about laws, who don't know anything about governance, are more than those who are educated. So we need to look at our laws. We take for granted this aspect that I said, that we haven't had an analytical discourse about our constitution before arriving, at a common ground that helps us create laws that is about the collective interest. I heard one of the speakers saying in America, you can try this, you can try that, laws are sacrosanct. Yes, because there's a collective resolve. When you go to America, an American will tell you a man has to do what a man has to do. It is deep into the philosophical thinking of an American, because there's been an analytical discourse about their cultures, their laws, their values, and they have arrived at a point that a man has to do what a man has to do. If you go against the law and you have to be sentenced for the whole community to enjoy, a man has to do what a man has to do. A man got to do what a man's got to do. You hear it in songs. Do we have that in Nigeria? No. The fact is, everybody only operates based on what they feel is right. And that is why punishments do not come with breaking the laws. I don't know if you understand, but I have been in a situation whereby a cultist, a notorious cultist in the university, was caught, arrested. And when the parents came, they were discussing with the VC and the policeman. They brought a chieftain, and the chieftain actually helped them with a king. And the king was saying, Ale fikinile for mwekun. I don't know how they, Ali Ishetamashi Omokini Ali, which means that the way we will treat an outsider is not the way we will treat, because that is a Yoruba saying that goes deep into our culture, which has not been analyzed. And because that sentiment exists, there's every chance that the person in power might consider ọmọ ẹni ò lè ṣèdí bẹ̀bẹ̀ rẹ̀ ká fílẹ̀ fẹ́kùn jẹ. Because it goes deep into the tradition, the person in authority might consider, and that is because we have not had an analytical discourse and have a common ground that the law is the law. And that analytical discourse and that common ground overtakes that which is the cultural context in which has existed over the years. And the sentiment will not arise that an analytical discourse comes before the constitution. That is why in America you will hear "we the people," because there was an analytical discourse. Everybody sat down to discuss what they want, how they want to be governed, and it becomes sacrosanct. Your mental, your perception, everything is geared based on the analytical discourse, based on the common ground in which we all agree to. Just as we've been discussing since morning, if we all come to a common ground that here on this space, this is how we want to operate, that is what would obtain. You can see that since morning, people have been talking and nobody is interrupting, because people have come to know that on this space, you give people the chance to talk, and when they're done with their own this thing, you come in. That is the law that operates. But in a place where there has not been an analytical discourse and a common ground as regards this, you see people interfering. And this is the basics of the problem that we have in Nigeria. We have a system that is not functional because it is not in tune with our reality. It is not in tune with our reality. And that is why people like me advocate that based on this present system, the best thing that can happen is Peter Obi, because it emphasizes education. Because that is the only solution to this problem. If we have someone who believes in mass education of the citizenship, who believes that education is the priority, then it is a first move towards progress of building a true Nigerian nation. Because when you have a polity in which 70% of the people are illiterate and do not even understand governance, and you go out there to canvass for votes and you're discussing with them, how do you explain to an uneducated person that collecting a bag of rice and one carton of Indomie and 15,000 is not enough to sell your votes? No matter how you say it, these are people of low intellect. He is first concerned with his stomach. And whether you want to believe it, it is even historical. Because governance in Nigeria itself, when you look at the aspects of governance in Nigeria that does not go with traditional institutions, it was an anomaly. The white men came into Nigeria through the forbidden forest, and people who had been banished, ridiculous individuals, nefarious individuals, were used by the colonial authority to break into the same society. So the foundation is shaky. We need to first of all have an analytical discourse of the foundations, discuss what we think will work with our present reality. And then we will say, okay, based on our present reality, this is what we want. This is the constitution we want. It is not just a matter of, let us go our separate ways. If we go our separate ways, those problems still persist. So whether we restructure or not, if we don't have that analytical discourse, have new constitution that actually provides answers to the very existence of our reality as presently constituted, not much will change. It's not just about restructuring. Whether you restructure or not, you still have those issues. So let me yield the mic. Thank you.
All right. Ayekoto is saying that before restructuring, there must be some analytical discourse on way forward. That's his position. Well, it's not faulting restructuring. It's not faulting regional system. It's just saying that there must be the horse before the cat, rather. All right, let's move the conversation. Ikenga, you want to give a feedback or a question before we move to Magic? Whose hand is up?
Yeah, just a feedback. You see, I've been listening to everyone speak. I've been trying to learn and unlearn at the same time. So I want to speak to these just few things. I won't take much of your time. The difference between Nigeria system as a presidential system of government and America is the constitution. What the constitution gives you right to do is different from what it gives you right to do in America. Okay, so that's why we are crying and saying that we should make a constitution of our own. That's why you haven't seen an ex-governor or ex-whatever in our political space being jailed in Nigerian soil. Rather, they are being jailed in America or UK. That is because we are not capable of jailing our own people. We are not capable of punishing our own people, in the words of Sonny. Okay, so back to what my brother Roboto said. You see, this identity crisis has never been a problem for us as a people, not until an Igbo man sees his own brother fit to run Nigeria as a country. So it becomes a problem that, look, oh, we voted for Obasanjo as Igbo people who never had issues. A Yoruba man being the president of Nigeria. It has never been an issue for us, okay? We never had issue with an Hausa man or a Fulani man being the president of Nigeria. And if you bring Obasanjo, Ojo Okano today from the southeast, from Abia State, where I'm from, to run Nigeria, the Abia people will never vote for him. That's how Republican we are as a people. So this identity crisis we are talking to right now becomes an issue or became an issue as soon as an Igbo man deems his own brother fit to run that same country that we all claim to come from. So you see, let's stop beating around the bush and call a spade a spade. If we want to build a country, there is a poem that says, I think I've forgotten that poem right now, but it talks about how we must call a spade a spade. If we as a people refuses to see injustice and call it injustice, we can never be saved from this doom that is before us. On a more serious note, tribalism has eaten deep into us as a people. It has eaten so deep that we now advise our own kids on whom to talk to and who not to talk to. That a whole tribe has been demonized and nobody is coming out to speak about it. Everybody is coming up to say, what is it about you people that everybody doesn't like? Why are you not questioning your own integrity? What is it about me that I must see something wrong about someone? To those who are married here, you don't have a perfect partner. Nigeria can never be a perfect state. But we are all living together. Why? There are no perfect tribe anywhere in the world. But people coexist. There is something definitely wrong with each and every one of us. But why is it that we are all interested in these people? Kill them, maim them. And you think Nigeria will function? So if you see someone who can fix Nigeria from that tribe, you rather don't vote for that person and vote for your own person who will destroy it. If you see someone who will destroy the country from your own tribe, you rather vote for that person because you want your person at the end of affair. That is our biggest problem as a people, and nobody's speaking to it. If we fail to speak to this, we will be ridiculed. We are retrogressing because of it. And we are here speaking grammar, thinking it's going to solve our problem. It's never going to solve our problem. I'm saying this as an Igbo man, and I know it to be the truth. It doesn't mean an Igbo man has to fix Nigeria. It doesn't mean an Igbo man must be president for Nigeria to be fixed. I'm saying this because it's also a problem that we see Igbo people to be a problem in this Nigeria. Identity crisis has never been a problem for anyone who wants to become a Nigerian president before the Civil War. After the Civil War, Igbo people have been comfortable with anyone who wants to lead Nigeria. Go to people's TL and see what they say about people. Just for the first time in history, after the Civil War, they found someone fit for them to vote for as a people. And then it became a full-time blown crime for them to do so. They are being maimed, labeled evil all over the place. Does it mean we don't have equal rights as a people? Does it mean we can't coexist as a people? Then let us be as a people. Let us come together and decide how we can coexist. There are countries who are functioning under regional government, parliamentary system of government. We can Asue decide to run on that parliamentary system and see how everybody works out for it. It got me thinking when I see people talking about these things as if that is the only problem we have. Someone is coming up here to tell me how a Yoruba man would like to be president because he sees come on, it doesn't make sense. Make it make sense to me. And now someone is saying the same thing, a Fulani man is saying the same thing, an Igbo man is saying the same thing. It doesn't make sense to me. That's when you talk about our constitution, that there is no citizen. There is no citizen. What you have is an Igbo man, a Yoruba man, a Hausa man, the minority tribe, nobody's talking about them. Fuck them, go to hell. Thank you, Ayed.
Yeah.
All right, okay. It's my turn, I believe, right? I was
Okay, yeah,
first to speak.
Erobodo. Yeah.
Yeah,
For Mike
yeah.
Cage, please hold on. Let Erobodo go. He's got a right to feedback.
Okay, all right. So I just want to say to Ayeko that it's not only illiteracy that would not allow Nigeria as presently structured to work. Even if the majority of Nigerians, even if the majority of Nigerians were literate, it probably will still be a problem. And I'll say it again, probably because of our diverse ways of life, our different value systems, and our different identities. All right. And it's not only a Nigerian problem, you understand. I always like to refer to a Harvard paper, on ethnic fractionalization. Ethnic fractionalization is a way to measure ethnic diversity. So, this group of professors from Harvard and some Higgins, from some other, prestigious global institutions or something, they all came together to study the largest data ever up to that point that tried to look at different things like economy, governance, of the country relative to the ethnic diversity. And the conclusion of the paper from looking at the data globally, you understand, is that there is a strong correlation between good governance and ethnic homogeneity. In other words, when you have people, more people who are alike, governing themselves, they're usually able to achieve good governance. They usually have good economy. They have stable democracies, and all of those things, you understand. When you look at places that have high ethnic diversity, like Nigeria, and where the diversity is not structured properly, to account for, the fact that, certain things are human nature, you will have problems with governance. That's why we keep, talking about, oh, okay, why don't you want to vote this person? Oh, it's because you must think this person is from this part of the country. No, there are people who genuinely probably don't think that person should be voted for based on the facts before that. You understand? Me, in itself, you are saying that, oh, it's because this person is from this part of the country. That in itself is also you, like exhibiting that human nature. Do you get? You're looking at this person who you probably is your, ethnic kinsman. You understand? And you think the only thing you can look at is that, oh, it must be because he's my ethnic kinsman. That's why they don't want to vote for him. Meanwhile, if you get down to the factual debates, you understand, you probably will see that, there are people who have good reasons to say, look, this person is not the right person. We don't think he's the right person. They may have other reasons. They may have other reasons, including maybe because he's your ethnic kinsman or whatever. But factually, even if they didn't talk about where he's from, you understand, they have good reasons to say, look, we don't think this person should govern. You understand? Now, so back to, there is the Harvard paper, you understand, that has shown that, look, when people who are alike, when they govern themselves, usually it comes with good governance, good economy, stable democracies, and all of those things. You understand? This is not me. This is Harvard, the Harvard paper. Yeah. So when you now talk about literacy, Haikoto, I've just tried to check the literacy rate of the UK, and the literacy rate is 99%. But today, I can bet you, if you try to operate the kind of structure we have in Nigeria, in the UK, you probably will start a war there. I don't think the Scots want to be governed. You know, like that is why there is so much devolution of power in the UK. You understand? There is so much devolution of power. They've been together for way longer than Nigeria has existed. I think the Scots and the English were the majority groups in the, and the English is far more, they're way bigger than the Scots, by the way. You have about maybe 60 million, English people. I have maybe just about 5 or 6 million Scots. In Nigeria, the Scots would have no say at all. But in the UK, power has been devolved, you understand, to allow everybody to govern themselves. You understand? It's been devolved. You understand? And so, it brings a level of peace. Do you get? And even after being together for I don't know how many hundreds of years now, that they've been together, those two, and with the devolution of power, see, there was still agitation for Scots to break away. And the UK great, like nobody said no, we'll go to war. No, you cannot leave. Nobody did any of that. They said, okay, good. If the Scots want to leave, let the Scottish people decide. Let them put it to a vote. So if the Scottish people have voted to exit the UK, they would have left. Nobody would have to kill anybody. Do you understand? See, a union should be by consent, not by force. Because if you have to keep it together by force, you will see all the problems we've seen in Nigeria. Because it just means there are people who don't believe in that union. No matter what you do, they just want to leave and go, find their own path, make their own destiny, and you understand. So the literacy level of the UK is 99%, but they still don't have the unified structure like Nigeria. They have a devolved. There is a great devolution of power. Not just the UK. If you go to check the literacy level of the US, it's about 79%. If you check for Switzerland, Switzerland has, I think, probably the highest, or one of the highest GDP per capita in the world. Switzerland's GDP per capita, the last time I checked, was about $133,000. Nigeria barely is maybe $1,000 or barely $2,000. So you have, and they have a much smaller population than Nigeria, mind you. I think the Swiss, I can't remember their population now, maybe about maybe between 5 and 10 million max. Do you get? I don't think they're more than that. Do you get? But they're highly homogeneous. You understand? I mean, sorry, they're not highly homogeneous. But so because you have like four groups, the Germans, the Italians. I think there is one. I don't know. I can't remember how they pronounce the name, Romance or something. I can't remember how they're. But those ones, they're less than 1% of the Swiss population, and they have the French. You understand? The Germans are the majority. You understand? But they used to be a confederacy. Do you understand? Like, look, the central government was very weak, and look, everybody govern yourself. Huge devolution of power. So if you met, the Swiss, say that's why you see something like Swiss German, Swiss French, Swiss Italian. Nobody is saying, "Oh, you're tribalistic for calling yourself Swiss German," or And if you go to the German part, they do everything in the German language. How they educate the children, the official documents, and everything. It is all in the German language. There is no common lingua franca. There is no lingua franca for all of them. We go to the French part. They use French, their language, for everything. The laws, the everything. You understand? If you go to the Italian part, the same thing. So there is peace. You understand? So what they have done is that while they're diverse ethnically, you understand, not as diverse as Nigeria, but to allow for peace, they have allowed each ethnic group to govern its own space, to make its own laws. You understand? And so at the subnational level, there is a high level of homogeneity. So they're able to make progress. Nobody is thinking at the subnational level, where the real power is domiciled, where, the real, everything, that affects the life of a citizen where it actually those decisions are made. You understand? Nobody thinks the other person is different from them. You understand? Everybody, like they're highly homogeneous at the subnational level where the real power is. And that's why me, I'm always saying that, look, if you copy what these places that are working, if you copy what they are doing, you understand? If you just copy it, we will see the progress in Nigeria as well. Because it's not, when you look across the world, you look at Switzerland, you look at the UK, you look at other parts, even the USA that we're talking about, you look at every state has its own constitution. And the fact is, there is no US state that is saying, oh, we have not produced the president in a very long time. Was it because they hate us? Because nobody at that level, look, the states have their constitution, everybody, they control their resources, you understand? It's not Washington, they don't have to go to Washington to go and get allocation every month. No, there are states that are rich in the US, there are states that are poor. Everybody govern yourself, do the best you can with what God has given you. That's why they have peace. The moment you say, look, the Yoruba man, I'll say it again, or the Hausa man, or the Igbo man, or the Ijaw man, or the Efik, or even there are some ethnic groups that we don't even hear about. The moment you say all of them must make a decision that would affect their lives, and their local realities are different, their ways of life are different, their ways of thinking, how they each think is different, you will create a problem. You will
wrap up.
Yeah, sorry. You will have a very dysfunctional system, all right? Now, so that's that. So even if Nigeria became highly literate, you understand, it still won't take away the fundamental issues, you understand? The only way to address those issues is to devolve power, to allow for self-determination. When you look at all these other places I talked about, Switzerland, for example, they have allowed for self-determination. Peoples of the Swiss the country, they make their own laws. The Germans make their own law. The French part, they make their own laws. When you go to the US, every US state has its own constitution. Nobody controls your resources from Washington. No. California controls its own resources. Every part, they all, apart from the whatever, maybe federal lands or something, everything else belongs to the state at the state level or even individuals. Now, that's that. Now, let me address this other thing about punishment. No, that is not the central thing. Again, you understand? Because, look, if you're saying, oh, it's because somebody gets punished, ask yourself, why is it that nobody gets punished? Why? I think somebody gave like a good answer to that, which is that the majority of the society would have to believe a certain way to be able to make sure that, look, whether they have elected or whoever is in a position to hold people who have run foul of the law, to hold them accountable, they will do what they're supposed to do. So this is what I mean. If you have a society, you understand, where there are no identity issues. Nobody is seeing themselves as look. No, nobody knows. Nobody feels that look, yeah, you or me and me and all of that. You understand? When the people are choosing their leaders, for example, let's say the Igbos, for example, if there is no outside interference. So first of all, the Igbos will write their own constitution, all right, for Igbo land. It will reflect their way of thinking, how they believe that a society should be structured. It will reflect their value system, their worldview. There won't be anything that goes, like it will reflect their way of life, you understand? So it will be easy for the average Igbo person to abide by that constitution. Now, let's say when they now want to elect their leaders, there won't be the issue of, no, it's because somebody thinks it's not an Igbo man or, no, among themselves, you understand, depending on however they have agreed to write their constitution, they will elect their leaders, and they're all Igbos, no problem. So after they've elected their leaders, so let's say somebody now, runs foul of the law, you understand, when they want to hold that person accountable, there won't be the Hausa people who may pop up. Okay, sorry, there won't be the Hausa people or the Yoruba people or any other ethnic group popping up the leader that the majority of Igbos have rejected and they don't want. They will find it easy to remove that person. Now, if from among themselves, they've also elected people to be their judiciary, their legislature, and all of those things. Because now, if anybody, like maybe the judiciary, you understand, somebody in the judiciary, understand, wants to do something wrong, it will be easy to hold that person accountable because the majority of the society will be against that person. All right? They will be against that person. Same thing for the legislature. The majority of the society will be against that person. It will be easy to make sure that the person is punished because that's what you call patriotism. There is a majority of the society who believe in the whole, in the collective, not just their own little part of the society. No, they have a shared identity. They believe that, look, for this thing to work, they care about the other person, or they believe that, look, this thing is against our value system, against our what you understand. Therefore, it will be easy for punishment to be administered. In Nigeria, you can't have that. You can't have that because, see, I can go into so many things because there are layers to this thing. So, first of all, your system, the way Nigeria is structured, it is always easy to produce bad leaders. Then the leaders play the tribal card. It's only we, the everyday people, who have not realized that. The leaders, they play the tribal card all the time. They do. From whatever part of the country, they do, all of them. All of them, without exception. All of them, they play the tribal card. You may not realize the facts are glaring. You understand? The facts are there. So look, it's until we say, look, let us restructure this country like the countries of the world that are working, like the US, like Switzerland, like the UK, you understand, where those who understand themselves, they form a unit within the entire structure. That's that way, you understand? Everything would, the things we look for, being able to hold leaders accountable, and those things would happen. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that long one. Feels like an exhibition. All right, Magic, we kept you waiting. Go ahead.
Guys can hear me. Um, um, with what I've heard so far from everybody is I buy everybody's idea. It's something I agree with, but I will go with last speaker Obodo. Right. So when people have been bringing America up, I live here. So the system, there's a common value, and this common value is not it's not based on tribal sentiment, or these people actually believe the system. There's a common value. When I mean common value, whether it's the language that they speak or it's what they believe about the Constitution. So for the American, the Constitution is like it's like a religion. They believe it. So a state like Iowa or a state like Delaware can produce a president. It's a very small state. When was the last time California and the big state, Texas, New York, give us a president? So it don't matter in a system where there's common value. But we always expect this messianic figure. It's how am I going to say it's a coincidence that since 1960, whether it's military regime or when we switch to democracy, that we'll not be able to have just one good leader. I don't think most of them are just going there to destroy the country. Some of them have good intention, but we have to look at the foundational issues here. And the foundational issue is the way the system was set up, right? Most of us can pretend. Somebody brought the issue of education. Yeah, it's good, but education cannot truncate our tribalism. And it's obvious. We cannot continue to hide it. Where in my own gathering, I say an Igbo man cannot be president, right? And also where I'm not able to hold our lead, where we cannot generally hold the leader accountable because he's from my tribe. So I cannot criticize him even when I'm suffering. So there's that tribal division in Nigeria based on the setup, and the constitution of Nigeria is not for the people. When we check out the prompt, the prompt talk about Simon Ekpa's case, how it underscore our judiciary system. In the 14th Amendment of America, there's what we call due process of the law. Every man is entitled to due process, right? So in Nigeria, we have Nnamdi Kanu there. You're not charging him for a long time. He was there. That is lack of due process. That is suffering. Suffering the man. If you want to, you see how the Finnish government were able to run this thing through, and the man has faced his fate. He can appeal it, right? But in my country, because I also work in the prison system when I came to this country before I switched to engineering. So, but I also understand the prison system in Nigeria because when I live there, I live in the ghetto part of Nigeria where we know Panti or Kirikiri. Most of people I grew up with were there. Some of them, they won't discuss their case. They've not seen a judge for 6 years. So when we look at our system is faulty. And I understand most people are advocating that one man can steer the ship. This messianic Jesus can just come and just make Nigeria great. It's not going to happen except we're not facing reality. If we push Peter Obi, I want Nigerians to even make Peter Obi president. Let's see if we can make this system work with one man. As Peter Obi is busy implementing laws or policies to change the country, the man from the north is dissatisfied with what he's doing because of his own allegiance. His allegiance is his tribe and his religion. There's no common value there. So that man is going to undermine him, whether through terrorist activities or straight up, destabilizing the government, right? And also, somebody said something that was very profound. You can have all the great constitution, the laws. If there's not implementation of the law, then the law is just a script. So when we look at our country, why America is a very corrupt country, I work with the government, it's highly corrupt. We can see what was going on with USAID and all the system, the way they play and try to put money. There's so much laundering going on. The thing is, when you are caught, Donald Trump was sitting down in New York court. That was a state suing the ex-president, a state, not even the federal government. But in Nigeria, we, the minority tribe, it's like we don't exist where Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa exist. We don't exist. And I just brought a situation where a small man from Iowa, Delaware, small state can be president because the Constitution does not recognize this quota system we do. Sir, I wanted to join the Nigerian army. I can tell you firsthand, it's a quota system. The man from Kano has a lot of hope than me from Benin, which definitely the senator is going to bring one person. It's two people from my state if you want to be a commissioned officer. And the other of Benin can bring one. So let's look at our system. Let's stop pretending. A system where a king is caught in corruption, a system where a king is corrupt. So decentralizing the system where there's no so much power in one location. Power is centralized. Like we want one man to just come and begin to. So if Peter Obi is trying to put federal laws, there's another man in Ekiti State, another man in Edo State, another man in the East that is just messing his state up. So we have to give power to the people, and that's what democracy. Funny enough, America don't practice democracy. I know people that live there knows that we practice. We're a republic, right? So our system is different. Our electoral system is different. We don't do popular vote as people know that because popular vote hide the importance of small state. In fact, the state I live, Pennsylvania, is a swing state. Swing state, right? Determine most of the election because we have to carry every state has importance in terms of electoral vote. In Nigeria, once you can rig your way and get the popular vote, then what? Let's look at our electoral system, for instance. Let's be honest with ourselves. Do we think this electoral system can produce us the kind of president we want? So Nigeria is like a ship or a plane with 50 or 250 control. So we are not moving forward. We're just stuck on the sea because this one is going right, this one is going southwest, southeast. We have many political zones that we are going. And the truth here is that the people is not being carried along. The people is not being represented based on the Constitution. Because the Constitution is to protect the elite class. Let's us be honest. So are we going to continually, or do we want to continue the same failed system? Just thinking about, let's change the driver, but the car is faulty. You know what? Let's change the driver when the engine is bad. We can't continue this madness. So the hope, funny enough, I love Peter Obi. He's a good man. But it takes more than a good man to change a country. He can come and enforce what? What do you want to enforce? We that go in the military barracks, we were there when the military were ruling Nigeria. The same system did not work. It can work in Burkina Faso. It's not going to work in Nigeria because fundamentally, we are tribal. And it took the British a long time to bring the Igbo, to bring the Bini, to bring the Yoruba. They have to conquer them and bring them together to form what we call Nigeria. So at what point are we going to see that this coming together was brought by force and we have differences? And our differences cannot be amended. For 60 years, we have tried all to amend it because it's always going to be like the next time we're going to the north. When we take power to the north, a northern man was ruling Nigeria to the point where Nigerians were buying money. I came to Nigeria to visit. I saw it. I shed tears. So are we joking? Are we really joking? Are we going to kick all these pointers aside, all these symptoms that we see from the bad system and say, hey, we just have to continue the system? Maybe if we get a good driver that is very dangerous, or Abacha was more dangerous. Abacha was running a system where he can change things because he had the control. But he didn't do it because you can't do it. Everybody has an agenda in this plate. And when we don't have a country, my brother used the word homogeneity. We are not homogeneous. And even this planet that we live, Earth, follow homogeneous laws. The laws are universal. The laws are homogeneous because we live in a planet where everything is connected, from the least subatomic structures to the most elements that we see in this universe. They're connected. But when we, in a country or a nation, is where people share this common value. You can say they speak different language. Like someone brought the issue of Switzerland or Germany. Any country you can bring, let's use them as a prototype. Let's look at it. They have common value. And why is it that African countries share the same? Because the democracy that we practice cannot work in the system that we set up, right? So America knew that we cannot operate the same British way of government, right? We can do the electoral system, which is a republic, but at that system, you must implement laws. So before we even get to implementation of our laws, where the judiciary system, okay, for instance, Trump will set a law, an executive law that we call EO, on birthright citizenship. A state will sue him all the way to the Supreme Court. A state. But in Nigeria, the parliamentary boys, they are just rubber stamping everything the president. No, it don't matter because yes, we all have skeleton in our cupboard. Do you want EFCC, which is controlled solely by the president? We know by the executive branch. But even though Donald Trump elects the FBI director, FBI can go after Donald Trump. They did it. They went to his house. They ransacked it. They can do it to Biden, even the sitting president. If we don't have a law that is blind, when the law is blind, that is, it represents the small farmer in Osun State, and it also represents Dangote, then there is no law. There's no country. We don't have a country. You can call me, as people said, speak big English. We're talking about symptoms. We're talking about symptoms. Can you imagine? Signs and symptoms. What about the root cause of this disease that we have? The tribe cannot be fixed. It cannot be fixed. There is nobody that can fix it. You can bring the best man in the world to rule Nigeria. The people will not be carried along. Justice will not be served. The common man cannot even see lawyers when they don't have money. It's not we are not represented in the country. I'm not free to do some things in my country. So at that point, we have to look at the toughest decision. And the toughest decision is always the best decision. Not these symptoms. You take Panadol, you fix it a little bit. What about we are not diagnosing the root cause? The root cause is our foundation. Our foundation, we're forced into whatever we want to call it, amalgamation or a country. This don't look like a country. Because when my brother, I am just fighting for my brother to be president. Even the people that are talking about Obi, deep down, they are feeling that they are being marginalized, which we know that they are marginalized. What about we, the 200 and let me say 40 ethnic group? We don't matter to you guys. And if we come together, our numbers is more than the so-called outside Yoruba and Igbo. Because we are 200 and something million people. And we don't matter. We don't count. Our emotions don't matter in the country. We are being covered by the three major tribes. I'm from a tribe. My tribe is called minority. I was not minority before you guys brought me into this marriage I don't want. At the end of the day, if I want to be a military officer, my fate is being determined by where I'm from. My fate. So that is not a country. A country is where we are blind. When I apply for this job, my name is very difficult to spell. Osasuna is long. The white man don't care about my name. What can I present to the company or to the government? I'm employed. That is how it's supposed to be. But we know, those of us that live in Lagos, when you put your name, you know, Sabine Bati, it might affect you. Somebody brought a very pertinent issue, but it's important. That, in school, the Curtis was caught. The king said, leave out. Yeah, so when we treat him, you understand? Even Dangote can run everybody over. If you touch him, the North will tell you that. If you catch any corrupt person, that tribe will say they are prosecuting him because it's not from Yoruba or it's not for Igbo. Yeah, we say that. We know these things. Why pretend? Why come here, set up a platform for us to pretend? We need to go our separate ways. I'm not Igbo, but I'm saying this is a solution. We have to decentralize this power. And if a people is being represented, I'm not saying break the country to 250, that is madness. We have to somebody says something. If California say we don't want to be an American, we are going to put it in the next election. And if majority win, that would be. We don't have to fight for this. Let's put what the Igbos are asking for in the next ballot box. So when we do that, if the Igbo gets it, fine. They go their way. The Yorubas too will do their own. Other groups will form and say, let's also. There's supposed to be a threshold, not every state. There'll be a threshold of people that have similarities in their value, not language. Because language is human formulate language. We were not born with it. That's why when they born a baby, you don't speak Yoruba. There's nothing like language is a formulation, it's a mutation of human understanding. So at the end of the day, let's come and start to ask for referendum for self-determination. The only way we can determine ourselves. We stop running to other people's country. I think I want to be here. I've lost everything. Family, land, and everything. So thank you. I will stop here so that other people can talk.
Thank you very much, Magic. Everyone is speaking right now to decentralization and restructuring. Well, I think Ayukuto.
Judge, can I correct something he said?
All right, go ahead. What did you pick?
So I'm so sorry. I'm not supposed to be speaking, but he said something. For those that are even calling Obi, like deep down, if you check, there is some sprinkle of tribalism, right? Like because Obi is their person, but I don't think we should. I think when we are speaking, sometimes I know he probably didn't mean it that way, but because he has been speaking for a long time, he probably didn't have a few seconds in thought to check what he was about to say. I don't think that is correct. You know why? Because there were Yoruba people, or there are still Yoruba people who want Peter Obi. There are Hausa people who want Peter Obi. There are Igbo people who want Peter Obi. Even from that region where he comes from, there are still people who don't think he's the best man. I'm from Edo State. I want Peter Obi, the Gala man. So there are people all over that want Peter Obi. So I don't think that line. If this was like a documentary and I was to edit everything you said, I would take out that line. So I'm just saying this, that we should be careful what we say. Jags. Thanks. I'll put my hands up.
All right, thank you very much.
All right. Jago, please. I just want to say something quickly to Magic, I think. Yeah, or okay. Magic, yeah. Right. Yeah. And that is to, please, I agree largely with think, everything is said, okay? But there is one thing I want to correct. It's that, Nigerians are tribalistic. Please, magic. It's not only Nigerians who are tribalistic.
I'm
No,
not magic. I'm Chris. It's not magic.
no, not you. The guy who spoke before you.
Oh,
I
okay,
wasn't
okay.
on my jack who's talking about like
Yeah,
Edo, you
yeah,
from
yeah, yeah,
Edo. Yeah.
yeah.
So I'm saying that, see, I agree with his general drift, but we should be careful not to make tribalism a Nigerian problem. See, if humans generally, and I'm telling you this, you can just Google tribalism, read about it, you know what tribalism is, because I've read something about in groups and out groups. Please Google in groups, out groups. That is just what tribalism is. Tribalism does not mean you hate somebody else. You shouldn't. Somebody has made a difference. When you hate people from an ethnic group other than yours, that is tribal prejudice. Tribalism is simply loyalty to your own ethnic group. That is not a problem. It's like me saying, somebody saying, oh, I'm a bad person because I love my family. No, I am not a bad person because I love my family, because I'm not saying other people should not love their family. My first duty is to my family, not to any other person. Not to any other person. Loyalty is forced to my family. Do you get? So I don't have, tribalism is not a Nigerian problem. Let me tell you why. Look around you. If it's a human thing, it's the way humans are, not just Nigerians. So if humans were not tribalistic, for example, there will be no borders. You understand? The whole world will be one, without borders. Everybody can go everywhere, and nobody will restrict your movement and say, "Oh, look, you can't come to us unless we have proof that you can come." There will likely be no borders. There would so if you look at Switzerland, for example, if there was no tribalism, if they all just looked at themselves as one and identity did not matter, even though the country is doing very well economically and all of that, they will not have that thing where the Germans, control the German parts, the French control the French parts, the Italian, like that. They won't have that. And when you talk about the US, because the Harvard paper also, US, one of the part of the data, the US's data was also used for the Harvard paper. So, like in what's it called in the US, you understand, in place of ethnic groups, you understand, what you have is races. You understand, how do people identify? Because that's what matters. You understand, it's about, that's the paper, makes that critical point. It's about how people self-identify. So if you go to the US, for example, you know that the white people are the majority. They don't care if you have Irish roots or Scottish roots or German roots or whatever. No, maybe there was a time that might have happened. But the moment other people were there, other races like blacks, Asians, Latinos, and everybody's identity changes. It now becomes, when the people will now self-identify, first of all, as white or black or Asian or whatever, not as though I'm Nigerian or I'm Yoruba in the US. No. So when you at that level, even the US is more homogeneous than Nigeria. Even though you have people from all over the world in the US. The US, because now in America, people don't identify as Irish, because look, the people, the whites who hold the balance of power, who control what happens in the US, they are not indigenous to the US. No, they're not. They almost wiped off the Native Americans from off the face of the earth. So they're not indigenous to that place, all right? They're settlers. It's not like Nigeria where the indigenous people are still on their lands. Do you get? So the attachment is different. You understand? That's why, look, they can have the birthright thing. You understand it? Because they themselves are not indigenous to that space. They're not. So when they're now there, they identify first of all as white, not as Irish or German or whatever. So when you look at it from that perspective, the US is way more homogeneous than Nigeria. Do you get? So that's what makes for that shared value system there. The identity parts, they're all from maybe mostly from Western Europe, you understand? So there is, that commonality there, you understand? So they together, they form the majority. Do you get? So that's still, the average conclusion is still valid in that case for them. All right. So it's not, the tribalism thing is not a Nigerian thing. Nigerians are normal. There's nothing wrong with Nigerians. The problem with Nigeria is the structure of Nigeria. Whether, look, there may be people who, if you restructure Nigeria today, that may not be able to govern themselves well. But I can bet you there'll be other parts of Nigeria that will govern themselves very well. There'll be, some people may not, I don't know, you understand? I'm just saying, you understand? It does not mean that, if you restructure that everywhere would automatically, get good governance. No, that's not what I am saying. But there is strong correlation. So if you look at all the countries that are prospering economically, and they have good governance, stable democracies, and all of those things, there's one thing that's common to all of them. They're either homogeneous or they have structured themselves to create homogeneous governance units. So tribalism is not a Nigerian thing; it's a human thing. Look at Ukrainians and ethnic Russians in Ukraine. They were fighting. It's just identity. The eastern part of Ukraine, they're ethnic Russians. You understand? And the Ukrainians are going to wipe them off the face of the earth. Look at Israelis and Palestinians killing themselves. Look at the Scots. You understand? Saying, look, some of them, felt strongly enough to say, look, we want to have our own what's it called, country. You understand? That's still, the tribalism part. Someday they may get it. All right. So please, when we are doing, talking, let's just know that it's not a Nigerian problem. It's not that there is something wrong with Nigerians for exhibiting something that is universal human nature. Across the globe, human societies, they have cohesion. You understand? Based on identity, based on shared, something they shared value system. Because you know why? As an individual, you understand, if you're part of a group, your fate is somehow, tied to the fate of your group. Just like, you were saying, my brother, when you said, oh, by you being from, sorry, I'll round up now. By you being from Edo, your fate is limited in some way if you want to join the Nigerian army. Unlike the man who's from Kano. Do you get? That is still part of this. So there is that favoritism, you understand? The problem now in Nigeria is that the way Nigeria has been structured, people are able to take the resources of other people's for themselves and to develop their own places, while those people, because they're not represented or they don't have a voice in how Nigeria is governed, they're sidelined, they're marginalized. Do you get? That is the whole tribalism thing. Somebody was talking about analyzing, another states where you have what you call minorities. Even among the minorities, the same thing is going on. I can tell you about Delta State, what I have read. I can see Jaws and Robos and Shekiris and all of them. They're going at each. They're going at it seriously. Serious fighting for dominance, for control, even among the minorities. So it's a human thing. You understand? It's not a Nigerian thing. And that's why this constitution that wants to pretend that these things are not there, it's not going to work, like you said. We could keep it for 1,000 years. We're going to keep coming back to the same thing. Like you said, we've been running it for 60 years. Where has it gotten us? Nowhere. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ayeko. So I think many of us have spoken to the national
No, that's not
identity.
you could tell.
Oh, Ayeko Uto. Thank you. Okay.
That was me. That was me, Erobodo.
Oh, Erobodo. Sorry
Yeah.
about that.
No,
Sorry
it's
about
okay.
that.
It's all right. It's okay.
Yeah, most of us have been speaking to national identity and um, the need to understand that there are some things that are part of us and they are not uncommon. It's universal. Yeah, I think I'm beginning to see some things new today. Yeah, I agree. We need to begin to put away some conversations that don't really come to time when it comes to conversations that we really need to be discussing at this time. Yeah, thank you very much again, Bodo. Let's take quickly Ayeko Uto, then we'll come to Uncle Sonny before my judge. Chris, okay, I know what to do with you, Chris. I'm coming. Go ahead, Ayeko Uto.
All right. So basically, I think from what you said, Robodo, I disagree. I believe this is a discussion for another day. If we're talking about borders and tribalism being a part of humanity or, being natural with us, most of the borders we have today was actually created by the Europeans or the League of Nations, basically because of imperialism. But when you look at it, man, actually, humanity should come before sectionalism. And tribal affiliation is not the same thing as tribalism. Tribalism is more of ethnic nationalism, whereby you believe that anything that has to do with your ethnicity or your tribe is actually supreme, and you don't want to take into cognizance the existence or the tolerance of, cohabiting with others. Now, the other speaker said, one speaker talked about Peter Obi, that the problem with Nigeria is not basically the constitution, but that there's an Igbo hate. Let me tell you, I do not say that there is no aspect of, anti-Igbo feelings and sentiments. Like I've always said, even I was disappointed when this election happened and the way some of, my Yoruba brothers were speaking. But let me tell you the truth. You see what you see presently that seems like Igbo hatred. If I tell you the truth, it's going to be controversial. It is actually not Igbo hatred. Let me tell you one truth. If OUK is actually on the same platform campaigning for presidency with Tinubu, I can assure you that a lot of these guys you see as Yoruba Ronu will support OUK. You know why? Because it's going to feed their mouth. And I'm telling you this as a fact. I've actually had discussions with some of these boys who call themselves Yoruba Ronu. Now, let me tell you the truth about these boys. They are actually goons for hire. They claim they don't like Igbos, but one of them actually went to Imo during Imo elections and went to work for the ABGA candidates. Why? Because he was going to be paid. And this guy has told me several times that, look, pay him, he's going to campaign for you, he's going to do things for you. The reason why people don't like Obi is not because of his ethnicity. It is because of his principles, his integrity. It is because he doesn't share money. And that's the truth. That's the truth. People don't like him because he doesn't share money, because he's not your normal politician who would go about spending any way they like. That is the reason. That's the first reason for the hatred the man experiences in Nigeria. They just mask it with Igbo, Igbo, Igbo. I can assure you that if Peter Obi comes to Lagos today and budgets that he wants to throw 1 billion in the year, all the thugs and Omota that you see in Lagos that were saying that they don't want Peter Obi, it will shock you. They will queue behind him. And you'll be hearing, that's what you'll be hearing. You'll be hearing Obi. That's what you'll be hearing. I used to think it was because of his tribe, but I realized it is because of the man's principles and integrity. Don't think they hate Igbos. Bring OUK, bring Okorocha, and let them budget money the way every other politician budgets money and throws money in the air, and you will see all these Yoruba boys, they will change their mouth. That is one. Secondly, I think we need to understand something, that you see, this so-called tribalism and ethnic nationalism that we see in Nigeria today is based on the fact that the constitution itself, is flawed and actually encourages this kind of thinking. I stated something earlier, but a lot of us seem to have overlooked that aspect. Quota system is a problem. When you have laws that seems like things are not working, believe me, somebody is benefiting. There are a lot of people benefiting from the present constitution, and they don't want it to change. And that is why they hide behind tribalism. People who benefit from quota system will never want the constitution to change. They will never want things to change because they know it favors them. Now, when you say that, okay, the only solution is for us to, disintegrate and go our separate ways, my brother, that might seem like the solution, but I can tell you it might be another problem. It might be another problem because as it exists right now, you already have kingmakers in different places. You already have kingmakers who have enough resources to control Nigeria as big as it is. So what happens when we break away and you have the southwest states, and already there is a Bola Tinubu who has enough resources to control Nigeria? Do you think he's not going to look at bringing Kwara into the Yoruba states by hook or by crook? Which by that time, Kwara would be under, middle belt. Do you think he won't imagine bringing Kwara and Kogi just to make his empire bigger? We will have infighting, we will have issues here and there. And then at the end of the day, after we have wars, that was even the reason why Nigeria came about, that they don't tell you. Because we had a lot of infighting in the region. The Yorubas, they had their own issues. They were fighting Ibadan seriously. The North, there were insurrections. The Middle Belt and the North, they had insurrections, they had issues. So if we disintegrate today without actually discussing, having an analytical discourse, at the end of the day, we will end up in conflict. And then after the conflict, what do? We will go back to what we should have done initially. We will go back to the round table and then discuss. So why not discuss how these things can be done and what our present reality is? That's what someone I know who is a military general will tell you that he doesn't understand human beings. The first thing you go for is what will cause conflict. And then when there's conflict and then you see destruction and all that, you negotiate for a ceasefire, and then you end up on the same table that ought to have preceded the conflict. So disintegration is not going to bring an end to all our problems. What we have is a foundational problem in which we need an analytical discuss our present realities, discuss what we are going through, profile solutions. And if in the presence of profiling these solutions, disintegration is the most intelligent and most important and vital aspect of it, then disintegration will take center stage and we will discuss how we want to go about it. But just disintegrating, you would have conflict. Thank you. That's all I want to say.
All right. Thank you very much, Ayekoto. Very profound. Sound submission there with clarity. Thank you. Sonny, please.
Thank you once again, Mr. Jago. Yes, I appreciate everybody's contribution. I opted to come back again when I had a rubodo position on tribalism. He's an eloquent speaker, and I will urge him to go back and take a review of what he submitted when it comes to tribalism. Tribalism, I can tie that up to serious problem of Nigeria. And what would I say? There's a factor that is rarely discussed within our space. And that factor I will call X factor. And that X factor is external. And that X factor was at the beginning of the formation of Nigeria. And that X factor represents the external interest. And the only way they could realize their own interest is by maintaining the X factor. That's how I'm going to summarize it for him. Having said that, I will also support my argument with somebody mentioned in passing the reason why DK Diorama, Emeka Ojukwu lost the Biafran war, because he will not compromise. That's why he didn't get recognition, from the said X factors. Now, let me be honest with you. The X factors are still monitoring what we do on daily basis. They send people to come and interview us. They send people to come and incite us. Because as long as we remain tribalistic and divided, their interest is assured. That is the truth. Okay? And the agonizing part of it is that we have an answer to our problem, but we just don't want to use the answers to solve our problem. We have templates we can look at. Take, for example, in England, you have the UK, you have England, Scotland, and Wales, and Northern Ireland. They're all independent, but they come under the caption United Kingdom. Every region is a kingdom, but they are united. If you come to United States, you have 50 states of America forming United States of America. It might interest some of us to know that sometimes in the past, Texas was a country of its own before they joined the United States. So, with the level of education we've attained, why can't we look at those templates and remodel our society the way we want it? If we want to answer the name Nigeria, which honestly the entire world has recognized as a unit or a country that makes things work, yes, we can still have the name Nigeria and also have a separate means and ways of governance. Or if we so decide to use the system we still currently have, we can update it up to the point. At least everything else we've said here, let there be punishment to whoever, because that's what we are lacking. Whoever commits an offense or go foul against the law, he comes under the hammer. Once that is effective, everybody will fall in line, whether outside Yoruba or Igbo, Muslim, Christian, or whatever. Yeah, that's what we are lacking. Once we are able to bring that, tell me, since the beginning of this government, how many people that have committed an offense that face the law? It's only the little guy, the common man and all that is used as an example to make it as if the law is working. No, we see it every day. So I just want to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you, Sasoni, for bringing that, coming to speak to that great area. I'm grateful. Yeah. Before we take your feedback, Robodo, let's take. Okay, let's get your feedback so that we can move to Nigerian Renaissance projects. Robodo.
Yeah, hooray. So, I think that I just went to again check the definition of tribalism. So there is a negative sense in which people use tribalism, which is the one that you referred to. Tribalism does not have to be negative. It can simply mean loyalty to the group you belong to, not necessarily prejudice or, you know, it's not necessarily, prejudice, towards other groups, or no, it just means loyalty to your own group. You understand? Like, you understand? So there is a sense in which it's used like you just used it. So I'm saying that is the way humans are. And it's not so when you say, oh, we are first of all humans. Yes, everybody is there. We're humans, all right? We're humans. That's why we can even talk about, okay, maybe, we can talk about our different value systems. Do you understand? And try to say that, okay, let's respect our differences. Let's separate, our politics, our governance, and you understand. So that's why we can do that. You understand? You're not going to have this kind of. You won't think about animals like that. Even the prejudice that you're talking about. You probably, like at least for you to be. I'm not. It's not right. I'm not saying anybody should. You understand? But I'm saying that even when you think about people that maybe you're prejudiced against something, you're still coming from the perspective of they're just different from you as humans, not like, oh, they're animals or something, or you understand, like, I mean, I don't know if there are people who, you understand. But now, this is what I'm now saying. So when I say, I don't know if you were trying to disagree with my submission that tribalism is a universal thing. It's universal to humans, not just Nigerian. Now, this is what I mean by that. I said it before. So if you look at Switzerland and all these other places that work, you see that they have not collapsed their structure. They have not said, do you get? That's one. Two is that the borders that I talked about. There was I think I've shared the article to the Jumbotron. So the article talked about how nation states, the concept of nation states, how it emerged in Europe. It was after they had fought, they had killed themselves over years, and they all came to the realization that, look, turn out for peace, you understand? Let people, the different peoples, let them have their own, sovereignty, you understand? So the French would have theirs, the Germans would have theirs, you understand? That's where the concept of nation state was born. Do you understand? It's not like Europeans, like their countries were formed, like out of nothing. You understand? It was realizing that, look, there was that thing about in-group loyalty. You understand? And and so they said, okay, look, nation states. You understand? Every nation, which is what Nigeria has over, like about 300 different nations. When you say a nation is actually an ethnic group. A nation is an ethnic group. So Nigeria has about 300 different nations within this country. So if you go to Europe, for example, the Germans have their own country. Every major ethnic group in Europe virtually has its own country to allow for peace. The Germans have their own country. The French do theirs. The Italians do. That's to allow for peace. If you put them all in the same country like Nigeria, and you give them the kind of structure Nigeria has, the kind of tribalism you're going to see there might even be worse than that of Nigeria. The kind of inhumanity that you're going to see because of identity issues might even be worse than what you see in Nigeria. So the thing is, so when you now say, oh, okay, the borders you have in Africa, they were drawn by these people. That's part of why Africa doesn't work. The borders were drawn by those who gave themselves in their own, on their own continent. They gave themselves nation states where every major ethnic group has its own country. They came to Africa without consulting the Yoruba, the Igbo, the Hausa, all the different nations, across Africa. Africa has the most diverse, ethnically diverse countries in the world. That's a creation of the white people, of the Europeans. If they had not done that, you see, the Hausas would probably control the majority of the north. The Yoruba people will probably control most of Nigeria all the way to Togo or Ghana. The Igbos, maybe most of the eastern region or something, you understand? And there will be stability. But some people came and they came not because they didn't come to do anything beneficial, like for you. No, they came to exploit you, to take your resources, you understand? So when they were forming those countries, they were considering administrative convenience for themselves, not because they cared about how everybody was going to get along, how, you understand? Given their own history, their own past, from where they came from, you understand? They should not have created countries all over Africa the way they did. They shouldn't have done that. They should not. And even when they were leaving Nigeria, they didn't leave us with, this structure that we have right now. No, they did not leave us with this. Nigeria was derailed at a point, you understand? Like there was something that derailed Nigeria. So the fact is, so when I tell you, as in, you can look around, tribalism is a universal human thing. Let me give you an example. I think it's which country? Denmark. I think it's Denmark. All right. So do you know what Denmark has been doing? Settlements in Denmark, immigrant settlements in Denmark that are non-European, they've been breaking them up because they don't want, the formation of parallel societies within their own society. They don't want anything to destroy the social harmony, the social cohesion they have. So they don't want immigrants to congregate and have, maybe settlements where they make up the majority, anything over 50% or even 50%. They don't want that anymore. They allowed it initially, you understand? But once they studied it and they're saying, look, this is going to be a problem, they're breaking them up. But guess what? For immigrants that are Europeans like themselves, even where they have the majority of those people, being in an area, you understand, forming the majority, like maybe a settlement where non-Danish people who are Europeans, where they are the majority, they're not doing anything about those settlements. They're not touching them. They're allowing them to be, because they believe that they have some shared values, that they're all, Europeans or Western Europeans or something. If somebody, think about that. Why do you think they're doing that? They're doing it to people that they feel are not like themselves. While they're not doing this, they're not applying the same treatment to everybody. They're looking at those who are like themselves and they're saying, okay, this is okay, we would allow this. But they don't want to allow it for those who are not like themselves. That's tribalism, loyalty to their own group. The ones, this set of, they're like this, we're not like these other people, therefore we don't want them to form a parallel society within our space. Same thing, look, in, what's it called? If this thing that happened, while these countries, you understand, where Africans, try to get in, by crossing on land into Europe, you understand, while they're, trying to make that impossible. When the war broke out in Ukraine, they were welcoming the Ukrainians. In fact, they were treating them like those Ukrainians would not need to go back to Ukraine. Like they would just settle them into their society. But you as a black person, they don't want you to, they won't give you the same treatment. No, they're not gonna do that. They're not going to do that. So the thing is, look, tribalism, you understand, there is the negative connotation, all right? But in the sense of loyalty to your own group, which is a definition of tribalism as well, there is nothing wrong with that. And it's not a Nigerian thing. It's a universal human thing. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Herobodo. Yeah, I think between you and Ayeko, you must have gotten some understanding by now. Yeah, so let's as we wrap up right now. I hope Valerie is there. She hasn't said anything all day. As we wrap up, yeah, let's take Udo's answers up, and we'll see what next from there.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The reason why I just came up I just came up is just that I don't know how space hosters, how you guys don't see that when these Tinubu or APC supporters come on your space, they detract the conversation. I don't know how you guys have not been able to see that from 2022 till this is 2025, and they'll keep on doing that to 2027. This guy that just finished speaking has been speaking for over an hour, and all he's has been speaking is tribe, Europe nonsense, nothing about the topic, not even about the failed judiciary that everyone can see under Tinubu's government. And the other person said one person can't fix this government, but under one person was seeing the whole country being destroyed. Under Tinubu's government in 2 years, you are seeing what has happened. Under Buhari's government in 8 years, you can see what happened. And you say one person cannot come and put the right people in right places to get things fixed. So, like I said, the reason why it just came up is to just ask you people, is it that you don't see when people come to detract the conversation? Or it's just saying we're
Udo, when
doing
did you join the
democracy?
conversation, Udo?
I've been on this space. I've been on the space for over 2 hours. I've been on
Okay,
space for over two hours.
that's why
Yeah,
you
I know.
said.
I know you guys would have had that conversation, but this last
Yeah.
speaker, I'm sure you guys don't know him, so that's why
Uh,
you guys play around this APC, because I don't understand how in 2025 we're still having quote unquote debates with APC supporters or Tinubu supporters. I don't understand.
Udo, we are not having a debate here.
But you
That's
guys
not.
have let
Hold
it
on, hold
talk
on, Udo,
about
hold on,
tribe
Udo. So
since. You
hold
guys
on,
let me
Udo.
talk
Please
about
hold on.
tribe
Please
for
hold on. Please hold on. Since you came up
damn.
to accuse and you just joined this space 2 hours, we've been having this space since morning, and we've had conversations, robust one. All right. One of them is what led to those conversations around uh, ethnic. It wasn't even ethnic. It was regional. So some of those conversations led to regional conversation, and what led to the regional conversation was the discourse by one of us about infrastructure. I mean about restructuring. Yeah. So there were a lot of conversations today on this space, loads of them since morning. So one can come and pick from one end, you will hear completely if you think that this is the end we are coming from or that's the end we are coming from. We've been having a robust conversation and completely been devoid of ethnic coloration, bigotry, or what have you. All right. So if you hear somebody speak from that end, it must be. I would enjoin you that you take caution to understand the context from which that person is speaking from. It may not be generally. I mean, it's not on this space. It hasn't been um, particularly subject on region or on the leadership of this current regime and Reno's government. Basically, persons have come to batch this government and spoken to Peter Obi's candidacy and why many elites and even politicians in opposition are finding it difficult to come out and out when they know that this is the right candidate ideally. So Udo, I understand you, but that's not the case. You got the whole context wrong. We are not giving platform to anybody to come and do anything. All right. Thank you very much anyway for your notification. I understand you. Yeah, Robodo, you don't need to give a feedback. Never mind.
No. I just want to help him a little bit, please. I'm not
No. Never
responding.
mind. Never mind.
No,
So that
I'm
we don't
serious, please. No, let
so that
me.
we don't
What I'm going to say is
hold on,
going to
please.
help him.
Hold on, please. So that we don't
Okay.
we've been having a very, very good conversation. I don't
I
want
know.
bias from any end. All right.
I
Yeah.
I know. I'm just saying that he made a fundamental, a
Erobodo,
very erroneous.
Erobodo, you are not a host, you are not a guest speaker on
Hold
this
on, guy.
place.
Yeah,
You
No,
all
are
right.
not a
and
Erobodo, please. Never mind. Sincerely. never mind, so that we don't end a very good day with the unnecessaries. Yes, very important we don't do that. Thank you very much, everybody.
Please,
Yeah.
Jabu, please, I beg you, just one statement, and then you'll see that his whole thing was built on a wrong premise. I am not an
I
APC.
know. That's why I
I
corrected
do
it
not
here.
belong to any APC or any party. I don't give a hoot about APC. It's not my business. Do you get? So that's where you came from. You just automatically assumed you must be APC. No, I'm not APC.
Okay,
I don't care
okay.
about it. Thank
What's your
you.
take? What's your take on the field judiciary? What's your take on the field judiciary? It does it have to be? But it's not an ethnic or tribal thing, or it's not. It's under the.
Oh, sorry about that, Udo. Go ahead. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
So the last speaker, he's saying that, and that's why I said he's not a guest speaker on this place. Everybody comes to speak, but like I said, he's been speaking for over 2 hours, coming in and out after everybody's submission to come out. And you guys don't understand this their tactics. That's the funny thing, but it's not a problem. But like I said, let me ask him a last question.
I
Let me
have
ask him
tried
a
to
last
help you
question.
so
I
that you
I
should
understand.
not.
I
Udo,
understand.
can you hold on,
Let me
please? Can you hold on,
can I
please?
ask him a
Can you
question?
hold on, please? Can you hold on, please? You are castigating wrongly. That's why I caught you. It's not been coming and going. It's not been coming. We have not had. If you after this space, go check the number of speakers we have. We have been having. Let me repeat again. We have been having robust conversation. Persons have been taking turn to give their positions and their opinions. It's not been coming. All right. That's why I said we've been on this space from the beginning. I thought that you would grasp immediately when I explained to you that the conversation has been coming from long before now, from long even before 2 hours ago.
I
That's what I'm
understand, and
explaining to you.
I totally understand, and I totally
Very
understand.
good.
But like I said, when they come with their tactics, I think you should be able to notice this. Now, I wanted to send Valerie a message a long time ago, but I just said let me just ignore. But when I said let me just even step up and say this is the tactics that these people come to detract. I know you guys have been talking, and like I said, the conversation has maybe before I joined in has been meaningful. But I mean, come on, there's nothing about tribe in it on the topic in the last on the topic, but the last two people have been talking about tribe all along. But if we're talking, I mean, the most important thing that's on the topic that he didn't even talk about is the judiciary. I mean, when you see the breakdown of when you see how the rule of law has been broken in the past 10 years, that is what's leading to us having all this kind of discussion. The rule of law has been stolen from the people, and it's not as if it's because of one. It's not as if it's because of one tribe or the other. It's because of the leaders there and the kind of people that they put there. These are just straightforward things that we need to understand. And it's not a robust conversation. Let me just put it that way. I'm not trying to downplay anybody's discussion, but these are the facts. I mean, once the leaders are not doing the right thing, every other person under them and won't do the right thing. I mean, look at the IG of police that should have retired 2 years ago, and look at the conduct under him. So these are the kind of things that are not complex. They are not complex to understand. These are basic things that we should just be straightforward about and just speak about, and so that we can head to the right direction. When we start to um, muddy the conversation with so many kind of subject that don't matter. We'll fall away. This is what the government wants. So for people to be confused. But the main thing is about the leaders are not doing the right thing. The people there are not doing the right thing. They know that. They know that. And the only person that can do that right now that is in the political scene is Peter Obi. Everybody knows this. It's clear. So we can't if we can't direct our conversation to making Peter Obi the only topic, and how the government is just running amok, both the economically and everything. Like I mean, they're talking about tribe and ethnicity. This is something that can be solved through the national orientation, Ministry of National Orientation and Information easily. Just as how COVID was, the information about COVID
was spread throughout the whole nation. These other things about tribal ethnicity, how you can you can love your own tribe and not hate anybody and the next tribe. It's just a thing from national rotation. That's why I say it's from the leadership, and the only leader that can change it right now is Peter Obi. Let me just end like that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you,
Oh,
Udo.
Orobodo, Orobodo, please now, let's end the space. Remember, I
Robodo,
didn't call
please.
you. You are not a guest speaker. I said it again. You are not a guest speaker. Come on.
Udo, Udo will kill me. All right. Thank you, Udo. That's the signature here, Udo. It's been the signature on this space from the beginning and from this morning. Peter Obi, 2027. And if there is only one person who have you know, robustly captured what that 2027 Peter Obi 2027 is, it's Valerie, and she would be wrapping this space up without our details about what Peter Obi 2027 actually means. Yeah. So, Udo, thank you very much. We're trying to conclude the space. I see my people just joining in, my fellow herbalists. Dr. Ho, I greet you. My people did down here. My eye don't close finish. I know they see since Sakola day, Velele, my brother, good afternoon. Welcome. If they don't come up now, wow. All right,
Da, da, da,
Tudor.
da,
How you
David,
doing?
David,
Hold
Abeg.
on,
Orobodo,
everybody, please.
Orobodo, you are not a guest
Hold,
speaker. I'll remind you
Udo.
again.
I'm not.
My name is
Wait
not Udo. My
now.
name is not
hold, hold
This
Udo.
on,
There's
guy.
guys.
no
Hold on,
hate
guys.
behind
Hold
my
on, hold
name,
on, hold
please.
on, hold on,
Oh,
hold on,
so
There's
hold
no
on,
hate
guys.
behind
who's
my name. Please.
Hold on, guys,
Orobodo, you're
please.
not a
Joe
guest
or
Everybody
speaker
just
Udo or
now.
whatever?
Erobodo and
Don't
Udo.
say,
Make
please.
na hold on. Oh, I beg. I dey greet my people. Biko.
Udo or whatever. You're not
Erobodo,
the
please.
host
Can you
now.
mute,
Look,
please?
don't say whatever
Sorry.
after you say my
So
name. Don't say whatever. My
Okay,
name is
okay.
just
I think I have to mute the both of you. I dey greet my people, now they interfere. Why? I never greet my people since. Let me greet my people, Biko, I beg. I'm still greeting my fellow herbalists. You never answer me, now they interfere. I don't greet Shifu. Shifu no answer me, now they interfere. Eh? These are my fellow senior colleague in the realm. Let me greet them in peace, Biko. Thank you, everybody, for joining. The space. Let's see how we wrap up this space. Let's see how we wrap up this space here. And since we're not having more speakers up here, we'll see how Erobodo, please go ahead. Then please make sure you don't poke my brother so that he doesn't come for you.
no. I won't do that. Even when he came up and he said, that he said something that I considered to be insulting. I didn't respond to that because I'm not interested in, if we get into insults, we'll lose sight of the real substance. So I'm not going to do that. I'll respect everybody who has conducted themselves, respectfully. Nobody has insulted anybody. The space was not rowdy. You understand? Nobody was saying, "Oh, you're not the speaker. You're not the guest speaker." But nobody was saying that. Before
now,
now, right?
now you're poking.
So okay, all right. No, I'm just trying to point out the obvious. Okay, so let me just say something. He was trying to ask me a question, and I will tell him honestly, it's not only the judiciary that has gone to hell in Nigeria. It's not only the judiciary. Your legislature has gone to hell. Your executive, has gone to hell. Everything is founded on a system of government. Like we've said before, your economy has gone to hell. Your economy has gone to hell. Every aspect of your society is hellish right now. That's why people, look, if America opened its borders today, or Germany or Italy or France or any of those countries, you understand, Switzerland and the rest of them, they just opened the borders to Nigerians. Probably everybody who could leave will leave Nigeria. They will just try to leave. It shows that your society has completely gone to hell. Not just your judiciary. So when you have that, you understand, you see, my own because I studied computer engineering. Now, first of all, if you have a problem, you have to trace the problem. You understand? You have to analyze it. You have to get to there are things that are called foundational or root problems. You understand? So, for example, the person who has HIV, you understand, or the person who has typhoid fever would have a high temperature, will probably experience headaches, or probably, like have a running stomach and all of those are all symptoms. They're not the root cause. If you treat any of those things, or if you focus on any of those things, oh, he's running a temperature, give him Panadol. He's what's it called? Having a running stomach. Give him something for that. You're not treating the problem. You're treating symptoms. You're not treating what is responsible for all of those things. So what you're going to see is that there may be a temporary relief. You understand? Oh, the temperature goes down. But the thing that's causing the temperature is still there. So the temperature is going to come back. Ultimately, it could kill the person. So you have to do your analysis, like Haikoto has been saying. You have to look at your society. Why is everything broken down? Why is the society like this? Why you're talking about leaders and let me even ask you. Nigeria's what's it called? Constitution limits every president to at most 2 4-year terms, meaning a maximum of 8 years. One person can only be there for a maximum of 8 years. Now, see, even if somebody turned Nigeria into a paradise by governing for 8 years, let's say we got one of the saviors from any of the faiths or religions, you understand, to govern Nigeria. After 8 years, what happens? So what you need is not, that brief spell of good governance. What you need is sustainable good governance. Now, the question you have to ask yourself is, how do you get good governance? That's where the analysis comes in. It's like you want to do something.
Jago, you see what I've been talking about for the past, like I said, this guy has been coming in and out, and you've not, you said sustainable good governance, and there was sustainable good governance until 2015.
Oh, really?
And since
Nigeria had sustainable.
2015,
Nigeria had
Bodo, you are not a guest speaker. As in, let's end
I
this
was
space.
I was
You've not talked
talking.
about judiciary. You're
I
talking
was
about
talking.
typhoid fever
I don't
and malaria and
know.
stuff. The root of the
There.
problem is in the leadership. Let's we are talking around the
The,
issue. The root of the problem is in the leadership. Let's be
definitely.
So
specific now.
so first of
Come
all,
on.
first of
See,
all,
the,
first of
the,
all.
the
Wait,
judiciary has not
hold
been
on, Erubodo. Let
independent.
me get some clarity from Erubodo.
No, you
Erubodo.
because
Hold
Yeah.
on,
You
Udo.
don't
Udo.
understand
Hold on.
Jagun. I'm telling you the truth. You don't understand these
Can
people.
you hold?
I'm
Can you
Udo,
telling
hold
you
Udo,
the
on, please?
Udo,
truth.
Udo, Udo.
I
Do
will
you
leave you.
realize that
Jagun, I'm
you're the
leaving you.
Hold on, both of you. Let me ask Erubodo this question. Udo, hang on. Erubodo, you agree that we had a spillover of conversation. That's how we got into regional conversation and devolution of
yes,
power
true,
to
true,
the
true.
grass.
Yes,
Exactly.
yes,
So,
yes.
if Udo is speaking to the real issues and that the real issues are the leadership, that is what we've been speaking to since the morning. If you agree with me, yeah. So, I think he's got a point when he points out to you that outrightly the major problem of the country is leadership. All right. So if we get a fixed leadership, I know what you are trying to say is when this leader comes and fix things and he goes, perhaps uh, you are looking at it from another way around. Let me say this to you. What if a leader comes and that leader comes via the people, all right, sets institutions in motion to work adequately and make sure that power is returned to the people and that the people choose who represents them going forward after that person you speak about had come to fix the institutions. So I believe that your idea that things will go back, reverse back to wars, will not suffice in this case if we the people have gotten the power to continue to choose who represents us, because I believe that what Udo is saying, leadership problem, has got to do with people not choosing them. So if people choose their leader, the leader will work for them. Someone spoke earlier, I think 4 hours ago, about the kinds of leaders that we have. All right. So the kinds of leaders that we have are the leaders that select themselves, not the ones that are being, selected or voted by the people. So that's the problem we are having. And that's why Udo is coming straight at you that the real issue, as it were right now, in our real construct, is leadership problem. So I rather, well, you may want to wrap up on the spillover conversation around regional government and devolution of
Jago,
power and
Jago,
restructuring,
Jago,
what have you. Yeah.
Jago, I want to leave you with this. Like I said, I don't think you understand this other side. That's why we keep on
Well, Udo,
having
trust
trying
me, I
to
know what I'm doing.
let
Trust me. Yeah.
and then
Thank you.
sorry, and the name is Udo, and there's no H behind. That's why we don't even know ourselves as Nigerians. So when you see UDOH is Udo. When you see
All right.
UDO is Udo. I'm
Thank you for
Igbo.
the
So
correction.
and
Yeah.
I didn't have to bring that to this last thing, but let me just say it again. Even after me, he will still want to come and cook his word salad for you people to confuse you people again. I'll just leave you with this. You people don't understand this other side. You'll keep on detracting you people and confusing your conversation and just watering down all what people are saying. If you are not addressing the leadership problem, you're just talking, beating around the bush. Like let's just be serious. So it's left for you guys that are holding these spaces to say, are we sticking to the conversation or are bringing these people to come and confuse us? So confuse you guys rather, because right from 2022, I've been saying it. Many hosts have even blocked me because when I tell them that these people will come and confuse this topic, these people will come and confuse, and they will keep on doing it to 22 whenever. And it's just a shame that we are just having this conversation without being aware of the detractors. But anyway, it's still Peter Obi for 2027 if you guys want this country to move forward. Thank you.
All right, Jago, please. I'd
Like
like
I
to ask.
said, Orobodo, you're not a guest speaker.
Oh,
You're not
don't
a guest
listen now.
Erobodo,
Are
speaker.
you? Oh,
Erobodo, you are really the reason. You are reason. Let me moderate the space. Let me moderate the space. Okay, Erobodo, calm down. You said if you didn't find trouble, let me moderate the space. That's why this guy keep poking at you. Let me moderate the space. Okay. Thank you, Erobodo. Yeah. Dr. Ho, my fellow herbalist. What say you?
Can you hear me, Jago?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, good morning, guys. I've been on this space for over an hour now. And like Udo said, the conversation, when I joined the space, I saw the topic and what I listened to was not the topic. And we have been on that rabbit hole for a very long time. And I'm even shocked that you are not getting the point Udo was trying to push you to, Mr. Jago.
Dr. Ho,
This, no,
we are
allow
doing.
me to
Hold
speak.
on,
Please allow me
so
to
that you
speak.
don't accuse me wrongly.
Jagun, allow me
Hold
to
on. Let
speak
me add this
now.
to your context so that you will not speak out of
I
it.
heard the context you gave. I heard the context
All
you
right.
gave.
We have been on the
Allow
space
me to
since
speak.
over 6 hours.
Yes, I
Consider
heard.
what we are
Wait.
doing currently as addendum. All right.
Oh my. Agreed. As an addendum, right? Anybody who joins the space at that point of addendum would have been shocked, like myself, wondering why we are discussing tribalism when the issue is on judiciary and the failed government that we have in the country. And the tactics this guy has been using is to deflect from the actual truth because he doesn't want to say Tinubu is a bad person because his tribal sentiments prevents him from saying the truth. Go down his TL, go and search Tinubu, go and search Peter Obi. He knows the truth, he speaks it with, but his tribal sentiment is clouding the fact in before him. He doesn't want to speak the truth despite having a foreign accent. He just came here to sell snake oil to everybody. What is wrong with you, a Yoruba man, telling Nigerians that your fellow Yoruba in government is a bad person. What is wrong with it? You live abroad, you have a fake accent, you enjoy what goes on abroad, but you look back into your country and you support nonsense in it. And when discussions are going on where people are discussing the failure of the government and the leadership, you come on the space, you derail the thought process, you don't want to point fingers at your brother that is in charge of the government, who is not even related to you in the first place. The only connection you have with Tinubu is because they claim he's Yoruba. I could have been born in Yoruba land, even though I'm from Edo State. I could speak Yoruba. I could even have Yoruba names, but I'll still not be Yoruba. Does that mean that you have to side with me when I'm doing wrong? I don't get it. Educated people like you are the problem in the country. You just came to derail the space. We have an issue on ground. Our judiciary is not working. A man is at the helm of affairs. He has bought everything. That's why we are suffering in the country. Now we have an opportunity to put somebody that has some sense of good governance in him. But no, you come on the space and you deflect and deflect and deflect. You don't want to talk about the person in charge today. But when Goodluck was there, he was a bad person. When Obasanjo was there, he was a bad person. When Yaradua was there, he was a bad person. But now that your brother is there, you don't want to talk about his failures. It's very annoying, and I hate to be on this space. The reason why I stayed here longer is because of Jago Jago and nothing else. I would have left long ago. I don't get it. And you are not for the opting time. You are not a guest speaker. You are not a guest speaker. And please don't speak when I'm done. Please. Now back to the conversation. Jago Jago, I am really not happy that Ekpa got 6 years in Finnish prison. I wish, in my opinion, he was given a life imprisonment. Why? Because the terrorism of Simon Ekpa has destroyed lives in the southeastern region of Nigeria. The terrorism of this man, even though he lives in Finland, in a sane society where people are having a good life, where his kids don't sit at home every Monday, where his kids are not scared of being killed or being murdered. But this man stayed in Finland, pushed morons back home. Morons who are illiterate and not educated cannot even ask themselves a simple question. Why can't Simon Ekpa bring his family and live in the southeast and push for that Biafra that he's seeking for? That is outright cowardice for Simon Ekpa to live in Finland and be asking for Biafra in Nigeria and causing chaos in the country. And again, Jago Jago, we all know it is government sponsored. Nobody can deny it, because of recent, after the empty illiterate Buhari died, there's a report that says he sponsored terrorism in the southeast. He did. The government was involved. Back again to the failure of government. And I hope, I made the tweet, and I wish that when Simon Ekpa is done with his 6 years in Finnish prison, he will be deported and stripped off of his Finnish citizenship and sent back to Nigeria. And I hope by that time, a Nigerian government that will send him to jail will be in power, so that he will pay for the sins, for the lives that he lost, that were lost because of him, for the economic impact he had on the Southeast, for people who can't go to their villages today because of Simon Ekpa, because the terrorism continues. He needs to be dealt with, even in Nigeria, not just in Finland alone. And every day we wake up and we see murders in our country, it is because the government has failed, the government is corrupt, and the judiciary is even corrupt, because when people commit crimes in Nigeria, they don't pay the price. Once you are connected to people in power, you don't pay for the crimes that you commit. That is why we are where we are. That's why our country is not working. Many of us run to better places. Unfortunately, many of us who live abroad still support this nonsense back home. I wish I have the power. I will send all of you back to enjoy that country that you defend today, that you claim is good for everybody. I wish I could send you all back to enjoy the Tinubu and his APC lunatics that have been at the helms of power since 2015. This way I will drop it, Jago Jago. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But we've argued this. In fact, we had a very long talk about this Samuel Ekpa being sent back home to face justice, and people said he's a Finnish. Guys have come to speak on this space to say he's a Finnish citizen, and they're not sure that the Finnish government will be releasing him to you, especially with the state of your prisons, with the
Jago
state of
Jago,
your
Jago
facilities.
Jago, Jago
Yeah.
Jago. Simon Ekpa is first a Nigerian citizen. If I remember correctly, there
Sincerely,
is,
I
I think
argue
the
the same. I argue
hold
the
on,
same,
hold on,
but
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. The Finnish government, I think there is possibility to have a dual citizenship. And Nigeria, if the Nigerian government, if Simon Ekpa was not being sponsored by the Nigerian government, the Nigerian government could have easily gone to Finland and tell them, your citizen cannot be causing terrorism in our country. When you are done with him, he's also half Nigerian. In fact, he's a full Nigerian. He got citizenship in Finland, not by birth, but by immigration. When you are done with him, bring him back to Nigeria to face the music. Whatever 6 years you are giving him in Finland is not enough, because we have lost lives and have lost economic grounds because of this man and his terrorism. The only reason that will not happen is because Simon Ekpa, again, was sponsored by the government in Nigeria. The Buhari government sponsored Simon Ekpa. That is why we are here today. Thank you.
well, Dr. Ho, I did argue also that exactly just what you said is first a Nigerian before he's finished. But I had a lawyer who came out. I wish UC was still on space. I had a lawyer who came on space to say, well, my sentiment, regardless, is a Finnish citizen, and they regard him as their citizen. So they will treat him in that light. And when you request, especially the lawyer, I mean, was it only the lawyer? I think Kenga and someone else also said that in truth, and I confirmed it, Nigeria do not have a treaty with the Finnish government, so you cannot go to seek for him to be extradited for to come up and face criminal charges. So it will be per negotiation. So what do you have to give back to the Finnish government in a bilateral conversation that involves the exchange of a prisoner? All right. So what are you giving back in exchange to the Finnish government? And in fact, if you seek that, I mean, they send him back uh, on that ground of negotiation, they will still, it will still have a chance to, come to go to the court in Finland and tell them that, look, the country they want to send them to, they have very poor correctional facility, and he is not sure that his life is safe. And as their citizen, they may cut him that slack and refuse his returned to Nigeria. So what you said and what I said, they said will not hold ground. That regardless that he's first a Nigerian citizen, will not suffice in this situation. That's the argument of the learned ones who came to speak on space earlier today. Well, incoming virus. What say you?
When I just got into this place, good afternoon. Sorry, my manners. Good afternoon, everyone. I just got into the space and I had my brother, your co-herbalist in the business, venting. I don't know who he was venting at, but listening to him, let me just keep quiet a little to know who he was venting at. For somebody to come up and defend his own ethnicity and does not want them to be criticized and all of that, it's okay. But going back to the topic, Ekpa case underscores our failed judiciary. Um, Whenever I hear people come out to defend Simon Ekpa and all of that, for me, like you said, Jago, you've spoken with other lawyers and all of that, um, and he will not be brought back or he may not and all of that. For me, I really want Simon Ekpa to be brought back, and I'll tell you why. I worked with Seahorse Lubricant in Ozubulu, and that is, like I said, I worked in Seahorse Lubricant in Ozubulu. That is Ekwesigo local government in Anambra State. That if you're traveling along from there, you hail down. It's just
20 minutes drive from that place to Ihiala. Ihiala is the next village. After Ihiala is just the next village from that location. One of the days, then when they started this enforcement of sit at home and all of that, I discussed with my boss because I got that job, and I was like, they said they should sit at home. He said nothing is happening, that we should come to work. And I can remember King Ebuka, the owner of the company, was around that day in the office, and we were just sitting down discussing on how mapping out what we were going to do that day. I will not forget. The driver, the company driver that drives the Hilux, as in the Hummer bus, had driven out to go and bring staffs to the company premises. And lo and behold, it wasn't up to 20 minutes he drove out. Those boys drove in. They came in. They had seen the vehicle conveying staff from where they used to gather to bring them to the company premises. They in fact, they confiscated the vehicle, dispersed the staff. Those that could come back to the company premises had come back. But before then, those guys had come into the company premises and they were looking. In fact, we were lucky that day that I don't just know what happened that particular day. And thank God, Ebuka was just leaving the company premises when they came. They would have taken him out because they came for him, and they locked all of us in the office. Would have been, I don't know what would have happened that day. In fact, that night, I packed my bag. I stayed on Benjas when those IPOB boys, they came into the premise that day. I stayed on Benjas Road. Ebuka was just leaving. The owner of Seahorse, his name is King Ebuka. He was just leaving when those boys came. And the only thing they now did was, after shooting sporadically, the vehicle was confiscated. They did not return the vehicle back to the company. It was that night. In fact, I left Ozubulu that night and I swore never to go back there and work again. And after that, you hear series of killings in the East, perpetuated by one man's stupidity. See, he should come back. You understand? The lives that have been lost, the families that have been bereaved, he should come back so that they will met out to him the same coin he has, rendered to families. That is for me. So anybody that is, saying any other thing otherwise, I don't know. But if you are in a position whereby you've witnessed a particular incident firsthand, I don't think anybody will come up to defend the fact that that young man should not be brought back to face his crimes. He should be brought back. And
How did incoming virus jump now to the listener section? Funny. All right. I'm not sure that it's in our hands to bring him back. I'm sure that no Nigerian, many people that I interacted with yesterday and even on the TL, many of them weren't satisfied with the 6 years that he bagged. They wanted more for him. But to come back, I think that is left between the Nigerian government and the Finnish government. I read in the chat box, someone said we are involved with propaganda. Maybe he was referring to what Dr. O said with regards to Samuel Ekpa. First off, nobody, if you are joined this space, the person who wrote that that piece in the chat box, if you joined this space earlier, you would know that everyone on the space acknowledged that it was the Nigerian government who wrote. No, nobody on this space doesn't know that fact. Anyways, to you that wrote that, we all know that the Nigerian government was the one who wrote that petition to the Finnish government for to try him, and they commenced their investigation, got him arrested, tried him, and pronounced the judgment upon him all within a month. I mean, a year. Something that has not been done with Maxine and Kanu here in Nigeria. I don't know why. So that's the case, and there is no propaganda in this matter. Nigerians just love to throw semantics around, without grasping, comprehensively the details of events before they come on board into it. Well, that's us for you. Velele, what say you too?
Wait, how did I jump the queue? Am I a new speaker?
There is no queue up here.
Okay.
It's been
No, wow, no,
being
wow.
a go since over 5 hours. We've been here together, so Erobodo can relax.
Yeah. So I think my thing is that, like, anybody that is complaining about Simon Ekpa being arrested, that person needs to be looked into, man. Like, the person needs to seriously be looked into, because like Incoming just described in, like, some partially horrific detail. Like, this guy is responsible for even worse than you have heard of here, right? Something happens to the Nigerian military, he comes and says, we give them water. And then the Nigerian military retaliates, and it's like this cycle of violence that, like Dr. O mentioned, his family members are not anywhere near, right? So, I mean, the thing for me, though, is, yes, it's important for us to point out the fact that the Nigerian setup is what it is, but I mean, I wouldn't really blame the Nigerian setup, because I mean, look at who the president is, man. Like, these guys' receipts are longer than the trunk of a matured elephant, right? It's crazy, And then if the head is corrupt, what do you expect? I've always been saying that I've come to expect. Here's a good example. If you refresh your timeline, if you follow, his name is Fisayo, right? If you follow Fisayo, every time you refresh your timeline, you will see an act of quote unquote terrorism that has been committed by the Nigerian police that is under Bola Tinubu. Like, Tinubu is the controller of the Nigerian police, and these things is like nothing just happens about it. Maybe if, like, I don't know, man, 100 cases are reported, maybe like, I don't know, 5 or so are treated. So, I mean, there is no what's the word? There's no incentive to do the right thing. Yes, that's the better way to say it, right? There's no incentive for someone to be, like, on the straight and narrow. There is no incentive right now because it's like this guy has been mentioned before in a drug case, right? Alphabet accused him, court files get bombed. His wife is begging for money for politics, enters office, starts giving out billions. Like, it's like question after question after. These are questions that, like, if you are employing somebody, right? If you're employing somebody, not even employing. If somebody was going to be, let's say you are hearing about somebody and that person is supposed to potentially be your friend. These are things that you look at and say, what the what is but then one way or the other, right? The guy is now the #1 man. And to be honest, you should expect everything to just be in that same fashion. I mean, the people who are surprised that Sunday, what's that guy's name? Sunday something, who, he self-defended himself, right? He self-defended himself. And then they charged him with murder or something. Like, if you're expecting the Nigerian setup to work when the Nigerian Senate that is making the laws is singing on your mandate we shall stand, people that are supposed to be an independent arm of government, and the Senate president is like, oh my, quote unquote, campaigning for the president. Like, at this point, you're thinking to yourself, like, what the? It's as though the country is being held together by cobwebs, right? It's beyond mind-boggling, man. It's beyond mind-boggling. So, again, I think the judicial system needs to. I don't even know why I'm saying this stuff, because I know they wouldn't do it, man. I know they would do it, because, again, there is no incentive, man. There is no incentive. It's like, bro, where are your educational records? They are neither here nor there. Where are your employment records? They are neither here nor there. But then you are the number one man, over 200 million people who, let's say a good number of them have their own educational records and their own, employment records. So it's like there is no incentive. You can't even come and tell your kid now to go to school and hope to get a job, because he's going to look at you and say, bro, look at your president, man. Like, are you kidding me? From his school at home and legend school at home to US judge, please don't bring out my results. It will cost me irreparable harm. It's like it's just one thing after another. And hey, we may think that these things don't matter, right? But they actually do. They affect people on a subliminal level, right? They affect people's method of thinking. It's like, how can you tell somebody not to, engage in crime or criminal activities when, like, the whole system is the way it is? Yahaya Bello is getting congratulations from the presidency. Guys, like, what are we doing, man? What are we doing? Anyway, yes, like I said, please, anybody who is like, offended or feel some kind of way about Simon Ekpa's sentence, the person needs to come up. Let's actually examine the person medically, man, because, it's not even proportional. Like, where did they arrive at such a small number 6 years from? Like, what is going on, man? Like, were the investigations not deep enough? What is going on? And the fact that, anyway, like I said, I've come not to expect much from the setup as it currently is. My own job is to document what is going on, so people do not come up and revise history, because that's the latest one that is happening now, right? The latest part of this thing now is revising history. I've said this thing and I'll say it again. The APC does not want you to forgive their sins. They do not even want you to forget their sins. No, they want you to remember their sins as the good things they did, right? So you need to bear that in mind. And as long as the Nigerian people are still getting up to do what they need to do, we need to make sure that we are documenting what is happening in real time, so that somebody does not come up down the line to revise history, right? Saturday, the other day, somebody came up and was like, what happened in River State can be explained, and he went on to explain it, revising history, adding things that were not there. I was like, bro, yesterday night, right? Yesterday night, early this morning, somebody came up as well to indirectly imply that the IMF was lying when the IMF said that Tinubu had not stopped subsidy. It's like, bro, what is going on? So, guys, the way the country is right now, I really wish the judiciary will hear us, but I can understand why they will not hear us, because again, when the top level is the way the top level is, you can't expect anything better from the lower level. It's like, I'm looking at the policeman who is trying to collect 100 naira from the checkman. I'm thinking to myself, I can't really tell you anything, man. Your GCFR is like, if you mention that guy and mention corruption, that statement has to be a positive statement. It cannot be a negative statement. It's like the lies. Somebody, no. People don't understand the gravity of what is going on. Hey, Mr. President, you are being nepotistic in your appointments. You've awarded so and so trillion of contracts to Lagos. Mr. President goes and says, here are all the appointments, Southwest, excluding Lagos. Like, bro, are we fools? Do you think all of us will lick a microphone like an imbecile in the open? Like, what is going on, man? Anyway, like I said, hey, you shouldn't really expect much, man. If you're expecting much, then you need to revise how you're expecting things. And hey, the Finnish government, if you're on this place listening, or I don't know, if someone that knows the Finnish government, you need to actually look into that revision. Maybe you've not seen the full dossier that all of us are seeing. Maybe because you've not experienced what all of us experience here in the South. Then that might be why your judgment was that way, right? Like the Nigerian judiciary, I don't really. I can talk at you, but I know you're not going to listen, because the people who are making your laws are singing on your mandate we shall stand. So that should just tell me where everything is going. So Jogan, I don't know if you're still there, but I don't know. My rambling has finished. I actually only came up to put my tweet on the Jumbotron so people can take a closer look at Refuting. That's all I came up to do. Thank you.
Hey, explain it away. There's explanation for everything. Well, even when they call them, the antagonists in the movie, they get reason why they keep people up and down. So we always have people who come to explain these things away. I don't. Please, check your DM. Yeah, there will always be people who come to explain these things away to us, like Tinubu's wife. I don't know. Maybe they don't have good advisors, or they just thrive in psychophancy, so they have very foolish ones around them who gives them this advice. Few weeks ago you gave 1 billion away. How much did you gift away? Today you are coming to beg Nigerians who have been impoverished to contribute for. Leave that woman. Leave that woman. All right. Bodo, let's quickly have you before we come to my dear brother General. Bodo, are you there?
Yeah. No, let somebody else get the mic. I'm in the middle of something, sir.
All right. No problem. General, please have at it.
Hi, Jagun. Thanks for having me again. And I think there was a clarity that came in the moment Udo jumped in on the mic now. The word UDO is pronounced as Udo, peace in Igbo language now, not Udo. Udo means rope in Igbo language. But I think our local dialect is not actually being taught very well. And difference in tribe and pronunciation too. But I think I got some clarity when Udo was speaking, because I don't know how we've been having this conversation probably since the past 6 hours or 5 hours since today, but somehow probably 2 to 3 different persons living abroad have stealing the conversation, trying to link American politics to Nigerian politics, how American system is different from Nigerian system. Are we discussing how to make America better or how to make Nigeria better here? Like, do we think that American system is working 100%? Even if it is, you as a Nigerian living abroad today, do you think you have 90% or 100% assurance or stake in American system than that of Nigeria? Check your DM, check around you, check your surrounding. The Nigerian you migrated or from, probably 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, people on your DM, your relatives are begging you, sending DM here and there. We need this, we are hungry. We need to build our old house. We need to do this, we need to do that. It's part of the economy. Nothing has changed from the Nigerian you left a few years ago. Discussing American politics will not in any way help Nigeria. And that is running away from the real story. And that is running away, speaking English. I think the last time I spoke here, I'll be the second time I spoke here.
General.
I can hear you.
Something has changed in the Nigeria we left. Please mute your mic. Let me correct you. Thank you. Something has changed in the Nigeria we left. Nigeria has moved from bad to worse in the last 10 years. That is change. We have more people in poverty today than 10 years ago. That is change, a negative change. We have a drug baron as the leader of our country. We moved from a PhD holder. We moved from a lecturer of chemistry, that's what's it called? What's his name? Yaradua, to a PhD holder in zoology, to a man who had no primary, secondary school certificate, now to a certificate forger and a drug baron. Something has changed. Please correct that.
Thank you, Dr. O. Actually, highly noted. And the negative change and its impact is on us, we, inside Nigeria, more than those of the Nigerians staying abroad. We organize space, probably we jump on space to discuss the issue and profile solution. Jagun, we have been on space since yesterday, and people are questioning what can be achieved in 2 years or in 1 year tenure. And I'll break it down to the barest minimum that there are a lot that can even be achieved in 6 months and is doable. How come we are not even discussing it? How come this administration is not implementing it? The administration that is thriving in lies. You are putting up a false record of your own personal achievement. The administration that commissioned how many kilometers of road, coastal road, that is even less than how many percent of that contract. Guess what? Somebody went there with his own camera and said that the kilometer of road they said they commissioned is less than what they are putting out there. With video evidence, what did they do? They went back to the site, remove all the peg, mounted military checking points here and there so that people should not access the road anymore. Lies. Yesterday, Mr. President's official Twitter page posted data showing their expenditure, infrastructure expenditure in the West, excluding Lagos. I don't know if Lagos belongs now to Benin Republic. Okay, you put up a data in Northwest where you claim you spend the most of constructing so road and so road. Somebody is telling you that you recorded even the completed project of Muhammadu Buhari as part of your own project. You don't even have any data to back that up. You posted a road somewhere Enugu Abakaliki 36 kilometer without any expenditure attached to it. These are lie from the highest order of the country. Jagun, today as I speak to you, 25 kg of a bag of maize, which is corn, is about 14 to 15,000. Why 25 kg of fertilizer also is about 30, 40 to 50,000. So what it means is that a bag of corn is not capable of buying a bag of fertilizer. How many plots of land or hectares of land can one bag of fertilizer actually manured? How many states have probably or a processing plant for animal manure? How are our leaders so disconnected with the people and the problem, and somehow they are providing solution to it, or they are claiming they are providing solution to a problem they don't even know how it exists or where it's existing? Jagu, on this sense space, probably the moment I spoke the last time, a barrister came here and probably trying to correct something somebody said about judicial payment, said that the judicial workers are being paid from consolidated revenue fund at stating it to be independent payment. Google it now as we speak, Jagu. Consolidated revenue fund falls under whose office or which office? You will see it, Office of the Accountant
General,
General of the
I
Federation.
didn't want to break that. We're having a very robust conversation at that time, so I didn't want to break. I wanted to ask him that who funds that pool? That's the question I wanted to ask. Go ahead, bro.
Thank you. It falls on the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation. Who appoints the Accountant General of the Federation? On whose office do they fall? Executive, the presidency. Like, see, the problem we even have, see, not be only politician, not be only Nigerian politician. We have bad citizen enablers, bad Nigerian in their numbers. Somebody came up here with good English, said how many Nigerians know office to their senators representing them, as if we are talking about what is it called, senatorial representation or constituency representation. I live here in Abuja. I can tell you this: go to National Assembly every working day. You will see good number of people mounting or visiting the office of these honorable members or distinguished senators. Do you know what they go there to do? They go there to beg for school fees. They go there to tell them I've not eaten since last year. They go there to sell one t-shirt for 5 million. They go there to sell perfume. They go there to sell wristwatches. These are Nigerians, not Ghanaians. They are eating from the same cake that they want to have from the outer door. They are the ones enabling this same chaos we are in today. I mean, you will see people's wives who have left their home, people's wives who have left their home or their husband to go and become loving how to become fourth wife or fifth wife to some politician. Trust me, this is where we are.
Dragon, mute your mic. Your music is disturbing us. Dragon, who is disturbing General? Who is playing music? Dragon, who is playing music? General, can you hear the music?
Chelsea Jago never walk out from his phone. I can hear him. It's like a piano solo or something. James, now
I
you?
can hear.
Yeah.
I can hear you,
Yeah.
doctor.
Is it James?
I think
James,
Jago
mute
have
your
the
mic.
problem.
I think it's between Jago and James.
I've muted the
Oh,
first
okay.
in
Okay.
general. You can go.
Jagun, who was playing that music?
It's James, though. It's James.
Which can't think with that.
He was
Okay.
he was he was
General, please
selling
go
piano
ahead.
solo. James, the piano soloist. I greet you. I greet you.
Okay. To a point. You have people who organize themselves as student union, or we are from so school, to go to senator to give them 500,000 to endorse him in the campus. We have some good number of Nigeria who is not aware of their major problem, somehow is protecting their selfish interest. It's on this same timeline that somebody who claimed to be an obedient like us says that he can brag that he has at least numbers of at least 2 governors or three state governors or 6 House of Rep members, that he can boast of how good. What the fucking classism you're talking about, man? Can you sort the bill of your own constituency? The people on your DM, can you solve their problem? If the economy is working very hard, would you be bragging with such a thing? And somehow we are dwelling on the technicalities of English here. Homogeneous, heterogeneous, or whatever. We are talking about that Mr. President can even make a decree and it will come to pass. He made a decree, 5 billion naira was spent to buy a yacht. It did not pass through National Assembly. He made a decree, 100 and something billion was spent on aircraft. And this is what PeterObi has swore that he will never do. If Mr. President cut the cost of governance or in whatever that they are doing in Asorok today, trust me, we will save at least 100 billion naira. And that can actually establish a good, what is it called, national hospital in a state, a world-class hospital in one particular state. Asorok spent 600 and something million naira on just on just car tires in 1 week, I mean in 1 month. So what are you telling me that cannot be achieved even in 6 months? People will feel the impact. If you say that people are hungry, why are people hungry? Take the data of each state. What are the number of farmers here? What is the percentage of farmland in the whole 36 states? Mr. Governor, how can we achieve so hectare of farmland? So that by next year or in a year time, we should be talking about these are the farm produce from the Ministry of Agriculture. Where are government building the silos and barn to protect or to preserve, farm produce? It is just the willpower. We have not actually gotten somebody who is ready to work for the country. We have people who are ready to amass wealth, probably currency notes for themselves and their unborn children. And that is why we are here. A lot can be achieved in the ministries, department, and agency. Government is running business with all these ministries. We have Ministry of Health, Ministry of Works, Ministry of Agriculture. What are they doing? What is the enthusiasm in all these ministers that are manning this post? It's just a compensation position for my political friends. And that's why we are here. It's not even speaking English. I don't care. In fact, if I was born a Yoruba man today, I don't know if this truth will still be on my mouth. I'm not saying this because of the region where I came from. No. I'm politically aware, and I can tell you that the decision of politics and its economic decision impacts in everybody's life directly, more than religion or any other thing. It is not difficult for them to pay for hotel reservation in Transcorp Hilton, probably 6 months up front. Go and check whatever I'm saying. Fact check me. Go to Transcorp, make inquiries. You see where they deposit up front 6 months for their mistresses. You see custom, directors or whatever, commanders, living in a hotel premises for over 2 years. That is happening in Nigeria. And you tell me if a president who is ready to work will come and hold this data before him, will not know what to do. And the people will not feel the impact in 2 years. How many years did Yar'Adua govern us before his death? And can we compare that with what we have with Tinubu in 2 years? Thank you, Jago. We'll keep talking.
I love the way you ended it. How many years did Yar'Adua spend with us? Up to today, I personally still celebrate that man. I still strongly celebrate that man every day. That man, Yar'Adua, the man who came and acknowledged the process that brought him into power. I've never seen that in this country. Not since him, not before him. Perhaps we'll see it when we usher in a new government, the one that we put there by our own self.
Jagun,
Yeah.
Jagun, you forgot the most important one. He reversed the price of fuel.
My brother,
And that
now that one
affected
in my head. Now why they
everybody.
emphasize here, they celebrate them. I just don't want to talk about. Thank you. He reversed so many things, not just pump price. Reversed so many things. But what stood out for me, yeah, Dr. O, when something is in scarce supply in your country and in your society and somebody gives it, it is commendable. He came into power and acknowledged the process that brought him into power and set up in motion, ways to correct that process. But unfortunately, that man left us before the kola nut got ripe. Unfortunately, yeah. Again, thank you guys for being with me on the space. But Adekunle Phillips have been here with us for over 7 hours, I think, and he's not said anything, and he remained on the speaker section. Anyways, let's try and move the conversation. See how we can wrap it up today. Yeah, Valerie, let me give the mic to you. I just remember I wanted you to tell us again. Because we've been hearing this masculine voice all day, and I'm currently having a headache. Let's hear your voice, Valerie. Tell us about Peter Obi, please.
Okay, Jagu, well done. Oh, you don't try. Hi, everybody on the space. Kule Phillips. I don't know why you don't want to speak. Maybe you've slept off, or I hope you're listening. But if you want to come up, feel free. So, yeah, there's a lot of controversies where people are trying to compare Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa. And I just want to say this is not a comparison. This is just saying that our judiciary is failed, you understand? And I believe, I'm not even so sure that's the direction Jagu was headed, but I believe that he would have been if our judiciary was really good, we would have extradited him and tried him here, you understand? And also I believe that now that he's even back home and he's about to serve his prison sentence, I feel like I just hope rather that the judiciary he's not going to buy his way out of this. You
No,
understand?
are
Because
you referring to Ekpa?
yes,
Ekpa
I'm on
is not
EPA.
home. He's serving the terms in Finland.
Oh, okay. So okay, I'm trying to say that in a right setting, what I actually know is that they'll extradite them back to their country and then they face the wrath of the law in their country. But it might even be better like this in the sense that I believe people they buy away their prison sentence, you understand? They bribe the judges, whatever. So maybe this is even a good thing because I believe there's a difference between fighting for indigenous people, you understand, Igbo people, and crossing the line to actually making it like a terrorist organization where you actually kill people back home just because they don't obey like your laws that are not even constitutional, and they don't obey the soldiers, the Biafra soldiers or whatever. So I just believe that I don't want us to actually be comparing Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ekpa, because I know there were allegations where Nnamdi Kanu went on US radio to be like, he needs guns to like fight against the Nigerian government allegedly, but I don't think it actually crossed the line that Simon Ekpa crossed. But I don't want to make that our conversation because I'm seeing comments where they're comparing the two of them. So back to Peter Obi 2027, I'm like, Like Chris will always say, this just means 100% loyalty to PO, and that we're no more so focused on the coalition, because my mom don't dey pay me to even be saying P or nothing. It's not like I'm tired, but I'm like, I feel that this new hashtag, you understand, just shows that regardless of whatever the coalition does, even though we're still pushing for them to do the right thing, PO is going to be on that ballot 2027 because he already said it, regardless of what party. So we should just keep our eyes, just the way we kept our eyes on the judiciary, we should keep our eyes on PO 2027 and just let nobody come and gaslight you and say he should deputize, or you understand, he should deputize Atiku, or like if whoever emerges from the coalition, because that is not going to happen. We're going to follow Peter Obi anywhere he goes, and we're still hoping for the coalition to do the right thing. So I thought we were winding down the space, but I'm still seeing speakers, so maybe we should move to Ariel Bodo. I thought you've been speaking, but we can move to you, then Magic, then Nigeria Renaissance.
All right, okay. So first of all, I want to say to Jagun Jagun and Valerie that I believe, I commend them. They have conducted the space excellently. All right, but I'll just like to just a piece of advice to Jagun Jagun. I think you should try and not get bullied by people. Both Hudo and Huikina, and I don't know who else. I don't know all the people who have come.
Come again, everybody. What did you say? You said what?
No,
You were
I
speaking
said.
to me. I didn't get you.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, I said I commend you and Valerie. You have conducted the space excellently well, all right? But I said I would like to had a piece of advice that you should try and be careful not to be bullied by people who don't want other people to express themselves. It's intolerance. That's how I see it. Because everything I have said, you understand, I never came to, characterize anybody's statement. I would offer.
Hold on, Erobodo.
Yeah.
Valerie, please. I can't bring people up. Please kindly assist.
I can't say any requests though, but if I see, no problem. Ariel Bodo.
Okay, I can go on. All right. Okay, so I'm saying that, so if you look at it so far, since I've been talking, I would address, anything I want to address with facts. I will say, oh, this is days. I'll refer to maybe Harvard paper. I put the article about the Harvard paper on the jumbotron and all of those things. I'll never, characterize someone's statement like, say, oh, that's nonsense. It doesn't make sense, without actually saying, okay, why doesn't it make sense? Or why is it nonsense? And I see people come up here and they say, no, it's clarity, no, it's leadership, it's this. I think there is a lot of emotions, all right? And
Okay.
I don't think you can solve problems by, if you say, oh, you don't want us to talk about this right now, fine, I'll respect that. As the host, if you say, no, don't talk about this right now, we don't want to talk about it. But if you're trying to find a solution to a country's problem, a country that did not come into existence yesterday, and you've had leadership problems for 60 years, and for some reason you still think, oh, the leadership is the problem. Okay, then ask yourself, why do you keep having this recurrent thing, this recurrent bad leadership? Why do you keep having it? And then if you can look, if you can,
let me interject you there. Yeah, I'm going to interject you there. First off, Erobodo, do I look to you like someone who can be bullied? Do I cut across to you like someone? No, I'm not. It's just a rhetoric question. Do I cut across to you like someone who can be bullied? Maybe you should check properly at me for you to know that not even Tinubu can bully me.
Okay.
Somebody born of a woman.
Maybe that's
Please
wrong.
don't interject, please. Don't interject, please. Yeah, thank you. Not even someone born of a woman. Nobody where they're born from Pesinyash feel bully me. Nah, only Olodumare. Olodumare said no choose to bully me, so nobody feel bully me. All right. Having said that, Erobodo, to you said we've had leadership problem for over 60 years. And don't you think we should look into something else? Well, have we solved the leadership problem and have we tested it? So if we are trying to solve one and we have not solved it, it means we have not tested real leadership. So if we've tested real leadership, perhaps we would know if there is another problem that we need to solve. But for now, it's still leadership problem. Yeah.
Jago, please get my point. Nigeria has a leadership problem. That was why when Hudo was trying to ask me, oh, judiciary, I said no. It's not only Nigeria's judiciary. It's Nigeria's legislature. It's Nigeria's executive. It's all levels of governance. It's every part of the
So,
society.
Bodo, what are you saying exactly? I'm confused. Before I ask you my question, Jago, I just wanted to be a speaker. You promoted me to co-host. Isn't the Lord
When I
marvelous?
couldn't bring you up as a speaker, I need Lord emotion, Lord of
Don't change your mind, though. That's how God works in mysterious ways.
Reggae bush.
Guys, I want to say something before we carry on. Roboto said that we should not characterize people's statements, but then I think he characterized people's statements by saying they're speaking from emotion. I could be wrong, go. I could be wrong. Make I mute my mic. My own is to point out when
you're not wrong. You're not actually
mute.
wrong. We're all listening, Belele. You're not wrong, but I'm not going to dwell on that. Roboto, it seems to me you're trying to have it both ways. On the one hand, you're saying that leadership is not the problem, and then when you get a pushback, all of a sudden you switch that. Oh yeah, I'm not saying leadership is not the problem. So which one is it? What are you saying exactly, please?
Okay, all right. So let me maybe you. I'm not really sure where if you heard what I was saying before. So again, I'll say it. When Hudo was asking me, oh, the judiciary, I said no. It's not only your judiciary. It's your legislature. It's your executive. It's everything. So yeah, Nigeria has a leadership problem. And that's why I was giving the example I was giving earlier. And for some reason, it went over some people's heads. All right. So I said, look, those are, you know, if you take a time to analyze Nigeria's problem, those are symptoms of the real issue. So if you want to solve the problem, you understand, and that's why I talked about root problems or root causes. You can look that up. So you do a root cause analysis. There will be problems that will arise from more fundamental problems. That was why I was giving the example of the person who has a typhoid who's running a temperature. Is temperature the real problem? No, that's a symptom. Like, so if you have perennial misgovernance, perennial
Jagun, I am at work and I'm trying to set up a reaction. And I'm having this word salad destroy my
I've
nerve
been talking
cells. I don't want to cause
about this
explosion
word
here.
salad. I've been talking about this word salad for over 2 hours.
Please.
That's what Jagu doesn't
This
want to
word salad
understand.
is annoying.
Jagu doesn't want
It's
to
annoying.
understand these
It's
things.
extremely annoying.
Please wait. First of all, Erobodo, please, would you want to take some time and take care of your baby? You know, I'm a dad too, and I have a newborn, and I can understand the challenge. So, because I really want to engage you. So take some time and take care of your baby, and then come back.
No. It's fine. It's fine. I've got someone else attending to her.
Okay. All right. So now let's go with your analogy.
Okay.
What is the real problem of Nigeria in your own based on your understanding from what you're saying? You're saying that leadership is the successive bad leadership we've had is a symptom of the main issue. What is the main issue?
All right. So if maybe if I would use one statement to describe it, I would say it's the I don't want. Okay, fine. I'll say it's the unification of the disparate ethnic groups of Nigeria under one governance structure. The decentralization of power, which I call the over-centralization of power, of control. That's why look around you. We're always fighting to go to the center.
Erobodo. Hold on. Erobodo, please hold on. The governor of Osun State, what is not Osun, Ogun State is who? What's the name of the governor of Ogun State? Very good. He's a Yoruba man, right?
Right, true.
Ogun State is in southwest Nigeria, right?
Right.
Can you compare any town, village, or city in Ogun State, current day Ogun State, to any saint country, any saint city, town, village in the world?
I'm not so familiar with Ogun State.
Ogun people.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Which state are you from? Which state are you from in
No. Even the state I am from.
Okay. Hold on. Let me talk about my state. Since you are not willing to talk, let me talk about my state. I'm from Edo State. Right. I'll proudly say it. Right? My current governor cannot read his budget. They call him Monday D7 on this platform. My current governor is as illiterate as it gets. Right? There is Edo people do not have stable electricity, portable water supply, no good roads. In fact, one of the worst roads in Nigeria is located in my state. Hope you are following my trajectory. Now, imagine we split Nigeria and get Edo people to govern themselves. Do you think we will still get a better leader from that crop of criminals we have in government?
Okay, so let me put it this way. Well, from as an outsider looking in, you understand, like, I'm looking in. First of all, I would say that
see, don't mention your own state. Parallel what I just painted to you from my state. Parallel it with your state sincerely,
hold on.
And answer the question.
Let me give this information real quick. Sorry, apologies, Dr. O. Guys that are requesting, we can't bring you up. Perhaps you drop again and re-request so that we'll be able to bring you.
I can.
All right.
I have special powers. Yeah, I see them.
Sorry, Jack, I won't waste you people's time too much. Let me just round up. He called my name a couple of times, and there's this thing that these people do that I don't know how we can hold on. Please, now me called my name now. Let me just I won't waste your time. I'm not wasting your time.
Hold on, Udo.
Just 2 minutes.
You met
Dr.
Dr. O
more.
having a conversation with him. Don't
Yes. I'll let Dr. O go. Since Dr. O is up here, I'm free to go. But like I say, you don't understand these people's tactics. They always want to have the last say in every space to distort the information that every other person has been saying. These people will continue to do this thing till 2027. This guy that you're talking about, he's not going to. No, let me just finish. He's not going to answer any direct question. Even if you ask him his real name, he's not going to answer it. These people have now APC people with this now. All right, I leave you guys. Thank you.
No, Allah, men mount. Jagun, I might have over advertised my special powers. I'm struggling. To pull people up. I don't know what the fuck is going on with this app today.
Honestly.
I give up.
Valerie, if you can pull people up, if not, they will need to cancel the request and do it again.
Alishon, I just sent you invite to speak. Please,
all right.
myself.
I think we should go back to the exchange between Dr. O and Erobodo.
Yeah, that's where we
go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I think was whole talking or something. I'm not really sure. Oh, I'm free to go on. I think somebody interjected. And
go ahead, Erobodo. It's done.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Okay. Good. So where was I? All right. So someone said, "No, I'm not." So what time?
So let me lay it out for you.
Okay.
He asked you. You said the unitary system we're running in Nigeria seems to be the problem.
Okay.
And I've checked out your profile. You are self-acclaimed Yoruba conservatist. Okay. I don't know what that means, but there seems to be a general understanding of what you guys are about. So he now basically narrowed it down to the Southwest.
All right.
And then he gives you an example of Ogun State, which has been run successively by Yoruba people. That is a homogeneous... Oh, hang on, please. Just don't chip in. Just hear me out. That is a homogeneous group right there in a region of the country that is being run by one of their own people. and it tells you to compare, Ogun State with, say, I don't know what country you are in. You seem to have an accent. Compare it to a city where you are living in, and let's see from a global scale, from a global standard of comparison. Do you think your argument still holds true, considering the example of Ogun State, which is homogeneous, number one, and has been continued to be run by Yoruba people?
All right, good. So for those who are here earlier, I talked about something. So I said that if Nigeria was going to be restructured into homogeneous or subnational units, every subnational unit would need to create its own constitution. I don't know if you heard that. So for example, if you look at like Yoruba people, if we wrote our own constitution to govern Yoruba people, you won't have an Igba man being under an Ijebu man. You won't have an Ekiti man, an Ife man being under an Ilesha man. No. We're going to go back to the subgroups, for example. Yes, we're all Yoruba. Do you get? We're going to go back to the subgroups first of all, because every subgroup has its own. Okay. So we're going to have a different form of government.
Erobodo. Okay. I don't want you to go off on a tangent here. Okay, the governor or successive governors of Ogun State collect federal allocations from the government every month. Does it matter what tribe that governor is from? How does that impact? How does that affect development in the state? Do you see what we're saying?
Okay, so let me answer you. So here is the thing. I think that if you look at all the geopolitical zones, so for example, there was a time that so I'll tell you something. It matters, all right? The which group that person comes from. If it matters to the people, then it matters. If the people don't think it matters, then it does not. But now, in this case, I believe that the people think it matters, and I agree with them. So if you look at all the geopolitical zones, Nigeria has 6. There was a time that Benga Daniel, who is also from the state, was arguing when he was discussing the Southwest Development Commission. It was still a bill then; it had not become law, and it gave a figure. It said that by 2050, half of Nigeria's population by that time, I don't know if it will be 400 million or more, I don't know. Half of them will be living in the West, in Southwest. There's a reason for that, if you look at it. So look across the Southwest. Yes, there's bad governance everywhere. But the internal migration within Nigeria shows that there is a particular region that attracts the most people. And it's not just Lagos. So look at what is happening as badly governed as Ogun State is. They're still attracting FDI. The people, investors are going there. Do you get what I am saying?
All right. No, I don't. Okay. Listen, no. I don't get what you're saying.
Okay. So, hold on. My own is to highlight whenever we're revising history and revising questions. I want you to please ask that question again, because local man just answered a different question, and it's okay, right? It's okay. Please just ask the question again, because that question was not answered at all. It was not answered one bit. Like, it was all waffle, then go off and answer something else. Please, Tudo, ask the question again. And please, Tudo, don't interrupt him, so I can get the recording clear. I want to get the answer to that question.
I think. Sorry for the background noise, guys. I'm outside. I think he understands the question perfectly, but he's doing a straw man. So
no, I'm not doing a straw man. Hold on. You said no. Okay,
Your state government budgeted 63 billion to renovate the government house there. 63 billion. That is an example of what I'm talking about. How does that have to do? What does that have to do with the tribe of the governor or the tribe of the people? You see what I'm saying? When you guys make these arguments, it doesn't affect anything tangible that we're talking about.
Okay, so let me explain it to you. And I'll try my best to explain it properly. So first of all, the Oyo State governor, you understand, he operates under a structure that the Yoruba people have no control over. And the earlier point I made was to show you that, yes, even when things, when governors, yeah, that's why I admit that there is bad governance everywhere. No, I'm not saying you understand. But you see, if for example, so let me so the Oyo State governor, for example, he what's it called? It to be difficult to even hold him accountable by his people. Do you know why? Because in Oyo State, you don't only have, for example, I've heard some people in Ibadan, I'm sorry, in Oyo State, who have complained that it's only Ibadan people who have been producing or so all the governors. Because Ibadan people in Yoruba so good, they're not the only ones in Oyo State. They may be the largest, but they're not the only ones. But they seem to have monopolized the governance of that place, right? So again, you understand. So if, for example, so there are many factors. One is that
All right. So let me ask you.
governor. The governor.
We don't
The
have time.
governor.
We don't have
Okay,
time.
all
We
right.
don't have time. So,
Tudo, hold on,
let me.
Erobodo, Tudo.
Okay.
What are we gonna do with this problem that we have on our hands?
The bringing up people, right?
Yes. So
is that? I want to make sure that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, bringing up people. Yeah.
Person. How many problems do we have on our hands? What are you implying? What are you implying? What is going on in this place? These guys, what?
I mean, are we on the same space? We have an existential problem on our hands that we're trying to solve. All right, listen. I don't know what the solution is, bro. I don't know. I see Omar, I see Kunle, Kolade even try to come out. Cloud. I've tried to bring them up, but the thing
Oh no,
keeps
hold on.
back.
I'm thinking if I drop and some other people drop, you see space because it's like 10 people, 10 maximum speakers. Let me drop, then you check. It's 10 maximum speakers per like 2 go.
But even at that, it doesn't let you have the check mark once the maximum has been reached. It doesn't. Anyways, please, guys, let's fix that because we want to hear from Omar, Kolade, and Kunle, and everybody else that's requested. Erobodo, how would you? So Tinubu is not the problem of Nigeria at this time. He's not to blame. Is what you're saying in essence.
Okay, so my question, the leaders you have, they're part of the problem, but they're
okay. Can I just hear you say
they're not.
Tinubu? I want to hear you say Tinubu is to blame.
Wait.
You do understand that I'm a co-host, right? So, but I'm not trying to use that power yet. So
okay.
I'm trying to have a conversation with you. So just work
All
with
right.
me. So I'm saying that I want to hear you say Tinubu is to blame for the current situation in Nigeria.
The box stops on Tinubu's table. So if people are feeling the heat, yes, the box stops with him. If people are feeling whatever is happening, the box stops.
People are feeling the heat.
Yes.
Wow. If people are okay, all right.
I'm not saying people are not feeling the heat. I'm saying that when people are, you understand, whoever is there, whether it's even if it was whoever else was there.
We agree.
Because right now, Nigeria, the control of Nigeria's resources, everything, where federal projects are cited and all of those things, they're controlled by the president. You understand? So
exactly.
So
I was just hoping that somewhere in your argument you will lay the blame at the president's door or desk or whatever.
I am saying that
yes,
that's
Tinubu is to blame for Nigeria's problem today.
No. Look, if you're blaming Tinubu, then who do you blame when Buhari was there? You blamed Buhari, right? When Jonathan was there, who was blamed? Oh, you blamed Jonathan.
But Tinubu is the president now, right? Tinubu is the president right now.
Look, I'm saying there is a pattern. There is a pattern. Successively, you keep blaming your leaders. That's why somebody was trying to tell you that it's like rearranging the chairs or the decks or whatever.
No.
So you blame this one.
Would you support? Hang on. Would you support the idea of a new leader like Peter Obi, who presents a different vision that might correct the very problem you are identifying? Would you support a leader like that?
Okay, no. If Yeah, I will support a leader like that. But first of all, I have to tell you that I don't believe that that leader is Obi. You understand? So we can disagree on that. But then,
why not? No. Let's talk about it. Why not?
Okay, when I look at
because he's not a Yoruba man.
Well, did I say that? I mean because I'm wondering
not in so many words. Not in so many words, but yeah.
No. Where did I insinuate that? If you're saying not in so many words,
I mean, you are a Yoruba conservative for starters.
Okay, so
we all understand what that means, right?
What does it mean? It means I want the preservation of Yoruba people, Yoruba land, Yoruba
exactly.
heritage.
I mean,
so
look at the way,
how does that make me
look at the way you struggled to even blame Tinubu for the many problems of Nigeria that Nigerians are facing right now because he's your brother. Am I wrong?
Oh my goodness. See, we can get into this argument. I'll present my own facts and you present yours. For example,
we're already there.
If you want to go that route, if you want to go that route.
We're already there. We're already in the room.
Okay, good.
Because I used your argument to ask you a question about Peter Obi. You are making the argument, everybody heard you on this space, that successive leaders in Nigeria, there's a pattern. And I say there's a new leader who comes along and presents a clearly different vision, path for Nigeria. And I asked you pointedly, would you support that man?
Let me ask you.
And you said no.
So let me
Why would you say no?
So let me
Erobodo.
So let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
Hold on.
Yeah.
So that you can have clarity and you can grasp the questions.
Okay.
Let Tudor complete the questioning and then you can give feedback to it. Thank you.
No, I think he clearly understands the question, but let me rephrase.
So let me.
By the way, I have pulled up. Hold on. Jagun, I think the thing is, I've been able to pull up one more person, so I don't know if it's getting fixed. Erobodo, it's very simple.
Yeah.
It's very simple, right? I used your argument to ask you the question about Peter Obi. I said you have made the case that successive leaders have been bad for Nigeria, but you now concluded that leadership may not be the problem. There's something else, which, honestly, in my opinion, I have not been able to pin down from everything you've said. But I now say, okay, here comes this new leader, potentially, who presents a completely different vision for Nigeria, something like we have never seen that well articulated in the history of Nigeria. And I asked you, would you at least support that man for the chance to be able to steer the ship of state in a different direction? You said no. Now, why would you say no?
Good, because I don't believe that the way you have the traits you have imputed to Obi, I don't believe that that's factual. For example, Obi has been the governor of Anambra State. Yes, Obi has been the governor of Anambra State. All right. Now, let's take poverty, for example. Poverty is a serious problem in Nigeria, multidimensional poverty. Now, under Obi, all right, poverty doubled in Anambra State.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Listen. This is not 2022 where we have to sell Peter Obi to anybody.
Wow. Come on.
Yeah. Is
it not true? Wait.
Yeah.
If you're saying
no.
If you're saying no, is it true or not? Is it true or not?
So tell me.
Under
hang
Obi,
on a second. So we are comparing. We're not comparing. Obi is not the current president of Nigeria. All right.
No, he's not. But he wants to be, right? And he has been a governor. So he has held an executive position.
You have to let me speak.
Erobodo,
You have to let me
doing
speak
what I
as
asked
well.
you not to do again.
Like, I don't understand. Like, we're trying to have a conversation here. So, I tell you what, let's do this. Why don't you tell me what you think Tinubu is doing right for Nigeria?
Oh, okay. All right, good. Mm-hmm. So I'll tell you that there's been a lot of suffering in Nigeria. I won't be somebody who's going to deny the obvious. People are feeling the heat. All right. Now, and this is what I'm about to say. It's not peculiar to Tinubu. Okay. But if we had, say, a serious leadership,
no, let's not. Don't do that. Exactly.
No,
it's a simple question. We are staying on Tinubu, brother. He's our current president.
Know.
And the question is simple. Don't change the question.
Good.
Please give me a list of the things
I wasn't going
Tinubu.
Yeah.
You have
Okay.
to
Okay,
let me
fine.
land. So
Okay, sorry.
give me a list of things that Tinubu has done right for
Oh, okay.
Nigeria, in your opinion.
All right. Okay. So I think that Tinubu has largely been able to resolve the multiple forex exchange rates. There are different exchange rates, official, the wide gap between the black market and the official one. I think Tinubu has been able to resolve that. I think he is also the problem with the fuel subsidy, the corruption that is endemic, within that scheme. You understand, that was bleeding, Nigeria's resources. I think Tinubu has closed off that that as well. I think he has closed that off. Then the tax bill. I think the tax bill, it's another good one. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, he didn't get exactly what he was trying to push through. You understand? But I think, yeah, it's a good place to start. People should keep more of what they generate, the wealth they generate. Okay, no, the center shouldn't be taking and redistributing wealth, away from the places where wealth is being generated. All right. Which other one? Okay, I think there's that. I think I think there's a NEL fund, which is a good thing. I think what's it called, the passport. You understand? Like people don't have to know anybody to get their Nigerian passports now. You can get it. You understand? You don't have to wait an eternity to get your passport. That's which other one? I think he's cleared monies hold foreign companies operating in Nigeria whose funds were trapped in Nigeria. He's paid off that.
My only prayer, hold on. My only prayer is that that's your little child. You don't raise them with this level of sycophancy, lies, and idiocy. That is my only prayer and wish for you. That child that you have in your house grows up to become a better human being than you are.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
So
Let me.
wait.
That's
Pause.
enough. No, you're done. That's enough. There are several other people that we want to hear from, but let me say this, okay? And I'm done speaking on this issue. Did you see how you sounded when I told you to list the things that the president has done right compared to how you were sounding before? And this is the pattern. See, we do this every day on different spaces. This is the pattern we see with you guys. And what you have just demonstrated is to prove my point. The only reason you're supporting Tinubu is because he's a Yoruba man like you. It is that simple. And that's what you see, I didn't interject you. And you have no clue what you're talking about. Like, this is way above your league. It's above your pay grade. The subsidy you're talking about, even the IMF, go check it out. They said subsidy continues. It's still there. It's not gone. All right? You talk about the harmonization of our FX regime, right? They said they are floating the naira. But you don't know that the Central Bank of Nigeria is paying billions to sustain the naira as we speak. Just go do a simple Google search. A simple, brother, as you're there, do a simple Google search and ask Google how much did the CBN pay up until Q3. From Q1 alone, $4.7 billion. The reason the naira has found stability at 1,500 and something and change naira is because the CBN stepped in. They are doing what they call a managed float. because they wanted to float it before and they realized that they can't sustain it. There is no productivity to back up the float, which is what Peter Obi has been talking about. So they realized that if they don't do something, the naira will wind up in the toilet. So they had to step in and redefine the float. So now what you have now is a managed float. Okay, that's what we're talking about. The subsidy thing, you guys are, these are the 2 points you always talk about: subsidy and currency and all of that. The arbitrage that they were fighting, between the official rate and the black market, it is back. It is back. It never left. Do you see what we're saying? Inflation is skyrocketing. They have rebased and continue to rebase because they are just grasping at straws. They are looking for every reason to make the number look good. Finally, the backlog. I'm addressing everything you said to show you that you have no clue what you're talking about. The backlog payments you talked about, right? To create room in our FX reserve, which has now led up to the recent announcement that they made, 41 billion. That was not done for Nigerians. That was done because the government, they run Nigeria as a business. So they needed to clear all the backlog payments so that the balance sheet can be freed up and their lenders can see that, wow, you are cleaning house. All right, let's lend you more money. That is what it's about. So the 41 billion, I'm even going to give you a freebie because you didn't talk about this. The 41 billion they announced recently, right? What that is what we call FPI, Foreign Portfolio Investment. Different from FDI, Foreign Direct Investment. So what is the difference? FDI means people come from outside to invest directly, from the word direct, operative word is direct, in Nigeria, to build industries, they hire people, locals, all of those things. So what we see here is people looking all around the world, looking for where to park their money. Because the current MPR, right, the monetary policy rate is 27.5. Now, the reason for that high number is because the central bank is fighting inflation, the very inflation the government created in the first place. So in an highly inflationary environment, you have to jack up your interest rate so that you can draw down inflation. Now, that works against Nigerians because now the prices of the basket of commodities and staple foods is jacking up every time. So we're in a cost push inflationary environment. The cost of everything is going up. The cost of fuel, the cost of food, the cost of everything. But that situation presents an investment opportunity for those who have money, especially from the outside of Nigeria. So they look at Nigeria, they see the security challenges, they see the instability, they see everything. It's not as stable as most of these other countries. And then, well, I'll take the risk. I'll go park my money there to get the high interest rate. So when you buy government bonds, some of them are offering up to 23, 24, 25%.
Sometimes they bank on the corrupt system.
Exactly. Now they capitalize on it because they know they can't get away with some of those things in an established, well-oiled system like the one you live in, right? So they bring in all that money, and all that money will accrue to your so-called FX reserve. But then that FX reserve number is nothing to gloat about. It's hot money. It's just people looking for ways to get interest, high interest rate on their money. The way it came in is going to leave. And finally, on that point, it's gross FX reserve, not net, because the central bank still has obligations that are unmet. The day they publish that 41 billion, go and check out once those payments are made. The number is no more 41 billion. What am I trying to tell you? These people are running the country like it's a business, so that they can look good for those on the outside. So every time they announce these numbers, they announce they are rebasing this, they're clearing that, they are backlog payments, FX reserve. It's not about Nigerians. What we are telling you here, Peter Obi in his advocacy has made the case for Nigerians, a system that works for Nigerians, in ways that no other person has ever advocated. And you hear that. You hear that man. You hear everything that he has talked about. And he has laid it. I'm not even talking somebody speaking in general terms. This man breaks it down to minutia. He breaks it down to the numbers. And you say you will not vote for that man. That leaves me with no other choice than to say you're a bigot. And the only reason you're supporting the current president is because he's a Yoruba man like you. It's really unfortunate.
See,
I rest my case.
Tudor, really, you see why I was putting up the shocked emoji? Because
hello, can I
Ogasonic came up. No,
respond
please,
to
Aerobodo,
the no,
please, don't do
now
that.
let me respond to him.
Please, now.
Uh,
Chai.
I shouldn't I have the right of reply?
I don't want
God,
to
wait
meet
now.
you.
Are you the only one on the space?
I don't want to meet you, Aerobodo. I don't want to meet you. Please. Thank you. Ogasonic practically came up and said he loved the eloquency of Aerobodo. Let me tell you how Aerobodo came into the conversation. Aerobodo came into the conversation when we had a spillover conversation, and we were talking about, reasons. People were bringing suggestions about restructuring and how to get governance, closer to the people, the governance that really wears and interfaces with the people. People were bringing opinions, all right? So that was how he got in. So since then, it was just few of us on the speaker section. So I thought, let's wind down with this, and then we draw the curtain on it. So we went back and forth about it. I was really, really weak at that time, so I was just listening. But I was lost in this conversation, though. So he was so eloquent, and I wasn't ready to, do a back and forth today with anybody. I've been enjoying brilliant conversation submissions from
There was
guys.
no eloquency in anything. All I heard
Hold
was
on, hold
word
on, Doctor
salad
Who.
filled
You
with
get where I did
nonsense
drive
and
to. You get
gibberish.
where I did drive
That
to,
is it.
Doctor Who.
Because he carry fake accent, me
Hold
say
on,
it's like
Doctor
na
Who. Hold
eloquence.
on. You
Respect
get where I did
yourself,
drive
oh.
to. No verse.
No make me
No
vex.
verse. You get where I did drive to. Yeah. I don't enjoy conversations on this space, and I don't want to make it look like turn to a bash ghost thing. So I just let all of these things go, and then we're getting back to. I was redirecting at intervals, but here is Erobodo now lost completely his eloquency, and he was struggling to pick the goods that this government has done. Well, Dr. O, don't pray. Erobodo, I won't be doing this again. We won't. Maybe when we recycle back, but really, I don't think we should go back and forth with your position right now. You cancelled a candidate who had broken down a system and how to run it for somebody who is currently running it down.
Who
And you are
said
picking,
it's my turn? The
and
person that
yeah,
simply said it's my turn, Emilio Con. That was the campaign slogan. Emilio Con. By the way, sorry,
yeah,
before you continue, let me quickly. Somebody put a comment in the comment section, flower boy, and I thought it's brilliant. So I wanted to mention that. So the argument is that even Nel Fund. Now, this is the sheer idiocy of government policy. This government, the Nel Fund that he talked about, I wanted to touch it, but for some reason I skipped it. You are giving out loans in a highly inflationary environment. I mean, forget about 21% that they are quoting. We are in hyperinflation. If they want to be real with Nigerians. So, in a hyperinflationary environment, where on the one hand, you are trying to reduce the money in the system, because that's what caused inflation in the first place. But then you are now injecting more money in the name of Nail Fund, even though we know it's for the most part it's audio. But let's just go with the concept of Nail Fund as an idea. It is a wrong concept. Because what you are doing is you are worsening the situation by injecting more money in a highly inflationary environment. That is why you are jacking up your interest rate, because you are trying to discourage lending. So This is where the disconnect is between fiscal policy and monetary policy. On the monetary side, Yemi Cardoso is trying to fight inflation, right? By jacking up, and this guy has limited tools you can use. But on the fiscal side, they are irresponsible because now you are countering everything that the same government is doing on the monetary side. How can we make progress? How can we make progress? Now, wait till December. When Christmas comes around, and Nigerians are going to spend more. Now, what do you think will happen to inflation? It's going to jack up. Wait till we'll approach 2027 election when raw cash will be pumped into the system for those who are buying votes, right? What do you think will happen to the inflation? It's going to get worse from here because this government, they don't know what the fuck they are doing.
Yeah, that's just it too, though. Well, what people reel out some policies as the gains of this government, and I ask, where and when does it interface with the people? That's the question I do always ask. How, where, and when does it interface with the people? And you don't get the answers. People are still, queuing up in Ogba, Dairy Farm Road, a long queue of paupers and masses, begging all of those political guys there for food. They have a food bank there that they distribute to them, using to hold them down. And they do this almost every week. Well, that's the system we are in. Kolade, bro, sorry for keeping you guys waiting. Let's move the mic.
Okay. Thank you so much, guys. I've been in and out since morning. It's work day today, so but I've been listening, and it's just so funny. Like, I had no intention of coming up, but one of my brother brought me up. And again, I'm going to refer to you. I won't call you a Rupodo. I'll call you by quote. Your username implies your name is Sukomi. So when you see in quotes few faceless people like come and they tend to talk, and the way they talk, they tend to like love a race more than others, then you begin to understand that it is not the love for the race. It is in quotes the love to be a nepo daddy, in my own word. A whole lot of these people, again, and I will say, they have no clue of what they're talking about. No clue at all of what they're talking about. In one breath, they will say that the challenge or the whatever or the way out of Nigerian challenges is for the country to break up. In one breath. In another breath, they will tell you that, okay, if everybody is together, it must just be in quotes. Once their own, in quotes, their own is there, everything is fine. They just tend to close their eyes and remain blind to anything that is not right about their own. And they are that's in coming together, like we have one country, one Nigeria, and we just get the best out of everyone to just get the things done, and everybody within the country live happily and enjoy the resources of the country. And then in another breath, these same people who claim, or they are fighting for in quote, the people, their own people fighting for. So people who are fighting for the good of their people, but refuse, you get it, from now to help the life of these their people. What kind of people are these? How are these people different from, in quote, Simon Ekpa? How? The only difference is Simon Ekpa have taken things way, way, way further than where they are. If you give them just a matter of time, they will be at the same level. If they continue like this. And again, I came up to let them know, Erobodo, Sukomi, you do not speak for the Yoruba race. You speak for yourself and the group of people that you guys are doing your own whatever. And I can say from the way you have spoken, it is very obvious. In case you don't know, people were listening to you. It is just too obvious that you guys are just political tools in the hand of Tinubu. And the sad part for me is that Tinubu, the same man that we all know, the way we were brought up, we were taught within our race, you get it, to live an upright life, to live with dignity, to work hard. And these same people that have turned us to become something that we are not, Yoruba race have now turned is now attached to drug dealing, and nobody can say a word. And instead of you guys to start from that point, for us to begin to weed out in the bad eggs within this race, you guys kept a blind eye to all that, and all you are just interested is how to go use propaganda, like to keep your own person in power, whether the person is delivering or not. I think we've had enough of all this. We've had enough of all this. And the painful part is, it seems some people do not even know they are being used to push, in quote, this crazy, useless agenda. It seems they don't know. Because in this same submission, and I was just laughing, and the same rhetorics, was Obi not a governor for 8 years? So and so when he was a governor for 8 years, did he do drugs? Did he do drugs? Have he ever done drugs in his life?
No, Kolade, the point he wanted to raise at that time was that there was insecurity rose under him, and that was
That is not even that. What he said at that point, what he said at that point is a blatant lie. That poverty skyrocketed by 50% or by whatever doing, that is just, and I was just like, and in all of this, you just see in quote the same thing we just keep saying, and this does not, and Jagun, the painful part for me in all of this, if he was doing this just with his own name, with his own whatever, but they come under the umbrella of, in quotes, Yoruba whatever, and like they speak for a race. We are better than this. This is the annoying part for me, as in me as a person. And everybody will just think that the way he speaks, and people are saying, what eloquence is in the thing that I've been hearing since morning? There is nothing eloquent about it. You know, someone speaking calmly, and in speaking calmly, someone is just dishing out things that, like, if this is how they are going to judge the Yoruba race, then we have a problem. We have a problem. And people also came up to also let you know that, use their own state governors to make an example, like, look, do you think even today, if they break up the whatever, you think Yoruba can even survive with where we are today? With the crop of leaders we have today? Or if something happens, are they not still going to be your leaders? Instead of us to face, in quote, reality, to face the truth, to speak truth to power, we are there being what? Being pawns. Like, okay, this politician needs you, so just go and do propaganda and nepotism, that, as in just do everything and just like, and once they do whatever, they turn a blind eye to the truth because their own person is there. That is all I just saw in everything he's just been dishing out. Reel out the appointment, the decision of this government. He was quick to want to do that, but he couldn't even say anything. He couldn't even say anything. Why don't we start from for what Yoruba stand for, Moluabi? Why don't we start from that point? What do we stand for? Those representing us, let's even say in quote, Tinubu today, does it stand for what Omoluabi stands for? Or is that not what you are fighting for? Is that not what you claim you stand for? Even the picture you put right there, do you know what that picture means? Man, Ududuwa. Man, our ancestors would, I am sure they would regret for the kind of generation or the kind of this thing that we have today. And yet you are dragging all of us into it. Why now? Why are you dragging all of us into it now? Why can't you just make this your own personal opinion and just say this is what you want and go for it? Why? Why don't you do this without attaching yourself to APC? Why? Why? If you had done that, people will still even take you serious. But you are doing that in one breath and you are attaching yourself to, in quote, criminality that people can see that these people, this is who they are. You are attaching yourself to them. And you want to say what? You want to defend Tinubu in one breath and still come and tell people that what? That what do you want to tell them? Man, sincerely, you broke my heart today, my brother. Sincerely, you broke my heart today, and that's the honest truth. It would have been better if you just like remain quiet and just go keep doing your thing the way you want to do it, and don't come to a public forum like this and just come and trash in quote an entire race, and especially a race where I also belong. It's a shame. It's a shame. I'm highly disappointed. Thank you.
Well, there's a reason why I'm not thinking from that end today. Because if I did, you know why I'm not worried too, though, guys. You know why I'm not worried, Kolade. I'm not worried because Sukomi defends Yoruba race in quotes, but struggles to speak in Queen's English. I'm trying to correlate. You are not even identifying with the Yoruba race. Sukomi. That just came to mind right now. Ọmọ Yorùbá pọ́nbélé lèmi o. In fact, ìjìnlẹ̀ Yorùbá tí ó gbàgbọ́ nínú ẹ̀sìn yẹn àtọ́ mú wá látọ̀hún. So that you even struggle. Please don't want me to speak please I beg, because I don't want to enter mood what color they enter, because this my tribe don't too see I beg.
Jagun. Biodun as in Biodun Meta. Do you know that Meta is in quotes a Yoruba list? Have you ever seen him come on?
I know very well.
You get it, but have you seen him come on whatever he just as in? Come on now, you can be what you want to be without dragging everybody into it. That's exactly my annoyance.
That's how I knew. That's how I knew metaphor. Now I knew metaphor. The first day I knew metaphor.
So who are these groups that will come and attach themselves to this in quote a known criminal?
In fact, Sakoladi, let us have my brother from my Yoruba.
Oh God,
speak metaphor, please. Come into this conversation, please, because it really directly concerns us.
Yeah, thank you very much for the mic. I really just wanted to speak to Ekpa's case. I think that the Finnish court have demonstrated to a lot of Nigerians, if they care to know or if they care to take notice of, the failures of the Nigerian judiciary, our judicial system, how they are able to speedily charge and prosecute an offense, ensuring that there's a speed of process. In fact, there's a fast track of the process, ensure that he's not held arbitrarily, and his case is completed within a short time. As in Ekpa's case, in comparison with Nnamdi Kanu's case that have been running around through Nigerian courts, for many months. I think for some few years now. What we noticed is that Ekpa was arrested in November last year, and it's not even up to 1 year. He's already the case is already completed. He's been convicted and sentenced to prison for 6 years. I think the Nigerian judiciary should take a hint. That is one of the reasons why he cannot even be extradited, even if Nigeria have a bilateral agreement with Finland. The Finnish laws, and the European laws will not even allow him to be extradited, because he will not be treated fairly. He will be held arbitrarily in Nigerian prisons or detention, for an awful long time before he even sees the courtroom. He will be abused, and the laws will not be applied judiciously in his case. I mean, we all see what's happening to Nnamdi Kanu. One of the real issues in Nnamdi Kanu's case is that, he's just held there, and it took a long time before they even started the trial. and there's just so much politicking, around this Nnamdi Kanu's case. Simple case of terrorism and all that just apply the law, evaluate the evidence and, come to a decision. They just be running around it and, holding someone in prison, arbitrarily. Arbitrary detention is frowned upon, across many jurisprudences in the world. They want speedy, they don't want people to be held in detention or in prison, you know, for no reason. If there is a reason, if you have a case, complete the case and either, punish the person or let the person go. That's the idea, So I think that's just one that the Nigerian judiciary can learn. See that Nigerian judiciary is light years behind in the globe. The whole world is in the future. Nigeria is still somewhere, in the 18th, 19th century, the way we do our things. Also, if you notice the Finnish criminal justice system, they have three tiers at their court level: the district courts, the appellate court, and the Supreme Court. Simon Ekpa was convicted at the district court. Perhaps he will have a right of appeal. Perhaps he wants to take advantage of that or not. I don't know. It's entirely up to them. Those rights of appeal does have a suspensive effect. So if he lodges an appeal at the appellate court, the sentence and conviction will be temporarily suspended until the appellate court makes a decision on the matter. And so that's just where it is. You can see how effective a judicial system works. No one is held in prison for a very long time. Even if you are held in remand, you're held, within a very short time, and they ensure that your case is addressed so that you're not just held there, arbitrarily. Okay, that's just all I wanted to say there, really. With regards to the extradition of Simon Ekpa, that's not going to really happen, even though Nigeria have, though Nigeria does not have a bilateral agreement, even Nigeria has a bilateral, it's not going to happen because there's the European laws, there's also the Finnish laws that make that very difficult for that to happen, really, because, and I heard some people say because he's a Finnish citizen. No, he's not a Finnish citizen by birth, he's a Finnish citizen by naturalization, and the conviction that he has been handed down to him, if he does not appeal and the conviction is not overturned, that conviction is even ground enough for his citizen to be revoked. Okay, because terrorism or any terrorism-related offenses in the globe is grievous enough for citizenship or any of those kind of rights to be revoked. So it can be revoked. However, though it may be revoked, but extradition will be very difficult because the Nigerian legal system is very poor. And one of the central doctrine of the European laws and many other European countries is that one will not be extradited to their country where they'll be treated unfairly, where their rights, their human dignity, and all those basic rights will be violated. They will not allow that to happen. So they will rather convict the person and punish the person in the country where the person's right will be protected and all that whatnot. So yeah, his citizenship might be revoked because, like I said, the sentence that you just handed down to him is enough for a citizen to be revoked. Yeah. So it's not, you don't have to commit an offense in Finland. If you commit a grievous offense like terrorism and all that, even in another country, and you're prosecuted. I told people before, honey, stop making noise, darling. You're making noise. Sorry, that's my daughter. I told folks before that terrorism, the offense of terrorism, is can be prosecuted anywhere. It does not necessarily have to be in the country where the act was committed. It can be prosecuted anywhere, and he was prosecuted in Finland, and he was sentenced to prison in Finland. Again, like I said, I don't think they are going to extradite him, even though he might complete his sentence there, and they will not extradite him, except the Nigerian judiciary or the Nigerian legal system is upgraded, where all of these basic rights are protected. And if they are sending somebody back to the country to face the law, they are not sending the person to his death. That is something that they will not allow in Europe. So the whole extradition, let's just forget about it. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen at all. They might revoke his Finnish citizenship, but extradition is not going to happen. Okay, well, I also heard that, again, I also heard that, okay, the truth is that I am a Yoruba nationalist. Okay, I'm a Yoruba nationalist, and my Yoruba nationalism, is purely drawn from an equity idea that I think that really Nigeria design should be made of. I believe that Nigeria current Nigeria structure is very wrong. Nigeria should be equitous. That is, Nigeria should allow equity, among all the ethnic diversities, in its midst. And I, as a Yoruba nationalist, I believe that if this happens, that the Nigerian state allows self-determination to all the ethnic diversities, we can still be a country while we self-determine ourselves within the Nigerian construct. And for those that don't already know, we are taking a proposal to the Nigerian National Assembly. We are preparing all of these things. We believe that Nigeria should be in that order. We can be a confederation. We really can be a confederation where, all the confederates, govern themselves, and by so Nigeria have granted them self-determination. We can still be a country with a confederation, and we can still have a president, but the president center will become insignificant. This is more rolling back to the First Republic. And I've always told people that one of the reasons I support Peter Obi, I'll continue to support Peter Obi, is because I believe in that equity. I believe in that equity. It is no longer Yoruba's turn, and that's the truth. From 1999 till now, we've had a Yoruba president for 8 years. We've had a Yoruba vice president. It should go somewhere else. And the truth is that if Peter Obi becomes the president of Nigeria after 8 years, I personally will be looking to another ethnic group to serve us at that capacity. Yeah, and that's why we are taking a proposal where, in fact, in real time, and it will be law, that the office of the president will be rotating along all the regions. By law, it will be law, actually, in Nigerian constitution, that the office of the president will go around in that order from one region to do that, so that all the ethnic groups in that country will have the opportunity to even serve Nigeria at different levels. But I can't speak about that in detail. But yeah, I'm a Yoruba nationalist, but I'm supporting Peter Obi 110% because I believe in equity and fairness and justice. And we need to allow that to thrive in Nigeria so that we can live in peace and harmony, right? Okay, thank you guys. Thanks for the mic.
Metaphor, flash news. Robodo Sukomi does not agree with where you stand with your equity, fairness, and justice. He believes all you said earlier about self-determination, because I know that you've been giving this proposal, you've been speaking about this proposal for over 3 years now that I've been listening to you. So while you were speaking to self-determination, Sukomi was giving you the serious thumb up. But the moment you gave your your stand per equity, Sukomi feels the path your journey should take different paths from that moment.
Wait, who's talking? Who's talking, please?
Sukomi thinks
Who just
please mute your
spoke?
mic, Sukomi, please.
No, I am mind reader.
Oh
Like, I
God.
didn't see anything.
You don't need to say anything, Sukomi. Please don't interrupt me again, please. You don't need to say anything, Sukomi. Don't worry. You don't need to say anything. But I believe in what Abiodun believes in, even though I'm not a nationalist. Yeah, I don't belong to the nationalist group. Yeah. But I belong to the Egbe Omodua. So, and I believe in equity because I'm a fairness and justice. And I believe that there should be rotation. And as I used to say, Providence really smiled upon us and gave us a candidate from the region that, originally should be the turn of. And we have Peter Obi from that part, per Providence. So I think it is no brainer for us not to support. That's what per Adeyanju of blessed memory died upon that position of equity, fairness, and justice. He died on it, and he died a just man of blessed memory. So I don't know. Tudor, let me yield the mic to you.
Hey, Ade. What's popping?
Ade, my brother, Ade with you, please. Cook,
Yeah, I
cook,
feel
cook, cook.
very sad for my Yoruba brethren. Um, I don't feel qualified to speak on this matter at all. Because I'm tainted blood, so you already know how that goes.
Whatever you mean by tainted blood, anyway.
Come on, man. Come on, Mr. Barnes. Yeah, okay, well, I don't, okay, here's my own. Sorry,
See,
gentlemen, but
Aerobodo
here's
and his
my own.
gang, that's what they call people like me. Tainted blood.
I don't believe that whole tainted blood thingy. Come on, guys.
But
Where is
that
that really
is
coming
what
from?
these guys are saying. These guys are saying that in quotes, some people are not Yoruba enough.
You know what we're
Dragon,
doing?
do you think it's
You know what
fair
we're
for
doing when
people to
people are
keep
dating
mentioning
now?
my name
When
and
people
I'm
are
not able
dating
to
now,
speak
brother,
to the
mute your
accusations?
mic. It's not about you or your fragile ego. Just mute your mic, I beg. So when people are dating now, just before they start smashing, we need to put certain things on the table so that we can let them. Are you aware that this thing might lead to the birth of tainted blood? So that maybe people can rethink some of their life choices. I'm just saying. Yeah. Anyways, I think at some point we have to allow ourselves to, because I'm listening to Kolade and I hear the heartfelt appeal that he was making. But the unfortunate thing, Kolade, these guys are not going to listen to you or listen to a man like Metaphor here. They're not. They're not. They're sold out, and that is the fact. And that was what we saw demonstrated on this space with the earlier exchange that I had with this guy. You know, they are so very quick to advocate for their stance when it comes to. Nobody says you can't self-determine or advocate for your rights to self-determination or whatever. But for now, we are Nigeria. There is one Nigeria, right? And as long as we're having that conversation, we have to work within that framework. It's very simple. You know, your voice is very loud when it comes to speaking for your group, your man, and all of that. And then okay, let's talk about policies that affect people's lives. All of a sudden, you start stammering. So that tells me one thing. It tells me that you don't care about the policies of your man. You don't care about what he's doing. You're just happy enough that he's there. Because for you guys, representation is the one thing that matters to you the most. As long as our man is the one there, even though he's stupid as fuck, it doesn't matter. He's our man. He's our man. That's what that matters. So we're saying that let's move our country in a different direction. And I asked this guy, I said, okay, would you vote for a man like Peter Obi? Right? Peter Obi, I mean, look, I wasn't born yesterday. And I have gone through on several many of our spaces, successive leaders in our history. I have never seen anyone talk like Peter Obi. And I'm not saying that because I'm a fan or I am telling you from a historical fact. It's a historical fact that no other leader, Nigerian leader, has ever spoken like Peter Obi. His depth of knowledge, understanding, the way he breaks down, like I said before, breaks down Nigeria's complex issues to the minutia. This man, he gives you everything, the solution right there. He articulates it perfectly. I mean, and I say, would you vote for a man like that? And then you make a beeline for Anambra State. do you see that? Where is the connection here? You make a beeline for Anambra State. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. And I think at some point,
Shouldn't Peter Obi run on his record? I mean, he was a governor.
Listen,
How is that a problem? Like, look,
brother.
you're referring to
So
when he was the
as far
governor, he was the
as far
executive.
as as far as
I
today is
didn't even.
concerned,
As far as everybody, I'm not the host of the space, so I was only given an opportunity to speak. I think you should make your case to the host.
Accents, they pay my brain. I call you Tinubu. This fake accent, they pay my brain.
Tudor, even what you said about
This fake accent, they pay my brain.
All accent lives matter. All accent lives matter.
Tudor, even what you said about
including the fake accent.
Wait. Tudor, what did I hear you say now? All accents life matter.
I was telling Dr. O to back off. Back off, man, bro. Leave our accent alone. Anyways, look.
Tudor, you said something about IMF earlier.
Did you listen
you
to my
said something?
Okay, since you want to do this, did you listen to my argument on the economic policies of Tinubu earlier? You did listen, right?
Yeah, I listened.
Okay, I want to get your
that's what I want to
get your response for me to even know whether we should do this or not. So let me get your response on my analysis on both the subsidy, this alleged subsidy removal, and the so-called naira floating that they claim that they did. Let's talk about those two.
All right, good. So you said, or you claimed that IMF said that Tinubu's administration was still paying fuel subsidies, right? Did I get that right? Are you there, Tudor? Hello, Tudor. Are you there?
Sorry. What did you say?
Yeah, I said you claimed that IMF said Tinubu's administration was still paying fuel subsidies.
Yeah, I did say that. Yeah.
All right, good. So I would love for you to. I would love to read something from IMF's on or their own website. Okay, I'd love to read something there. Hold on. Page critical. Okay, good.
Guys, if you want to speak, please let's know when you're ready. Please put your hands up so that we'll call you.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to get the. Okay, sorry. IMF's page. Okay. Hold on.
Oh boy, Guy, can you go look for it, and when you're ready, you come back? Because I know exactly.
Yeah. I found it. I found it. All right. Okay. Okay. So this is on IMF's website. It was written in July this year, and IMF says, I'm just pulling one sentence from the website. So it says, it is therefore. So first of all, if you go to the start of the article, they have more or less commended Tinubu for the reforms, including the removal of fuel subsidies. And further in the body of the article, this is what it says. It is therefore critical that the substantial financial savings from the removal of fuel subsidies flow to the government to fund priority spending. That's IMF's website. Does it agree with your claim that Tinubu still pays subsidies?
So that's the problem with you guys. You grab headlines and then you don't look under the hood, right? Okay, the devil is in the details. Because from the same IMF website that you are looking at, you will discover that if you read further, the conclusion of what you're reading was when the initial announcement was made. But now there's an acknowledgement.
No. I said it's a 2025 article written this past July, just 2 months ago.
Okay.
2 months ago, 2025.
Okay.
When he just started, there could not have been substantial savings from fuel subsidies. When he just started now.
Okay, but
this is July this year.
Was the subsidy removed ultimately or not, or is it back?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Look, that's why I always like evidence. Look, if you show me the evidence now, I will agree with you. I'm not.
So you can answer my question.
I've just read. No, I'm not aware that it's back. I just read this from you. You made a claim,
Yeah.
which IMF's own website is contradicting what you said.
Okay.
IMF's website is contradicting
Listen,
what you said.
that's the problem. Because what you are reading was when the initial announcement was made. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Because that IMF position has shifted since then.
Hello, go and look at the what's it called? The article. I said it was written July 7th, 2025.
Yeah.
This year.
Yeah.
This year. Was the subsidy just was the policy the policy just going into effect this year?
All right. So
it's 2 years.
So
I mean, look. That's why I always like for debates to be evidence based.
Everybody, please hold on.
Okay, I'll put it on the
Everybody,
jumbotron.
hold
I'll
on,
put it on the
hold on.
jumbotron.
Hold on.
I'll put it on the jumbotron.
Everybody, hold on. Everybody, hold on.
2025. Post it on the jumbotron.
I'll do that.
Mr. Kunde. June 6, 2024. Premium Times. Despite Tinubu's pronouncement, Nigeria government spent 3.6 trillion naira on subsidy in 2023. That's Premium Times. Punch. May 4th March 2025. FG NNPC work out 7.7 trillion for a subsidy payment. There's another one. This one is August 7, 2024. This day. August 7, 2024. The return of fuel subsidy by Ruben Abati. Daily Trust. Tinubu approves payment of fuel subsidy. That's August 19, 2024. Then Reuters. Nigeria may spend 50% more on fuel subsidy in 2024 draft document shows. So what are you asking for again? And I remember even the CBN, was it the CBN governor or the finance minister came out and told Nigerians that they are still paying fuel subsidy. These are reports from Nigeria telling you fuel subsidy is still there, but you are arguing with reports from people who want Nigerians to suffer and not progress.
Didn't Kyari go on Arise now? Tudor, can you pick? Didn't Kyari confirm it on Arise?
Look, I think the ultimate. I wanted to have a wider conversation with the guy. I think he would just now that he can see that everybody, that government officials themselves have come out and have told us that subsidy is back, whether on the naira flotation or whether on fuel itself. So I don't know what this guy is talking about. The report you are reading, even I'm looking at another report in front of me right now. Around the same mid 2025, where the IMF basically switches on the previous report that you read. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to do a game of report for report here. The fact is there. Subsidy is back. It's not gone. The original announcement that was made, they couldn't sustain it because it's not that simple for you to just announce that subsidy is gone. There are several things you got to do to back up that announcement. But as it stands today, subsidy is not gone. Subsidy at all levels. Subsidy to sustain the naira. Subsidies to keep fuel going. So I don't know. I mean, I wanted us to have a different conversation, but
they have no control over the.
I'm posting on Jumbotron for you. This is
They have no
So
control
what are
over
you
the
saying?
fuel supply now.
Oh, Kule,
They
sorry.
don't have a single working refinery. So what are they talking about? Nothing works. Warri refinery doesn't work. Kaduna refinery doesn't work. The two in Port Harcourt don't work. What are they talking about? And this same APC for the last 10 years, they've been spending billions claiming to do turnaround maintenance on those refineries. I can't understand. Maybe does he think they are idiots on this
I
conversation?
mean, we're not here to score points or to do a gotcha. What we are, if you keep just stay on top of these issues, you see what we're telling you. It's not about whether the tribe of the man who is in office or not. For you, we know that's the case. But we're looking at policy and we're saying, this government doesn't seem to know what they are doing. That's where the issue is for us. Now you are trying so hard.
Tudor. Nobody is doing gotcha here, all right? You said you were countering what I said earlier, and you made a claim. And I just showed you that the very authority you were referring to, do you understand?
You have not
If
shown
we
us
want to
anything. Show us
solve
what you have
Nigeria's
written on the
problem, it
jumbotron,
has to be, it has to be factual. I can't see the jumbotron. I'm trying to see what Tito said it posted to the jumbotron. I can't even see the jumbotron.
Send it to
Like
inbox
I've
for
tried.
Trudeau. Trudeau will post it on the jumbotron.
And I've put it in the comment section. Tito, you can put it in the comment section. The IMF article you said you read. I put the link to the one I read, where IMF talked about the substantial savings for the
All right, listen
removal
to
of
this.
fuel
Listen to
subsidies.
this. Since you want to do this Disneyland game, I don't understand. While President Bola Tinubu initially removed fuel subsidies in May 2023, the International Monetary Fund has noted that a partial reinstatement of subsidies occurred afterwards, particularly due to the depreciation of the naira. The IMF has repeatedly urged Nigerian government to completely phase out the subsidies, citing their costliness and inherent targeting. I can post that for you on the Jumbo if you want. Bro, let's have something more, let's have a more robust conversation. This is child's play. Because the general consensus, that's what I'm saying. I don't know, you're probably out of your league with this conversation.
No,
There is no one
don't
economist.
just keep saying that.
Guy,
Look,
guy,
even
listen,
even
listen,
if
listen,
there
listen, listen to
was,
me. Listen to
yeah.
me. There is no one, don't take my word for it.
Hmm,
There is no one economist
hmm,
in Nigeria,
hmm.
right, that disagrees with the fact that subsidy is back. No one.
I don't.
So I don't know who you think you are. I don't know what
Who?
you're looking for. That is the reality of our situation in
Wait.
Nigeria.
Okay. Recently, no. Okay. So first of all, maybe there was maybe to manage the shock to the system. You understand? Which is also, I think, that was looking out for the everyday Nigerian. You understand? I mean, like, don't just allow prices to go haywire. All right. Try to bring it down so people can afford it, and then So if there was some governmental intervention at some point, that would not be a bad thing. But then, if you want to talk about fuel subsidy removal and all of that, go and look at how much is spent before now. Is that what's it called? Are they still doing that? If they're still doing that, and they're not spending like they're not. There's been like IMF acknowledges there's been substantial financial savings from that. So at least it shows that look, they have caught the corruption
All
in
right,
that area. All right.
all right, all right. Can
Ah,
I respond
To that. So we have these conversations every day. And it's so funny to me that every time that you guys come up, you want to be touting these false narratives that are not even, based on anything that is real. And I wish you guys could even be more conversant with the conversation in your facts. That way I can say, okay, this guy probably has an idea of what he's talking about. Last night on a different space, we still had this conversation, right? So the best way I can break it down to you is to say, look at the exclusive group that Nigeria belongs to, OPEC. All right. So I want you to take a good look at OPEC, right? And then go and look up how many countries, OPEC countries, have yanked off subsidies. You will find out that the answer you will get is zero. That's just a fact. That's the reality right there. So while I'm speaking, you can quickly do that search on your own. So Nigeria belongs in that exclusive cartel group, all right? And these are the guys that ostensibly determine global supply. So just do a simple search from your Saudi Arabia to Kuwait to Qatar to even African countries, Algeria, Angola. None of them has removed subsidy. You know why? The reason is because for several reasons that we've identified. Aside from cushioning your economy and your citizens from global impact, because we live in an increasingly globalized economy. So the days of agrarian societies, they're gone. Because now you export, you import, especially a commodity like crude oil. You know, and we still import fuel as well, and some of these other components, products of crude oil as well. So it's a very risky thing to do when you just say you want to yank it up. As we speak, these countries, they have mauled the idea of removing it. Because for many of them, like Saudi Arabia, up the economy and prevent their citizens from the shock that Nigeria is experiencing right now. No country does what Nigeria is doing right now, or what mental rise in the pump price of fuel of petrol, so that when you go to pump your fuel, you don't it's the increment is there, but you don't really feel it like that. The social safety net. These are things that countries are doing. So if you're going to make such a bold statement, you have to make sure you have a buffer for the people, because there will definitely be a fallout of that policy. And the government could have just said, okay, because we want to tackle corruption in the pipeline, whatever, because we want to tackle corruption, and sorry about that, guys. So because we want to tackle corruption, right, in the system, because aside from the benefits to your citizens, right, it also a protectionist concept where you are trying to shield your system from global impacts. They call that exogenous shocks. So that's what I'm trying to say to you, that brother, it's not something to be proud of as a supporter of Tinubu or Tinubu people themselves. It's not removing subsidy is not something to be proud. It's not something you go and be saying, we have the balls to do it. And these countries that I have mentioned, these are the things that they are playing with. They are experimenting with it to tell you that it's not something you should just do whimsically, because it will plunge your system into what Nigeria is facing right now. That's what we're trying to tell you. But
Very
because the
good.
government couldn't, hold on, one more point. Because the government couldn't sustain it, go ahead.
All right, good. So let's okay. So we so now Tinubu has brought it down to maybe about 60 something right now. It's still very high, you understand. So he has brought it down to about 60 something percent right now. All right. I mean, I think that's also a positive. Taken from the reports I have read, they're getting record allocations. Whatever they want to do. I mean, you know, the constitutional.
Guy, this is a lie now.
Herobodo, please. this rhetoric is becoming like a robotic program. The sound, I've had too much of
Jagun,
it.
Jagun, let me. Right?
Because the accent is fake now. Your own will be fake one. I did enjoy, but this one is fake. My
All
ear pain
accent
me.
life matters.
Just,
All accent life
just the
matters.
slow
All
word.
accent. So Erobodo, what you're doing here, and I need headlines. You're running with them, and you're trying so hard to make them fit your narrative. And we all know what that narrative is, right? We all know what it is. So the issue, and that threshold is 40%. So the problem here is this: we have ballooned, we've blown up that lead. Guy, Nigerians don't have the
Question of what he
luxury.
said.
Who is speaking?
Can I ask him a question for what he said earlier?
Who? Him?
No, Tudo. I mean, Erobodo. He said something very quiet. This is what APC talk about. That money in the last 1
Okay,
year.
go for it.
Yes. Erobodo can't give us a specific state, either from Southwest or any part of Nigeria that has not borrowed money in the last few months or last month, that to fund their budget. Just one state that you remember. Thank you.
Well, I don't. So I'm not. I don't
That means
know
that means
the. I
that
don't
means your
have.
assertion is not correct. First of all, you agree with
No,
us?
that's okay. So I'm saying. I'm
No,
saying.
No,
what
no,
I
not
heard
not
on
based
the
wrong. He said they
news
are not
or
borrowing money again. That's your first assertion,
yes,
right?
that's what I, look.
Good. Can you let us say that not borrowing
I
money again?
don't. That's
Can you
what
let us
I'm
say that
saying.
not
I
borrowing money?
said
Yeah.
they have watched interviews.
No,
I
no, no.
think
That's not. No, no. You
so I'm saying that that's what I've heard from maybe
help yourself. Help
people
yourself. Help
who
yourself. Let me tell you.
yeah
You can say
again.
you made mistake, and you use human factor to say it's important than science. Just say, oh, maybe that was I was wrong, and that's fine. Then I will take it to the second one.
No,
Which you
I
said,
was relaying what I heard on the news.
no,
You
no, no.
understand? So if
I'm
you're
not
saying,
here.
oh, okay, oh,
No. Listen to you. You don't even need to go about to give you what happened in another part of the world. Only was your statement alone is enough to bring you down on how it has been very. The one
well,
that
so maybe the
Guy, I don't know what to say. Honestly, this is the day the Lord has made. I let's rejoice. So, Erobodo, clearly, like I told you before.
Like that, when someone is making any submission, that person will feel really bad and terrible. It's a very evil laugh. I don't think we should do that, especially not to someone that's trying to defend his
no, if you
government.
are doing, if you're talking rubbish, they will have to make it out to you. They are not talking.
governors are
No, you
not
don't know what
getting
you're saying.
record
No,
I'm
no,
not
no.
talking to
application.
you again. I'm done with
No,
you. I'm not
although
talking to you
I
anymore.
no now,
I
no
want to speak
now,
to people
it's
that know what
easy
they're
to
doing.
ask
Not people that don't know what they're
questions.
doing.
No,
Can
it's easy to
I
ask
can I
questions.
just
It's
round up,
about you providing
guy?
facts. You understand? You
Oh,
cannot
hold on.
ask
Oh,
Okay,
questions.
okay,
Anybody
okay.
can
Let
answer.
me continue for. Let me go give you my answer, sure.
I want you to know that it is actually perfectly okay. It is perfectly fine for you to change your position after you get new information. It is perfectly okay.
Odoy is refusing to provide that information. That's the thing.
No, no.
I'm
But
somebody. I'm
if
very
you
open
if
to
you
accepting facts.
Say I am wrong.
Erobodo, I don't want to put you down.
I'm
I don't want
still
to put you
speaking.
down.
Information. I'm here to
Please.
list the list of states that's actually spending on borrowing.
No,
I'm
don't
here
worry,
to
don't
give
worry,
you
don't worry. We'll get
General,
there.
hold on, please.
We'll get there.
no
I just
state have
getting new information. I think Tudo actually gave you a lot of new information, but you were still being at I'm sure you did admit that you didn't know that we actually have a debt service to revenue ratio cap, right? And in the 40 major milestones that Tinubu recently released during his
No. Wait.
inauguration.
Theodore said there was a cap. Was it adhered to? No, that's what Tudo is saying. Tudo is saying, no,
Okay,
it should have been
let me
40.
answer.
It was
Let
120.
me
Somebody brought it down to 60 something, and therefore
This guy, man. Erobodo, don't unmute. Let Sarah finish.
Thank you. But just to state, it was actually not 120, right? When Tinubu actually came into power, it was 97%. In fact, it was 97% till the end of, I think, May or June. It was 97%. In the milestone released by Tinubu, when he was talking about his 40 major milestone at the end of his 2 years, or I think was it the end of the 2 years in office? Yes, he said that he has reduced the debt service to revenue ratio to under 40%, meaning that the government is aware that it shouldn't actually go above 40%. But this is incredibly false, just to state it to you, right? It's currently actually around 67.3%. Currently, I think if I'm saying currently, I'm actually not even including the last 3 months. Because the last time when I checked this information, I think this was in June that I checked the information. So I'm even giving you as at June. And I'm sure that if we really add the other borrowings that have actually come into play, it's going to be higher. So it is actually not under 40% at all. It is nowhere close to under 40%. Nigeria's debt stock is currently above 182 trillion naira, right? And we are just entering the last quarter. We're just entering the last quarter. So all of these, the Tinubu's governments have also applied to borrow $21.5 billion loan. $21.5 billion, and you should be able to actually put all of this into perspective to actually know what the true debt service to revenue ratio is. And then you said no state has actually borrowed. Baby boo, that's a huge lie from the deepest part of hell. And I don't want you to be walking around with such narrative. I think it's simple Google search will actually provide you the information that you need. Just recently, Punch actually not even recently, right? I think it was either in the beginning of this year or last year that Punch made a headline talking about the leading states and their loans during that specific quarter. That all the states have actually borrowed up to 310 billion naira in just that quarter alone, right? And if we even want to look at this, just the end of 2024, we would see that the states have borrowed 1.6 trillion naira, with I think Imo or Kaduna leading the highest borrowings. So yes, the states have borrowed. They've even borrowed way much more money, and the fact that our borrowing and the revenue to debt service ratio keeps increasing is because most of these borrowings that are even done, they are not being imputed into the system to ensure that these institutions that use this amount of monies would actually get profit from it. So it is not coming back into the system. It's like we're putting money into a well, and then there's somebody under that well that is just taking it. In as much as the money is entering a well, that we know that the well is not going to get filled up on time, or it won't get filled up soon. But we keep believing that once we keep imputing money, we are going to get the result we need from that well. But we are pouring money, and then the money is somebody's at the other side of the well taking the money. So the well is never going to get filled up. That's what is happening. The Tinubu's government has borrowed more than Yaradua. They've borrowed more than Jonathan's government. They've borrowed more than Buhari's government. And they have borrowed more than Yaradua, Jonathan, and Buhari combined. They've borrowed more than these last three governments combined. So I want us to actually keep to fact when we're talking about the debt service to revenue ratio, because it is not actually under 40. And I want you to actually accept that new information, if at all it is new information to you. That's why I came up.
La 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 la.